Okay, Twitch chat is, or Twitch is live.
Testing. Okay, so our sound is live. Okay, hi everyone.
Oh man. On the bright side, Moogle, I think you got plenty of time by the looks of it, because they're still doing check-ins and stuff, and you're still having tech stuff.
Yeah, I heard they were running a little bit late.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we can see the screen, Moogle.
Yeah, it's working okay. There's a little bit of glitchiness on our end that I hope isn't going through to the stream. Like, it'll kind of, like, jerk and kind of glitch a little bit, but other than that, like, it looks totally fine.
Yeah, and like it's a card game, right? It's not a fighting game. It's okay if we lose a couple frames here and there.
Yeah. You can play this one by mail.
My grandfather used to play chess by mail, apparently. Which is crazy to think about.
Just have a chessboard set up in the other room and just every 3 weeks move it a piece.
Basically, yeah. And I believe my father once got in extreme trouble for touching the pieces at one point. Because, like, you know, if one piece gets moved, suddenly both players are in a like trying to keep track of a legal game state.
Do you want play-by-play or color commentary, by the way? Or do you want to just kind of take it as it comes?
Just take it as it comes, I guess. I don't know. I can do a mix of both. I'm not really great at the play-by-play so much because, like, I forget that not everyone knows what every card does. So like, you know, if I see a realm hit the board, I'm not gonna like start reading her text box. I'm gonna start discussing what monsters she's pulling from the deck, right?
I'll lean a little bit more on the play-by-play, but I'll still give some analysis and stuff.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, no, you give good analysis. Yeah, but I think I'll try to do some play-by-play at least.
Yeah.
Last year, I heavily relied on Travis to help me out with that.
Yeah.
It was also my first time doing this at all, so I was extremely like, oh god, what do I say?
How do decks that don't play Realm work?
Oh no, it was so like the final was Refia versus Magissa, right? And like I had never played a single game of Magissa at that point. And Travis was asking me like what I think should be happening here and what the players should be focusing on. And I was like, I don't know. I don't see any blue orbs on this board. Now, if there were some blue orbs on this board, maybe I could start giving you advice. But like,
there's none of its homos.
Yeah, like obviously, like Refia is going to outscale Magissa, like in general. But like, if the Refia player never gets backups down because they're trying to survive, maybe the Magissa player can win in the late game. I don't know. It's just a weird matchup. I still don't know. I haven't really played much Refia with Magissa. I do know you can beat their face in though.
Pretty much relies on how many copies of Amat the Magissa player draws.
Yeah, I played against Sydney at an LQ at the start of the season with Magissa, and he was on the Bart's version, and he died before his third turn. So, he did not have a great day that day. Like, he didn't, like, hit any bursts, right? Because he's running the Bart's variant, which is, like, you know...
Yeah, he's on 20 instead of 25.
See you, Rachel. Anyway, a fifth of his deck, you know, is named Bart's. So...
he's also on too many Bart's, probably. I think, like, the healthiest versions are on, like, 6 or 7. Still gives plenty of room for non-engine. No. If you're running Bart's, we're committing, right? But, yeah, because I, like, went first, did, like, some Magissa stuff, got, like, a couple guys on the board, hit him twice turn 2, and then on the fall, like, on his turn, I then, like, you know, Magissa'd for, like, Y'shtola to, like, kill a guy, and then, like, or no, like, for Ward to kill a guy, and then I Magissa'd for, like, Y'shtola, and I had, like, 5 attackers on turn 3 and just killed him before his third turn. It was great. Absolutely amazing. You'd love to see it. And I knew it was fine, because the Bart's versions run usually, like, they still run bursts, but they run no defensive bursts. Yeah.
Right?
So the other
so,
thing
like,
that happens
like,
with Go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
So the other thing that happens with the Bart's version as well is, like, Bart's is consistency help, but a massive tempo loss to commit to.
Yes.
And if you're against an aggro deck, going down 4 CP to commit to the Bart's as opposed to just natty drawing the backups and playing them is so bad.
Yeah, especially when it died to just a free cast E-free.
Oh,
right? Yeah. It just died for free. Well, it discarded 1 card out of my hand. Congratulations, it was an Agrius. No, is it Agrius? Who's the one cost?
It's not Agrius, it's Argath.
It's a tactic. Argath. It's a tactics guy. Which, by the way, thankfully this guy is not a knight. They could have made him a knight.
He's like a squire?
Yeah, he's a squire. He's a baby knight.
Can you imagine if the Griffin Knights were just Job Knight?
The young Examil?
Examil and Rahal, yeah.
Would they play them?
I think so, yeah.
I mean,
because you can run they kind of
they generate crystals.
Yeah,
but like it's pretty inconsistent. You don't really want to cast Lilith. And what 3-cost water forward are you running?
Mog. I know you like your Droll and Lockbird, Tori.
I hate it when people call him Jaundiced Mog. He's obviously Droll and Lock Mog. Y'all are just... I mean, maybe we should be making references
I call
to
him,
other
I always think Calvin and Hobbes.
Calvin and Mog.
Like he just looks like a Calvin and Hobbes drawing.
Oh no, I know, yeah, he does. Yeah. I have heard of people referring to him as Calvin Mog as well.
But I definitely like Drow and Lock Mog is the effect. Is that like the only lingering floodgate in the entire damn game, by the way? Like there's not very many.
There's not many. Which is why when people say that keeping a legal game state in this game is hard, have not played other card games where there's like 10 bajillion lingering floodgates. Every single ritual beast monster lingering floodgates yourself. Let's see. What wording? What's the wording on Mog?
For the rest of the turn, right?
During this turn. Let's look at that. During this turn. Wow, how many cards come up? I feel like there's probably more.
There's a couple of like self floodgates, like Ace technically is like if you're counting the self floodgates from archetype blocks and like stuff, then like Ace would count. I always wished I could like cast Ace and then donate it to my opponent.
Which Ace?
One that 15H. The one that like it's
the light one?
Yeah. Underworld Breaches, but you can only cast 2 cards per turn.
Oh yeah.
And also
but that's not a lingering floodgate, right? Because it's only while he's on the board, right?
Yeah, you're right. Does not say for the if they can clear their own Ace, they would do it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Mog might be the only one. I'm sure there is another one if we could get like a judge. Maybe like or a niche card enjoyer. Like maybe if we got Mr. Pupilauser in here or Pupilauser, he would know. He plays with dumb cards.
What's the wording on Mog?
It says during this turn, your opponent cannot search.
What if we just search cannot? Try what's telling range. She's only when she's on the field. There's also just not a lot of floodgates in the game.
Yeah. Oh, there is Soul FFBE. Oh, okay, there's a couple.
Yeah, your opponent can't cast summons. Yeah.
Can't cast summons. You can think of the free cast bounce levy as being a lingering floodgate on a specific monster.
Yep, that is.
Sorry, I'm so used to Ritual Beasts that I said monster, but forward. And yeah, I think those are the two main ones. The Soul FFBE's effect should not be respondable by summons, though. Why did they do that? It's so sad.
I guess Ursula could also kind of be one. It's a very specific floodgate.
Oh, that is one. Yeah, that's definitely one.
Ursula. Your opponent cannot target your stuff with the X-Burst. I guess that also gives Wall one. Which Wall will give you anything floodgate? The one that does
Opus
similar
5,
text.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5L. You got 2 card 5. There's 2 walls from that set. Funny.
Yeah, the other one's the Warrior Light support one.
Tribal, yeah.
Tribal one. It's actually like a pretty decent card.
Yeah.
Used to see play in older builds of Refia before the deck had access to better cards.
Yeah. Man. Lena has done unspeakable things to this world. Oh, and to the person in chat, if you can hear me, if you want any advice on playing Firewater Monsters, for one, I do have a YouTube video about Firewater Monsters. It's a little outdated, but it's on the Gamers Command YouTube channel. And as well as you can just send me a message on Discord, and I respond to people all the time and help them out with that deck. It's a lot of fun, and I love seeing people play it. So just like either DM me or check out my video. It's just search Gamers Command on YouTube. It should come up. One moment. It's the first video on the channel, the oldest.
Oh, found another one. Cooch Aspel.
Which Cooch Aspel?
Opus 11. Damage dealt to forwards cannot be reduced this turn.
That's not a floodgate. That's an anti-floodgate.
The lingering effect that applies to the game that you can't interact with in any way.
Yeah, that's true.
The anti-floodgate is Tilica.
Yeah.
That opens the damn floodgates.
Okay, I posted a link to the video in the chat for you, SUL1H. But it's a year old at this point, so like obviously the current build looks very different now, but a lot of the same cards are in there, and like the reasons why you're playing a bunch of the cards and how the deck functions generally is still it's still useful.
You get to learn all the Tory math.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyone, if you have any questions about playing monsters, oh, I love you too, Rob. I'm a big fan. But anyone ever wants to learn monsters, just message me. I love helping people out with the deck.
Oh, just a note for anybody or for the stream, we are planning on starting pretty soon. Apparently, so just waiting on signups and everything else. A lot of people registering, all that good stuff.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water and get prepared to start.
Probably a good idea. I'll hang out with chat. Looks like a pretty full room, actually, which is exciting. When FF9 stream? Soon. I need to get back to it. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I've just been so busy with so many things lately that like I just have not had time to do any streaming between. I'm hoping I'm finally getting settled down on a lot of things. I could hopefully start to kind of carve out some blocks to do some streaming and get through some Final Fantasies. I was even talking on the ride back from the LQ today that Final Fantasy 15 came up, and I was like, yeah, I've like played very little Final Fantasy 15. Like, I don't love what I play, but like I know a lot of people love those characters, like especially like for not the boys, like Aranea and Arden are like really popular characters. So, like that's a game I'm like excited to get to. Like I'm just excited for all of that. FF9 is so good too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. This man right here is so busy. He doesn't even have time to do his Materia Cup breakdowns anymore. I'm so sad.
I've been meaning to get to them. But the problem as well that starts to happen is you miss a couple, and now it's like, well, I've got like 4 Materia Cups. Like, do I just like 4 Materia Cups and a bunch of JP Masters and the JP Standard Championship? And it's like, do I just do like a blowout? Do I like do one at a time? And like, how far back do I go? Like, do I still talk about like Sandy or
I think you at least need to go back to Kansas.
I'm sure the deck that won was terrible. Yeah, I really want to get back to those, especially like talking JP Standard Championship, because it's a really interesting set of decks that did well in that event, and might even be something that's kind of fun to talk about once we kind of get into our little preamble. This will be about 15 minutes or so. They're aiming to start in about 15 minutes, but I'm curious to see like what the results of the Standard Championship are, because like Tori and I have different perspectives on some decks. I mean, Tori just throws Realm in decks and it tends to work out for him. But like, I love looking at like Japanese results and trying to like extrapolate from it and figure out what like, because Japan is really good at one thing, and it's like taking the game to its absolute extremes. I don't know how good they are optimizing those extremes, but they're good at finding them. And Japan is starting to settle on a couple of like really weird decks, but like Refi is still one, which I actually wasn't expecting at all. And the build of Refi that won was really strange. So like there's a lot to talk about with like the Standard Championship and what went well, what didn't go well. A lot of really weird decks are kind of coming out. Like I really think this is like one of the best metas the game has had. Outside of, I know that like it's kind of miserable to play against Yuna, and I know people like hate playing against Yuna. Like I get it, but like there are a lot of really cool viable decks right now.
Yeah, I do think that some of the game states that Yuna produces can be less desirable to some folks, but Yuna as a card is just so fun. Yuna is such a fun card to cast. It's such a fun card to dull your opponent's board, to freeze everything that they have, to just cancel and tax all of their auto abilities and summons out of the game. Like, I get it. That card is so fun. And I think it still has a relatively positive impact on the meta. But, yeah, right now the meta seems pretty open to me, as long as you can handle just a couple different things. Like, there's lots of different decks that you can go to a tournament and succeed. I mean, just looking at A, we've had 3 different Materia Cups so far, and a different deck has won every one to some extent.
Actually, you could throw Europe in there. Europe has had a Materia Cup. It had a different winner than
Yeah, and that Masters tournament, was it Masters? What was the Standard Championship tournament?
Yep, Standard Championship. The other like super large
different deck. Yeah, 5 big tournaments so far this format. 5 different winning decks. I mean, like, I don't know what people want, and none of them were named Yuna. So, like, Yuna won, and it was in the Knights list, and that was not the reason why Ray won that Materia Cup. So,
spoiler for when I get around to talking about that. I think the unit in the deck is actively bad. But I mean, that's you guys know me. I'm opinionated on decks.
Yeah, I have strong opinions, but as well, I also think that Yuna is probably bait in Knights, but I understand why you would consider it.
I get the idea, but I have bricked on Knights enough to not want to play a random light card in my Knights deck.
Who was the person that coined light and dark cards as being poison? I think, was it Hunter? I know Hunter says it all the time. Which is funny considering he also put Yuna in his Megissa deck for San Diego. I was like, what is that doing in there? In last format, we couldn't find room for the second Ifrit, but this format, we had room for Cloud and Yuna. Something is not adding up.
She is very powerful, though. I think the other best thing I can say about Yuna is if you don't tech for Yuna, you always lose to Yuna, which is, I get it, that's really annoying. But I also think that, like, my biggest issue with Chaos last format was that Chaos beat the hate to Chaos a lot, because the hate to Chaos was throw 3 Lev 6 in your deck and hope they're in the top 7 cards of your deck.
Yeah, I do very much appreciate that the current counterplay is about actually casting the cards you put in your deck, because this is a game about, you know, playing cards and using their effects. And the fact that against the Chaos decks, sometimes you would, like, see more cards off the top of the deck. You see more cards on top of the deck into damage than, like, you draw over the course of the game. And you're like, well, if I'm more likely to hit a card into damage than to draw it, it's better if it's just a burst, which is, like, such a terrible way to, like, enjoy the game. And I'm very glad that we've moved out of that, and now we're into a much more interactive time in the Final Fantasy trading card game.
About people not wanting to adapt, because, like, people are adapting. Like, you look at deck lists, they're running cards that you just would not see otherwise, like Shinryu being, like, run as basically a side deck card as a silver bullet in decks that just do not want that card otherwise. I think the big thing it does, it pushes people to look for specifically action abilities, because they're, like, the only consistent ways to deal with the Yuna. And there's positives and negatives. First, I mean, the negative is you're, again, kind of restricting the pool a little bit, but, like, action abilities are cool. Like, they're kind of always, you're always doing stuff with action abilities, at least, right?
Yeah. Also, auto abilities have been, like, dominating this game for so long. So it's nice looking at the card pool and, like, looking at cards you might not necessarily want to run otherwise, but recognizing that, oh wow, this is, like, a good card into this specific format as, like, a silver bullet from one matchup. I like that a lot. So it's always cool being forced to, like, reevaluate a card based on new situations and new metas. And
so how do you feel about Armstrong,
Tori? Do that. Armstrong? They told us we had to be positive on the stream, so I think I'll have to plead the fifth. Horror went back to running 2 Armstrong. I don't get it. The card is bad. I can't believe my goat would bait me into running a card. Do you... So, fun fact. In the Chicago finals, like, the turn before Mike conceded, I cast Armstrong. Entirely because I messed up my LB deck when flipping for Titus. And I, like, put... Of the remaining 5... when I flipped Titus, right, there's 5 cards left. I needed to flip 3 over and leave 2 down. But when I put the pile back down on the table, I put the pile down upside down. So there was 3 down and 2 up. So, like, my LB deck was illegal. So I went over to go cast a Leo on my LB deck using the rest of my LB, and I was like, oh no, what do I do here? And both the judges were like, I don't know what we're supposed to do here, actually. And I'm like, this is clearly a problem. But I was like, how about this, guys? I'm just not going to LB for the rest of the game. So in order to trigger my Atomos, I had to cast something. And I was like, well, there's this useless freaking Armstrong in my hand. I guess I'll cast it instead of this Leo. And that was the one time Armstrong hit the board, basically, like, all tournament. And I used his effect 0 times all tournament. What a piece of cardboard. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. I got baited. Horror was running it. Sam told me it was broken. Y'all lied to me.
I think Gamers Command spoiled the card too, didn't they?
It's our spoiler. It's our spoiler. And it's so bad. I mean, sorry. Thank you for giving us, Sarah and Square Enix, thank you for giving us the most powerful spoiler.
Materia Cup winning card, Armstrong.
Yes. Materia Cup winning card. Masters Tourney winning card. It doesn't... I'm convinced there's some psyop out there trying to get people to put it in their water fire decks, but it doesn't do anything. If you think I'm going to pay 1 and sacrifice a monster to deal 7k, when I instead could just pay 0 and sacrifice a monster to shrink by 7k, you're crazy.
But you could discard an Amont to it to do 5k.
I know. I will admit, it did generate some nice fire crystal points over the course of the event. But what else does that? Evoker.
It's gonna be a really fun stream.
Yeah.
For reference, everybody, it is about 1:30 a.m. for me. So, if I get a little delirious towards the end, you're gonna have to forgive me.
This man also just got home from an LQ, which he won. Congratulations again. Playing an insane deck, one might say.
Yo, Elmo! Good to see you, bud. Yeah, 5-0 in Swiss, and then cut the top 8. Won all top. So I dropped 2 games in top 8, but very fun. Good times. Miss you too, Elmo. I'm so, like, I'm happy the shop is doing well, but, like, I'm not gonna lie, watching the feed, I'm like, I could still be here. LSPB, such a good store. If anybody is in the DFW area, you should go check it out.
Yeah. So it looks like we're aiming for starting in around 5 minutes, just for the people in chat that just got here. Exciting, exciting. I see Hunter right there in the center of the stream. This is going to be his last Materia Cup as a North American, at least for this year. So
he's on the goal trajectory. He's going to go to Japan and qualify from Japan.
Absolutely. Hopefully we can get him on stream at least once this weekend. He did win this event last year, so maybe he's like raring to come back and get that last Materia Cup win at a place where he has good memories. He did get second place for once.
All right, so we got 5 minutes, Tori.
Yeah.
Call it right now. What deck's winning the event? What is winning the Dallas Materia Cup? What deck?
You're really gonna put me on the spot like this? Well, it's not Refia. Let me think. I want to say Megissa, right? But it's probably, I very much doubt it's Megissa. So I'm going to guess. I think I have to go with a Realm deck. It's going to be a large percentage of the room. It's got good matchups into everything. And it's proven itself multiple times already this season. Now, I'm not there, but I know that there's... Wait, one moment. What Realm players are there, though? Wait a minute. I don't know if anyone there is actually playing monsters. I'm just gonna say Refia.
I think Refia is, always the safe, like a pretty safe choice. I think if you said Knights, that's a pretty safe choice. I'm curious to see, like I said, I always like checking Japanese metas, and Cat 4 Yuna is really taking over there. I think NA's been really kind of resistant outside of a couple of very specific players, but those players are having crazy success with the deck. So I'm curious if we'll see some of them transition into playing the Cat 4 build as opposed to the Viking build.
Yeah, I was surprised that the Cat 4 build wasn't more popular from the beginning. Back for the very first Materia Cup of the tournament, the year, right, the California one, I was actually not planning on going to that event until we started testing. And then I was testing Cat 4 Yuna, months ago, I guess, at this point. And I was like, holy crap, this deck is busted. I got to go to California. And then I sprained my ankle really badly the week before, and I was bedridden. And I didn't have the chance to crawl through my house to find all the cards. So that's why I didn't bring it to the event. But no, that deck is crazy, and I'm surprised it's taken this long to catch on. And I'm sure that we will be seeing some people do it. There's no chance that people haven't been keeping track of the Japanese meta.
So the funny thing about the Cat 4, and Tori can attest to this because we do a decent amount of playtesting together, is I kind of started accidentally discovering the deck with playing Archfiends. I was like, Archfiends like to poop a lot of forwards onto the field. I'll just throw a unit in here and see how it goes. And I think because I started it on such a not very good archetype, I kind of just assumed I'm playing this as a meme, it can't be good. It just kind of wrote off that like there would be another Yuna thing that would take over eventually, and I was not correct. And it was closer than I thought I was for.
Well, no, I was very much on the
oh yeah, no, you were on the nose there. I will give you credit where credit's due. But I was like, I remember like playing that. I was like, this is so busted. It's so like crazy. But like, there's got to be better things going on right now. Very funny. Sometimes you get it wrong, folks. That's the best way to put it.
Yep. So, 5 minutes. Oh, okay. So we should be starting any moment now.
Yeah.
But
looks like we're kind of gathering things around.
Yeah. I see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. You always love to see your friends.
A lot of familiar faces in the shop and the staff as well. It's always a lot of fun.
So Daniel, I said who I thought was going to win. You didn't give your response though. I need you to commit, right, and be wrong like me.
I think this is the time Yuna gets over the finish line. I think that there's enough build variety right now that like it's a little harder to hate out than when it was just the Viking build. People might be kind of sleeping on it a little bit, maybe thinking, the Vikings are kind of going away. Maybe I don't need to run that Shinryu. I could go down to 2 Ixion.
But like Ixion's still good versus other cards in the decks in the meta. I wouldn't expect.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that like I could see people looking at that 50 card deck, really wanting to get that last extra copy of Cucullin in there, and they're looking, digging, and going, I can't. I don't need 3 Ixion, right? Like 2 Ixion's fine. I'm only gonna cast it once. You know, once I cast it once, I'm good. You know, and you start making a little change here, a little shave there. Maybe you don't need that Shinryu anymore. And next thing you know, you get run over by a Yuna in Top Cut. Kind of what happened with 13 was really infamous for this, where it was like, I remember the first Materia Cup that happened with the 13 starter deck legal. Like, it was like the talk of the town in Orlando, and nobody played the deck. It was like a huge meme.
Well, the thing is, nobody wants to be that guy, right? Like, the 13 deck was clearly extremely powerful at the time, right? It did end up winning at least 1 Materia Cup in North America.
Shout out to Sauce.
Yeah, Mr. Sauce. Shout outs to Mr. Sauce. But it's like people just don't like playing against aggro, so like people are gonna like, you know, dislike you for bringing it. Also, a lot of people would just rather play their old deck and then just tech in counters to beat the new deck. For some reason.
I will say that the I'm not going to play 13 sentiment did not last very long. The very next Materia Cup, it was everywhere.
No, I played it. I played against it.
Yeah, we were there.
Yeah, that's where we met. That was my first event where I met everyone, actually.
Yep, I remember. It was a good time.
Yep, it was a good time. Didn't lose a 13 at least, though.
It was the start of a pretty beautiful friendship, I've got to say.
Yeah, yep. And it was the start of you mean between me and Realm?
Yep.
Yeah.
Also true.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's great seeing you, Daniel. We don't get to hang out as often now that you're all the way over there on the other side of the world.
Well,
I'm glad you could make some time to stay up extremely late for all of us today.
See how this goes.
Yeah. One minute, man. Yeah, I'm assuming there is going to be a lunch break today. I don't know when it's going to be. Hopefully there is a lunch break. I would like to get a snack, but although I imagine you would rather if we just went straight through so that we could get to bed as soon as possible.
Lunch breaks on this are hard. I will straight up tell y'all that. So,
yeah.
I remember last year I ended up making an omelet during the lunch break to try to stay awake.
Yeah. Last night I made some pizza before going to bed. So I made sure I had extras, leftovers, put that in the fridge, so that way, even if there wasn't much time, I could have something to snack on between rounds without having to leave you guys hanging.
All right.
Okay.
I think we can go out of the podcast segment and into the official commentary section.
Yeah.
That's the right way. That's the right way.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Lone Star Pack Breaks Texas Materia Cup. We are your two hosts. I'm Tori Kelly, and I'm here with...
I'm Ghoul02, former NA player, and yeah, should be a lot of fun. We have, I'm sure at some point we'll get an actual number of players, but the store looks packed. It is a beautiful day in Texas for some Final Fantasy TCG by the looks of it. Tons of players, lots of great names, lots of great players. We're going to get a lot of great rounds, some great Final Fantasy action to all of you today. Probably should be, I imagine, 7 rounds of Swiss, probably with the lunch break in there somewhere. Cut should be probably the top 32. That's what it usually is if it's over 100. Again, we'll get the exact numbers for you as we have those. And yeah, like I said, I can't be more thrilled. These events are always so much fun to watch, so much high-level gameplay, and yeah, Opus 25 meta is fantastic as well. You know, huge thank you to Square Enix and Lone Star Pack Breaks for allowing us to commentate this. If you guys do ever buy any Final Fantasy TCG product, Lone Star Pack Breaks sells online. They have singles, they have sealed, anything you need, go for them. They will, they'll have you covered, so.
Yep. And we will try to keep you guys as entertained and having a great time and keeping the vibes positive. Hopefully there's not going to be any issues with, like, you know, gameplay on the stream, but like Daniel and I are pretty good at seeing when something illegal happens, and I believe we have access to a judge that we can contact to make sure that everything is going to be nice and legit. We want to make sure that there's quality Final Fantasy on stream, and it's gonna be a great day. I love this game. It's so fun. We're gonna be exhausted by the end of it. Something I've noticed from commentating is that it's like you get to play both players' decks at the same time, and it's so exhausting. It's like you're playing twice as much Final Fantasy as the people playing the game. It's very cool, and I'm excited just for everything.
It's almost like you're playing it against them too, because a lot of times you don't see the hand, so you're like trying to guess, like, oh, if he's trying to play around a Mott, you gotta do this, but then like maybe we don't have the play here, so the Amott's not a problem. See, Final Fantasy TCG, like, I've played a lot of TCGs, none of them are on the level of Final Fantasy TCG. It's just it's so good at everything it does.
The ability to just discard your cards to generate resources is just so nice, and being able to let you sculpt your hand and like create the game that you want to create. Like, you can look at your hand and go, actually, I think today, this game, I'm going to start going more aggressive, and because that's what my hand is geared towards. And so like you're constantly making all these micro decisions to push the game in a direction where you can take the victory. I love it, and it's just, there's nothing quite like it in the TCG space. Something to consider is that this is a national qualifying event. Everyone that gets top 4 at the event will qualify for nationals, and the winner will end up winning not winning a trip, but winning the opportunity to play in the World Championship in Tokyo this year, which is very exciting. Additionally, we just learned new pricing for Nats. Everyone that goes to Nats will also get a copy of each of the 2 new promos for the Final Fantasy /MTG collaboration, which is really cool. There's an Alize and an Alphino, both of which are playable cards in their respective games, which is really cool.
Yeah, no, it's. I'm really happy that's the Alfino they chose too, because he's got a couple different cards, and that's by far my favorite of his cards to actually play. I'm kind of hoping, they haven't announced it yet, but if that could be the actual playmat for the Worlds, they have like the dual thing. If you have the Alize and Alfino on the map, that would be so sick. But they have not announced that yet, so.
Hopefully it is. They do tend to do the double cards for that, because like last year we had the Palamporum, and the year before was the Cella's Lock. So I wouldn't be surprised. The aspect ratio does look a little weird to fit on a mat, but I'm sure they can figure it out. They have graphic designers.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, like the Lock-in and Cella's had a couple of like issues with that as well, where like it just didn't quite line up on the right aspect ratio, and they still made it work. So
yeah, no, but I do love my Nationals mats. They're very pretty.
Mm-hmm. I love all my mats. It's I guess the little cutout's a little bit small, but you can kind of see I've got my mounts mounted behind me.
Yeah, I just have on my desk downstairs where I keep my cards, there's just this pile of mats that's like this thick. It's just it's so fun. But I usually use my Terra mat that I got from Materia Cups last year. Because actually Matsuda-san's art is just beautiful. And Terra is great.
That's my favorite art in the entire game. I use the World's mat. I can't not use the World's mat and flex a little bit. Although I'm kind of tempted also. Oceania has a bit of a thing that NA doesn't, which is that we put like winner or top 4 on our mats. So I have a 1-of-1 Oceania champion mat. Oh. Always very fun to show off a little bit.
That. But no, the only thing is the World's mat, it's I don't think, are the edges stitched?
They are not.
Exactly. So the Terra mat just feels more durable. I'd be so afraid to damage my poor little Aerith.
I'm sad my Terra mat's edges aren't stitched, unfortunately. Oceania
before you went over.
I tried. I only lost to U.S. or former national champion Ryan Chen to get denied my mat.
Have you considered just beating Ryan?
He's got my number in best of 3 so far. I'm hoping I can turn that around next time we play, which hopefully will happen in Japan.
Yeah. Yeah, you still got to make your way back, though. I believe in you, though. You can do it.
Yeah. I've not had an opportunity to yet, unlike you. You've had a couple. But yeah, so brand new to this year, though, the World's Invites at Materia Cups raises the stakes even higher. Like, they were already pretty darn high to begin with, between, the mats, the full foil set, including the signature card, and those signature cards are so freaking hard to pull and valuable as well. As I'm sure you know with your Clives.
I do love my Clives, yeah. Google, what are you doing to us? Why are we upside down?
I'm just trying to roll with it. It is very distracting, admittedly.
But, already, the winning Materia Cup was pretty, invaluable, just because the massive advantage it used to give you at the National Championship, as well as all of the amazing prizing that Square Enix gives to us for winning events. But the additional winning of the qualification for going to Japan for the World Championship is going to be extremely competitive, and it will be probably pretty cutthroat once we get to Top Cut, I can imagine.
I just got the joke. They were trying to flip me because I'm in Australia, so I'm literally upside down.
I see. But they flipped me first, so I was very confused.
You first. So I guess from my perspective, that was correct.
No. You see, I'm in the same hemisphere.
The Jedi are evil.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is going to be a great stream. We're going to keep you guys nice and entertained for however many hours this is. Presumably 8 to 9. Dear Lord. Hopefully, we're able to get the time between rounds to be nice and quick, so we're not sitting here for long periods of time and going on long breaks. But I understand that, especially with these large events, sometimes tallying up the scores between games can be it could take some time.
Yeah, registration, announcements, there's a lot that goes on, you know, especially like, usually once they get started, they tend to go relatively quickly, but like that first start, you know, again, you got 120 people, 100 people coming into the store all at the same time, all trying to handle the deck list, check off their names, make sure they paid, okay, you know, let's get you your promo for entering.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I guess we could talk about the promos for the year for the organized play. So entry promo for everybody is the LB Leo, probably one of the most powerful cards in the entire game, of course. Next step up after that, you get the 2-cost Water Lightning in beautiful full art, card that should have been in full art from to begin with. Finally getting her due. It's funny that card went quite a good time before she really started seeing a lot of play in decks. Now obviously she's a mega staple.
Yeah, her price has skyrocketed in the last year.
Yeah, it was. I remember reading her at first, like, this card reads crazy. It's so good. I'm gonna make sure I get my playset. And then, like, I was like, wow, I really needed that playset, didn't I? And then it's like, now it's like, yep, I did need that playset.
The moment I read her, I logged into a certain website and bought a foil playset, like, way back in Opus 18, like a week after Opus 18 came out, because I'm like, there's no way this card isn't broken. And then she saw like no play, and I was like so convinced everyone was wrong and that she needed to be seeing play. And then finally she started seeing play, and I was like, I feel so validated for what I thought. Anyway, continue.
I'd say next step after that, I believe top, is it 32? Should all get the Axstar? Or no, it's Thancred there right now.
Top 32 is Lightning.
Oh, top 32 is Lightning, right.
So top 16 gets Thancred.
Top 16 is Thancred right now. They'll switch to Axstar, I believe, after this event, right?
I thought it was when next set came out. Is there? Let me look
There's
that
probably
up.
A date, but yeah, it is going to switch to Axstar in the future. But for now, it is the Thancred card that desperately needed the reprint, by the way. I do actually have an Axstar, but Oceania gets to pick right now.
This man
I'm
is
time traveling. My promos are over there from today. I was going to get the Axstar to go show it off, but and then I believe it is top 8 get Vons.
Yes, top 8 gets Vons.
And then top 4 get the Tidus mat, the Flipcake Tidus from Opus 16. And then, yeah, there's a little bit of prizing, usually a couple boxes for second, and then the win is the... Oh,
someone else just joined. I'm assuming that might be our stream.
That's our judge, yeah.
Yeah, so they gotta rearrange our cameras.
So, yep. Moogle, you should be able to hide people that don't have their cameras on, and it should just fix itself. If you just it's like right click, hide non-video participants or something like that, and that'll hopefully minimize that so we don't have an issue with it. Way too much time spent in Discord. I spent way too much time in Discord.
Because when we were doing the Gamers Command LQ broadcast, we just said, screw it, we're not dealing with this. we just didn't turn our cameras on.
I've been in enough Discord calls and long distance Discord calls, and yeah.
Yeah, so we should be getting the cameras in the places we want soon, but just bear with us for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And we're back.
All right.
Shifting around a little.
Yeah. Is it that way? No, it's this way.
Okay. Moving. Just. So yeah, that's the pricing. As well as, first place also gets a full foil set of the most recent set, Tears of the Planet,
yep.
featuring Signature Aerith, and the trophy. You gotta love the trophy. Although, they're smaller than last year. I didn't know that. I can't believe they would skimp by making the.
Oh, okay, Mister. I have a
slightly
trophy.
smaller.
Look at this guy over here is trying to like show off. Like, yep, I got a trophy for. Let me just hold all this hardware. You wanna go get your Nats trophy out too while you're at it?
I leave them at my parents' house. Yeah. They have a trophy case for me there.
We'll say I'm very jealous that Oceania does not have trophies.
You guys don't get trophies?
Nope, we get our mats and that's it. We don't have trophies.
You are a much smaller scene. It does make sense. And
yeah.
But no,
my only FFTCG trophy actually is at the store in LSPB. My Winter Cup trophy actually is in the display case there.
Did all three of you give yours up, or is it just you?
No, just me. Alex and Travis kept theirs. So, but I figured it was probably not coming with me to Australia, and I was, you know, again, I really do love LSPB. Like, I know that, like, I'm not just saying that. Like, it is a fantastic store. So I was very happy to leave it there, kind of represent the DFW community. So, love my DFW community again. Such a great set of people. If I was going to start naming people off, I'd be here all day.
Yeah. So, you know, sadly, my locals just doesn't have enough room.
I really hope if I get to Worlds, I get paired against you, we go on stream and I kick your ass. Oh, God, sorry.
This is gonna be a great stream, folks.
2 a.m. for me, okay? I get one.
Anyway, back to Final Fantasy.
Oh man.
Is there any decks you are expecting to see today, Ghoul, that you think people in the chat might be unexpected? Or do you think we're just going to be sticking to mostly just meta stuff?
The one thing that's pretty cool, DFW has kind of its own meta, in a way. Like, they kind of... And not, like, in a bad way. Like, DFW has, you know, they'll have 24, 30-person locals sometimes. And there are really, really good players in Dallas. But it does tend to kind of march to the beat of its own drum. I remember last year we had, like, a Black Waltz player that was, like, undefeated through 5 rounds of Swiss. He's judging today, but, you know, my good friend Joey is, like, a retainer enthusiast, but, like, a completely different style of retainers than, like, my retainers. It's just, like, super cool. It's, like, big boy mid-range deck, which is, like, really cool. There's so many, like, neat, interesting pet decks that, like, DFW kind of become known for, and it's always really fun to see those, especially because they tend to show up on stream here. A lot of DFW doesn't necessarily travel as well, so it's always super, super cool. Exactly what that means, again, I'm not really sure. I haven't been around DFW to quite know what some of those pet decks are. I would expect to see some of the decks that did well in Japan probably show up. Maybe we could see a couple Turbo Bosches. I think that's a relatively new thing. Mill coming from the land down under to somehow become a meta presence is still a wild thing to me to find out. What are some others kind of interesting out of the woodwork decks? I probably no one else is going to do this. I just won an LQ today on Leo, so that's obviously like not seeing some of the play. Like the list that I started with got second in Japan. It's a known quantity. So there's just so many different things that I think are potentially viable. I'm excited to see what ends up showing up, and I like the meta stuff too. Like, I think that, like, watching, you know, good Refia play or good Warriors play is really, really fun. Like, I remember watching, like, the Standard Championship and seeing Air play Refia and just going, like, you know, I've played so much Refia at this point, obviously. And seeing some of Air's lines, like, that's a completely different line than I would have taken here, and you get to see the differences and how that happens, and, like, that's super cool to me. I'm sure that you'll watch some other people play Monsters and you go, wow, that's a different thing than I would have done there, and you get to kind of see the way it works out, which is really cool.
Yeah. So a top deck that we haven't really mentioned that you just mentioned was Warriors. It's really interesting because Warriors is extremely popular, seems to have a great conversion rate. Almost every top cut, you'll have like a pretty large percentage of the field be Warriors, but they just haven't taken anything home yet. Do you think that the deck is just not as powerful as these other strategies, or is there something you think that's holding it back from winning a whole event, or do you think it's gonna, maybe pull through today and get all the way there?
I don't think it's one of those decks that necessarily has a flaw. I mean, it's... If you think about like the different options the deck has, I mean, it has stuff for control matchups between if you go for like the Zidane plays, lines the deck can have to get the Zidane in, you can maybe be controlled that way, but also just Droll and Lock Mog, as we were calling it, the one that just completely restricts your ability to search for cards, is really powerful, right? Like being able to consistently say, you can't search until you deal with this little 3CP 4K is wild. 3CP is 4K that draws a card, and I didn't pay anything for it anyway, so it just replaced itself. But also, I think Axstar is one of the best anti-aggro tools in the entire game. I mean, you think about like the best aggro decks in the meta right now, Yuna, Knights. Every single line of text on Axstar is a must negate, and it comes in 3 separate autos. So like, I think there's just a lot of situations that Warriors does have. It has Amaterasu access, which gives it the ability to kind of play above what its ceiling is. I think if there's a downside of the deck, it does have a kind of a low ceiling. Like it kind of, there's only so much Tyvis is going to do. It's kind of why I'm surprised you haven't seen more like Volker integration into the deck to try to raise the ceiling in specific matchups and try to find like lines off of the Volker that like push the deck in a direction that makes it harder to deal with even, but like it still wins. Like it has a very good conversion rate, I think, too, for what it is.
So yeah, I personally am a big Warriors enjoyer. I've sleeved up Tyvis many a time. And yeah, it's a very powerful deck. As you said, Axstar is possibly one of the most pushed cards to like ever exist.
Why is Axstar 3 autos? Like, it's so wild.
Yeah, like you can't read Axstar and not go, that's really good, right? But I see Viridian says in chat that it's unfavored versus monsters. I will agree with that.
But like it still has the tools to win, right? Like between...
It does still have the tools. Like if you can get like a turn 1 Tyvis Mog down, it can be like really awkward, like being forced to get the Mog off the board before you can commit to like a realm play or whatnot. But like the fire versions are running lots of like little pings that can just kill the Mog, and the lightning versions can just like either like Melusine steal the Mog and then follow up with the realm, or like just cloud the Mog off the board, or all sorts of stuff. But like if your opponent has to like spend Cloud LB to kill the Mog, that's good. Like you won that exchange, right? So, especially because they still can't search that turn.
Yeah, I'm just more so thinking like the fire like builds. Like you also have access to running even Cloud in that deck now, which kind of it's pseudo trades even with Realm, but doesn't quite. Especially if the Realm player can get some value out of the Tomos on the turn they play the Realm. But like you can still kind of like, okay, I'm gonna draw a card and kill your Tomos, and you got a 4K and I got a 9K. But yeah, it's like I don't think it's like its favorite matchup. If it could pick something it would play against, definitely isn't. I think like it really wants to run into like a bunch of Knights is probably the matchup it's most favored into, because just everything folds to Axstar in that deck. But
100%. Although I guess it's really hard for me to say that Warriors hasn't won a Materia Cup, I guess, when you consider that Ray was running Tyvis in his Knights deck.
Yep.
To win the mirror. So I guess I'm wrong. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Ray's just built diff with that deck.
Ray does not fear God. We'll leave it at that with the 24 Knights deck.
Yeah. Like sometimes. Yeah, Tyvis did win, so never mind. It still brought home a Materia Cup. And if you've seen Ray play his Knights deck, I've seen him turn 1 Larsa for Tyvis more than I think I've seen him turn 1 Larsa for Gorilla. He almost plays it more like a Warriors deck than a Knights deck. That just uses the Knights, like as you said, sometimes you gotta like find using Volker for like extra ceiling. That's kind of like what he's using Gorilla for. Like he does his Tyvis plays, and then like once Tyvis is like out of stuff to do, you like slam a Gorilla down. It's like, oh, now there's more stuff on the board.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like, it really is like that combination of Axstar being this combination of a fog and a deployment and a kill spell. It's just like it is a wild set of text they gave that card.
But the funny thing is, I don't think Axstar is broken. He's just good. Which it's insane that a card with that much text is still just completely fine.
Yeah. It's, if anything makes him good, it probably is just the Tyvus. But like Tyvus is just such an insane card.
But well, he was seeing play before Tyvus came out, right? Like
not very much. I mean, Megissa, but like Megissa. I was
gonna say there's this card named Megissa.
the tried and true fire 3-drops.
But yeah, I think he's mostly just held back by the fact that he's a light blue card, and there's this interesting thing where ice is this really awkward element where its main source of power that it brings to the table is resource denial. But most decks would rather run just resource generation for themselves rather than resource denial for their opponents. So like ice as an element doesn't offer as much as you'd rather just run water most of the time, right? Ice and water like fill like the same spot of like secondary element that gives you like resource generation / denial, and most people would just rather run the water cards.
Yeah. It turns out you can draw a card when you have 8 million cards in hand. You can't discard your opponent's cards if they have none in hand.
Exactly. You can't freeze them if they don't have any forwards on board, right? Or whatnot.
Yeah.
So the water cards are just more generally applicable.
Have you considered, though, making your opponent discard 5 cards?
Well, I mean, if you run the ice cards in your water deck like you were doing, then yeah, it's pretty good. I love Bunivels. They can just print anything on a Final Fantasy card, can't they? If it costs 7, like they can print some really immoral things on that card.
I mean, as long as you're ethically sourcing it, it's a fair card.
Yeah.
Don't ask what happens if you unethically source it, though.
One of these days, I'm going to use Red 13 to free cast a Bunivels, and I'm never going to forget it.
Well, apologies. We are still waiting just a little bit. I'm sure they're going to get the games on as quickly as they can.
Yeah. Yeah, we're sorry for the delay, but we don't know exactly what's going on in the shop. I'm sure they're probably getting pairings out soon. So, what other small talk can we talk about? Let's see. How are we feeling about the next set? Gunslingers in the Abyss. Is there any cards you want to talk about in there, Ghoul?
Yeah, no, I we were talking about this before the stream. I really love the box topper Vincent. I kind of wish it was even legal right now. I think it'd be a really interesting card in the current meta. Kind of hoses Knights, really good against Refia in a lot of ways. Super, super powerful. The first strike on, like first strike to me is such a fun keyword too. Like as far as like a defensive card, giving it first strike as well is so strong. Was reading it earlier. It does not target, so even like a Kuja doesn't just get to like dole it out of the way with the first strike. Like you're always like, eating something back from it.
Yeah, well, the 9K first strike is also quite nice against Unidex, right? Because they can't get him out of the way without targeting him to dull him. But if they target him to dull him, he just shoots and kills the Una.
The Una. Without it uses an auto, so I guess that like technically they could cancel it. But again, that's like 4 forwards dulled to just dull a single 9K.
Yeah, and like if you just pay 1 card, plus it just kills Una on entry, right? So that's really nice. Does all that without targeting, so Cecil doesn't protect. That's pretty juicy. We were just talking about, Refia decks and Warrior Blight decks. What do you think about the new Barts? Obviously, this wouldn't go in a Refia shell.
I'm not convinced it doesn't. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, the card is so good. Where the heck are you getting the crystals from? Like, well, the problem is I know where you're getting the crystals from in a Repia deck. The card's named Bart's. Like, if this was named, like, Soul or something, like, maybe you actually would run the Crystal Barts at that point. Like, okay, spend the 3, play this, you know, and go from, like, just keep spinning. But, like, man, the name is so weird with that. But, like, I still think Lucio is one of those cards that, like, there has to be a top tier deck with Lucio in it. Like, it just has to exist. Like, whether it's found or not, the card is so good, generates so many crystals, it gets to do so many dumb things that, like, just don't feel like they should be doable. Like, you start reading, like, the Lena, the Opus 15 Lena, and just say, like, ignore the crystals and the cost. And just say, when this card enters, play it forward to cost 3 and cost 2 from your breakstone, and realize how absurd that line of text is. And, like, Lucio just gets, like, lets you get to ignore all of that text. Lady Lilith, 2 CP, choose a forward. It's yours. Take it. No gives backsies at the end of the turn or anything. Like, that line of text, just like the 3 crystals just goes away if you have the Lucio on field, right? And now you have this, like, here's a 8 cost forward that draws 2 and plays one of the 2 cards it draws if it's a 3 cost character, which, like, there's no good 3 cost characters in the game. We definitely weren't talking about any of those in the stream before now. Like, there just has to be something that plays that card.
It completely whiffs. You still get both cards to hand.
Yeah, it still says draw 2. Do you know how hard it is to draw 2 in this game? Like, the best draw 2 card in the game right now is Luna Freya. That's like 7. Like, I guess, like, you could count, like, Glenn as like a draw 2, or like Warrior of Light as like a draw 2, but, like, it's like a very weird draw 2. Like, at worst, Bart's is a unconditional draw 2.
I mean, I can think of a certain 5 cost forward that draws 2 cards and then puts them straight to the field, but
even, like, that's kind of conditional in a way, too. Like, it is funny, like, Realm was seeing play in Water because she's the only draw 2 effect in the entire game that's, like, reasonably costed. Because she can pull out the Apollo and the Blue Worm, both of which draw a card. You paid 5, you develop 3 cards on the field and draw 2. Like, draw 2 is an effect they are very, very careful about in the game. And it's funny because some of the cards they printed it on have kind of gone on to be very, very, very strong. You talk about, like, cards like Alexander. We can sort of count Sildra as draw 2. Realm.
Yeah, it turns out drawing 2 cards in a game where every card in your hand is a resource is really good. This isn't like other card games where you need to, like, wait for, like, the next turn to, like, have the mana or the crystal points to cast the card. You can just do it right away and just slam all that stuff down. So drawing is directly
makes the skill ceiling so high too.
Ramp. No, I know. It's great. I love this game. I mean, there's a reason why every Materia Cup this year so far in North America has been won by someone who won a Materia Cup last year. Right? Like, these are established players who know the ins and outs of the games, and they can utilize that to, you know, get these micro advantages that put them ahead.
The only surprise Materia Cup winner was the New Zealand one, which had kind of that's the one brand new winner that I know of, because Jeremy, who won the one European Materia Cup that I know of, is the European Continental Champion last year too.
Oh, it was Jeremy that won?
I believe so.
I didn't realize it was Jeremy. I played against him at Worlds last year.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him that won. On Mono Earth, again, we talked about every Materia Cup has been won by a different deck in this format so far. Even if you count the Japanese Standard Championship, which is closer to a Continental championship than a Materia Cup level event. Yeah, Jeremy Clifton. That was the the European champion.
It makes sense. He is French.
Yeah. On Mono Earth. So, like, our winning decks, we have Refia for the Japanese Standard Championship. We have Mill in New Zealand. We have Knights Warriors in was it San Francisco or San Diego?
San Francisco.
San Francisco. Water Fire Monsters in Kansas. Water Lightning Monsters in Chicago. Like, so many decks are doing so many different things right now. It's kind of. I guess the 2 realm decks are the one outlier, I guess. But like they're doing different things.
They are doing different things, right? Like one of them is like a storm deck. That's goal is to just cast a bunch of characters and then like create an inevitability and just overwhelm the opponent with value. And the other one is like a mid-range aggro-y deck that's just looking to clear all of your opponent's threats and then just beat their face in with little hasters. So to even call them the same deck, I think would be incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, at least 20 of the cards probably are different.
Well, there's at least 20 purple cards in the deck, right? So
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, at least 20 cards are different in the decks. So it's like, outside of Realm, which, you know, obviously an absurdly powerful card.
Yeah. And even a lot of the water cards are different, too. They're running different backups and all that jazz. So I just want to see some gameplay. Cards.
We're excited.
Yeah. I mean, I was basically at my computer 2 hours ago being like, okay, let's go. I'm ready.
Let's not go there because I've had a long day today. So again, I came from an Australian LQ today and got home, got some dinner, had a nice time out with my wife for a couple hours, and then came back and started getting ready for this. It is I'm gonna have a very busy weekend.
Yeah. On the flip side, I just woke up Saturday morning and I am just been relaxing. I got a fan out to put next to my desk because there's like a heat wave going through the East Coast right now. So it's pretty hot out here. But I don't think you can hear the fan, which is keeping me nice and cool.
Well, we're going into our winter now, so it is cold and rainy and miserable.
Yeah, it was raining here earlier, but it stopped shortly before the stream went live, which is nice.
Yeah.
I do live in the city, and sometimes people on my road drive extremely noisily down the street on 2-wheeled contraptions. So hopefully that doesn't happen today during the stream, especially like during a hype moment. You just hear right down the street like while we're commentating. It doesn't happen every day. It doesn't happen often. But I have had it happen while I'm like recording stuff, and it's always annoying going like, well, that take is toast. Let's restart.
We went over predictions a little bit. Tori's kind of on the Refia train, thinking that like it's a really safe deck. Really, I mean, deck is just so strong. I said I think a unit deck gets over the finish line here, but I've counted. I think there are like 15 decks that can win a Materia Cup, and I really don't think that's an exaggeration. Like I literally like, you go down the list, and you know some of them might need a favorable bracket run or a little bit of luck, but like that's what tourneys are. Like you don't win Materia Cups without a bit of luck. Like there's just too many good players, and that's not to take anything away from winners or anything like that. You know, Tori's obviously an incredible player. Every winner that won, Viridian who won the last one. Ray, like you watch Ray play, he just sees lines that like just don't exist when I play those decks. But there still is a bit of luck that always goes into these tourneys. So
absolutely. We'd like to talk about how much skill, like we have been talking about how much skill there is involved in this game, but you cannot win a big event without, you know, the luck going your way, right? Like in Kansas, I didn't play against a single Knights player. It was great. Let me tell you what, it was so nice not having to play against Knights. That's just how tournaments are, and it's always that way. The thing is, there's skill in taking advantage of the luck you get, and that's really what it comes down to, right? Like when you have good variance, you got to use your skill to like ride that to the finish line, and when you have bad variance, you need to use your skill to try and prevent your opponent from winning any way you can. But
there's only so much you can do sometimes, because like there are games where you draw no backups in the top 15 cards of your deck, and your deck with 18 backups, and there are games where you draw 18 backups in your first 18 cards, and you're like, cool.
That's card games, baby. I always love it when my win condition is literally the bottom card of my deck. I had a game at locals last week where the bottom 7 cards had 2 Furions and 3 Witches. And I was like, great. That's exactly where I want my draw cards to be. On the bottom. So by the time you draw them, you can't even cast them because they will deck you out. Ugh.
It is a nice feeling sometimes, though, where it's like when you lose and you look at the rest of your deck, and your deck is just like, oh, well, on the bright side, there's just no gas left anyways. No matter what I did, I probably just wasn't going to win anymore.
Yeah. But, like, that's just the nature of how card games are. It's like, you gotta take the good with the bad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know if you mentioned, Daniel, but we have 102 confirmed players. Did you say that earlier?
I don't know if I did, but it's worth repeating. Okay. Yeah, we have 102 confirmed players. That puts us into the threshold for a top 32 tomorrow, I believe. Well, I think that's a record for a Dallas Materia Cup as well. I don't think we've ever had more than 100 players before.
I don't remember how many were there last year.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's a very solid turnout, which is exciting.
Although, hopefully, you know, if there's any people that play Magic the Gathering in the chat who just starting to like learn about the game, hopefully some of you can join us at future events and we can get a larger scene going, because as we mentioned, this game is really fun. Please play it. We're dying for more people. My locals, we recently got 2 new players, and a third one has reached out to us just this last week to potentially join as well. So like our scene's like growing. We're not quite as large as you with like your 20 or so players, but just 3 new people. We're almost doubling in size.
Now, if you happen to live in the DFW area, LSPB's locals days are Thursday and Saturday. There are like 16 to 20 players that show up just about every week. All skill levels. You can show up with no experience with the game whatsoever, purchase a starter deck. And I'm not going to promise you're going to win or do well, but I do promise you will have a great time and people will help you to learn the game, and you will come away wanting to play more of the game by the time you leave.
My locals, we do trial by fire, so I'm just kidding. We try our best not to bully the new players. But it's so sad because I had to put like all my decks into the deck boxes and like not look at them. I'd be like, okay, I'll play like ice or something. I honestly, with some of the new players, when they start playing, I just get like one of my draft decks out, and I just play a previous draft deck that I played, like some Materia Cup or whatever side event.
I used to have I used to have a mono wind commons and rares only deck, and the entire purpose of it was I had to try hard like crazy to have any chance at winning. But I could play against anybody and I probably would lose. It was great.
Yeah, it's fun with some decks. Even when you're losing, you're still just enjoying yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one day I'll actually bring out the real win deck to a Materia Cup, because like it's so fun just casting cards. So just putting cards on the table, activating effects, drawing cards, activating backups. Oh, I love activating backups. It's like candy. It's so sweet.
It is really interesting how Wind has kind of become the 2-deck deck at this point, because it doesn't conflict with very much, and the deck works really well with itself, and but it also has a really volatile matchup spread, which you can kind of mitigate in 2-deck. It's very hard to hide in 1-deck, and like there are lines that beat Knights and do well into Knights, but like it's still really scary, and you don't always get to see all the cards you need to do that. So for anybody that doesn't know, this is going to be single deck standard constructed. What that means is any cards that are released in the history of Final Fantasy TCG are legal at 3 copies, minus a very small ban list. 50 card deck, 8 card LB deck. They're also for very, very like special tournaments, namely Continentals and for Worlds. There's what's called 2-deck format, which is you have to build 2 separate decks that do not share any cards between them. So if you have 1 copy of a card in one deck, you cannot have any copies of it in your second deck. And some of the differences in format are really exciting as well. Both have their merits. I do really like the fact that like when you see a 1-deck tourney, you're seeing a lot of people that are just like deck specialists playing their very best deck. You know, when I see, and that's super cool because you don't see that to the same degree. And then, but like sometimes you look at like 2-deck formats and you'll see like this like really interesting adaptation in ways that decks are kind of meshed together in a way that you wouldn't expect. Big example that I can think of being Worlds last year, where Hara somehow managed to find 2 different water-fire decks, make them both work at the same time.
I don't know how he did that. Like,
I still don't know.
I'm still looking at his water fire list and going like the monster list and going like, brother, this is like half of the cards of this deck should not be here, but they were in the other list. My man was playing with no Lena. How do you play water fire and not run Lena? Oh, it's so painful, but he couldn't.
Yeah, he could.
Because he's playing with Refia. Like Refia just does not function on a fundamental level if you don't have Lena.
And that actually, people actually bring up a good point talking about. I mean, for onboarding the world champion decks that are even kind of being mentioned here. So anybody that doesn't know, I believe it's even just next month. They're printing the world champion deck as a like fully legal product. Like you can just go to an LGS, say I want that, and you get the world champion deck from last year, completely legal. Shuffle it up, play it, upgrade it, change it, swap the cards into other decks. 3 copies of, I know one of your favorite cards, and Clive in there. 3 Lenas, 3 Warrior of Light. Like, yeah, it is wild.
Full of amazing staples. And like, as we mentioned, like, every card is legal from like the history of time. Like, those cards aren't rotating out. And that deck will still be, those decks will still be extremely powerful when it comes out. So it's not like you have to worry about, oh, these are the cards from last year. By the time I get them, they'll be like out of date and bad. No, those cards will still be good, still be powerful, and still see play. We have cards from the very first set of the game still seeing play in modern Final Fantasy. So, looks like we just got pairings up. Is there anyone that you want to see, Daniel?
Yeah, I am trying to scout and see what looks good to me. There are quite a few interesting ones on here. Let's do. See if we can get. Ooh.
Oh, there's Sam versus Sergio.
I know Sam versus Sergio is really good. I like Key versus Kevin. Get some Dallas.
I was just about to say Kevin versus Key as well. Key's on an interesting deck today too.
I'd say KP versus Jeffrey Bacon. A lot of really good matchups actually. I imagine probably they just want to get going, so it might just be good to just throw a couple of.
Do you want to do Kevin versus Key? If we could do that one, because I know Key's on an interesting deck that we have not seen that much of.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's see if they can do that.
Plus, maybe he can get his nerves out of the way on stream.
Oh, actually, no.
Is there a better one?
We could do Dallas, DFW versus Houston.
Oh, that sounds better.
Anthony versus Ashcan. Now that I see it, that's Dallas versus Houston. That's for bragging rights.
Well, we gotta have the hometown matchup.
Yeah. And there's also a really fun rivalry between Dallas and Houston. Like very The communities work together a lot, but they're also very competitive. There was a huge matchups where like they had two players play 4 different decks against each other and try to like win. And like if a deck lost, it had like you would get 5 wins with 5 different decks against a different player from there. And like a bunch of Dallas and Houston players were doing it yesterday. It was super fun to see kind of the results from that kind of trickle in. Well, there really are a lot of players here, though. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Pairings are up, people are going to tables. We should be starting very soon. Do you have any idea of what either of these players normally play?
So Anthony has been known to play a couple of different decks. I've seen him play a lot of Chaos Arc historically, but I know Chaos Arc's kind of in an awkward spot right now. I really like my Mono Ice Chaos Arc, but I don't think Anthony really took to that. I know he was dabbling with the Wind Lightning Cadets, was the deck that he's been doing. He also had a tricolor Yuna, but like a slightly different build than the KP style. Like he was on like 10-ish backup still. So again, very, very strong deck, obviously. And I don't know as much about Ashcan, and I don't know what the decks to expect. Anthony also was pretty big into Scions. I could see that being another option Anthony would go with.
I mean,
and that is what we got. We did get the Anthony versus Ashcan.
Yeah, I'm sure chat would love to see Yuna on stream. I've only ever seen chat be, happy.
No. Chat is going to be excited for all the matches. We're going to get a lot of great matches. I do believe we even get backup feature matches as well. So if a game ends too quickly, we can always switch, which is great.
Oh, that would be great. So we're rolling dice and we're shuffling decks. So we have Ashcan on the right, Anthony on the left. I love this setup on the stream. This is my first time seeing it.
Yeah, no, the layout is so good here.
It's very cute.
So that looks like Soiree by Ashcan. And I did not get a good look. That looks like Cadets from Anthony. This is a pretty cool matchup, actually.
Cadets, we haven't really talked about Cadets yet on stream. Cadets is one of the new, I wouldn't necessarily say breakout hits from Tears of the Planet, but it is a deck that has greatly improved with the latest set coming out, and there's a lot of new cadet cards in Tears of the Planet. It's really fun, and it's something that I've been considering, pulling out and playing at locals.
Yeah, I think I have a lot of credit. Like, they've had an issue recently with a lot of cadet support where, like, it just doesn't feel constructed playable. I remember, like, Opus 21, the Ace came out, and the Ace read so insane. Like, it's just Furion. It is just Furion. Except the condition is, don't have 5 characters, find a single other playable cadet. And it just was not a second cadet that I wanted to play with it. And now it's like, you look at it, it's like Queen is a great card. Cater is a great card. And now you have this like Wind Lightning Shell, and it's cool because Wind Lightning isn't really an archetype that we've seen much of historically. And now the Wind Lightning Cloud is like, it's such a strong card, and it's so perfectly enabled by this Wind Lightning Cadets shell. It's so good.
Yeah, I had an LQ. I had someone search Aerith. Play the new LB Aerith to search, Wind Lightning Cloud from the deck, slam Slam Cloud on the board, and it killed Tidus and Magissa. And I was like, are you kidding me? That is not okay. You can't just do that.
You pop the Laswell and the Corilla, like, it's so powerful. And like Soiree is like, I think it's funny because Soiree were like a boogeyman back in the day, and now they're kind of a fan favorite. Like, it just kind of happens where it's like when a deck kind of was really good in the past, it kind of falls into the like perpetual like, no, I love my Soiree, I gotta see my Soiree. Like, it happens in so many different card games, but I think Soiree is probably like the most enduring archetype in Final Fantasy, almost like in Final Fantasy history at this point. Like up there with like YRP.
Yeah.
Like what YRP, I guess like wind casty stuff, but like that's not like an archetype in the same way that like Soiree is, right?
No, yeah. I could, if we get like another full year of Refia, I'd probably say Refia would be up there. But like the early like Warrior of Light decks, a lot of them weren't even running Refia. So it's like, it's definitely an interesting argument. I do know that playing against Soiree can be a little bit of a tilter because the deck is chock full of EX bursts. So you're playing against this mid-range deck that like you don't really want to hit ever, but like also you do, you know, like need to kill them eventually. But no, Soiree is still just a very fair Final Fantasy deck. Okay, looks like we're starting.
Yep,
Anthony, I guess, won the... Go ahead.
So Anthony kicking it off with 7. That's exactly where you want to be. Ditching a Seiss. Seiss, the card, does want a large quantity of cadets on field. Almost said Soiree, because it's got the on the brain, but we will be able to get that back with the tray if we really want to later on. I probably also wanted to... Oh gosh, that was not what I expected to see.
Yeah, why? No, don't. No. What did we do? Oh, no.
Askin woke up and chose violence today.
Oh, God. I thought you said this was a Soiree deck when you
I see an Irwin there. So anybody that doesn't know, that is Neo Exdeath. Neo Exdeath is one of the oldest boogeymans in the game at this point. Neo Exdeath has some, we'll call it fun lines of text, where you have to, at the end of your turn, sacrifice a character you control. And if you target Neo Exdeath, you have to sacrifice a character you control. And also Neo Exdeath is a 10k, so he's kind of hard to get off the field. But speaking of, here is that 60p Cloud being able to target the Neo Exdeath. We're just going to sack our tray and relatively cleanly outed, actually.
Yeah, I'm surprised we sacked the tray there. I'm like, if I were Anthony here, like I really value getting all those different cadet names on the board because a lot of the cadets have effects that are based on how many different cadet names you have. And the Cloud doesn't really do anything after he's entered the board. So like you could have easily just sacked your own Cloud and then kept both backups.
No, Neo Exdeath is just sacrificed to the break zone. They don't get RFG'd.
Yeah.
You're thinking of the other Neo Exdeath.
Yeah, the Earthy Neo Exdeath is the one that removes from play all of your opponent's non-backup characters.
Yeah.
So now that we've dealt with the Neo Exdeath jump scare, looks like we're going to start playing some more fair Final Fantasy. So we're going to Madame Edel for Elvis. It's not exactly what you want to see from Ashkan's side. You'd much rather see the 4-cost Earth backup. But sometimes you got to play what you draw.
Yep. It's kind of the awkward thing, and it's always been the case with Neo Exdeath. Very powerful card, especially if you get it, you know, in the exact situation Ashkan had. But if it gets outed, it's kind of a problem because you invest a lot into that, like kind of almost like a floodgate effect. This is an effect that kind of keeps your opponent from being able to play the game, but Anthony didn't really have to go too far out of the way. Like, he didn't want to really cast the Cloud there, but like, he definitely came out on top in the exchange.
I think it was actually a bit even though, right? Because Anthony chose to sack the backup, that backup cost him one crystal point and a card, which is around 3 crystal points. And then he also spent an additional 4 crystal points and a card to cast the Cloud. So that's like 7 crystal points and a card to trade with the card that you only spent 6 for. That's like not that bad. Now the Cloud's body on board is useful, but like the Soiree deck doesn't mind just taking points of damage. Like, you're full of EX bursts, right?
Yep. And to be honest, the Tyro now getting the Zidane, I'm a known Zidane hater. I'm going to get that out of the way with. But this is really scary for Anthony. This puts a lot of pressure to kind of... Anything in his hand is pretty much use it or lose it at this point, right? Like, you just have to kind of expect that. We are going to get Deuce, which is going to target the Seiss. That's going to bring her back. It's going to be able to break a 4 cost. It's going to target the Madame Edel. And that is going to take her down. We have 2 cards in hand. Ashcan, I believe, is on 3. We should be able to get a punch in here with the Cloud if we're not scared of a burst.
We might be scared of a burst, though. Let's see.
I'm trying to think what are we thinking about in the LB deck?
I don't know. I don't think I'd want to use anything in the LB deck yet. I'd like to save that because when this Zidane hits the board, he was a lot. We're just dodging these bursts, but Zidane was a lot scarier when there was no LB answers, but also the fact that we didn't sacrifice our Cloud might be biting us right now because we really wanted this Cloud off the board so that way we could LB a Cloud next turn to deal with the Zidane. But having that name clash, it might be a bit awkward here.
So I guess we're just deciding, okay, you're going to have the Zidane in hand. I'm just going to go to no cards in hand, rip the 2 Madame Edels from the break zone, and nice Zidane. I don't know how much I really like that. Now Anthony's kind of shields down for like anything. Like if Ashcan finds exactly Shantoto here, well, that's another option that could have shown up. We're on 2 Neo X-Death even. That is wild.
We also discarded Amber to do that, which is really interesting. Amber can search Edel, correct?
Yeah, we're down to 1 Edel left. But maybe we're kind of feeling under pressure because of the... Like, there's 3 forwards. We want to get something down and in the way. Anthony does not have a lot of outs to the Neo X-Death at this point, but the problem is, for Ashcan, is Anthony can just start sacking backups if he really wants to.
But the other thing is, though, Ashcan might just be saying, you know what, there's tons of burst left in my deck. Like, Neo X-Death can, like, block 1 hit. The Wind Lightning deck doesn't have many ways to, like, finish off that damage. And outside of, like, Cloud, who's already currently on board, they don't have many ways of killing just large guys, right? Maybe there's, like, a free cast Alexander in Anthony's deck, but we know that Anthony just went completely handless. It's a very low chance that he draws an out in one of those 2 cards. And so he might just be relying on the fact that this Neo X-Death is just going to survive a couple turns, and we'll just give him just enough time to survive before Anthony can kill him.
But LB6 for Edge.
Edge. Ooh, that is spicy.
That is going to hurt, though. Like, it is going to deal with the Neo X-Death, but we're going to sack 2 forwards in the process, and those forwards probably don't even get in for damage. I mean, I guess we could sack the Edge here. Like, we get attack with the Seiss, sack the Edge, and then we still get 2 points of damage in. We're looking at backups. I really don't... I kind of wonder if Anthony is just under-prioritizing these backups. He's seeing the line that I am. He's sacrificing the Edge here. So that's going to deal with the Neo X-Death. It's expensive. I don't think he's happy to do it.
Yeah.
But there is the Tyro. This could get us the Edel, potentially. And we have the Amber in the break zone, which means that we're just water or wind access away from casting a Warrior of Light, potentially.
Yeah. We could also... The Demon. Okay.
And no cards. The Demon is another kind of, like, must-answer, like, Omega threat.
Yeah, we will be going up to 4 cards in hand, so we will be able to pitch 2 cards, slam the Demon, and then, like, kill Seiss, remove the whole break zone, or kill Cloud and kill the whole break zone.
I kind of feel like you want to leave this Cloud on field as long as possible, although, because Anthony has also now used both Gilgamesh and Edge, we can't Aerith LB to go get a Cloud in a situation where we really would want one.
No, we can't. He only has 2 LB left, right? Or is it...
It's 2 LB left, so I think we can Gilgamesh one more time, or I guess like a Zidane might be in the LB deck. We could also have like a Nyx, I suppose, would be a pretty common one you might see.
Okay. Yeah, Nyx is reasonably common, but he doesn't feel great to play on the sports state right now. That's what's coming down.
We're going in for the last one. It is the Zidane that's going to mill 2 cards from Ashcan. If they're the same element, then Anthony's going to be able to draw a card. Looks like Anthony is explaining it now. But, like, Soiree is not a deck that oh my god, that is a horrible mill for Ashcan, though. That is the 3rd Madame Edel, and 2 of them are removed from the game. And there's the Alexander! Are you kidding me?
This man is built it. And another dodged burst. So Ashcan's really in the back foot. He's 2 cards in hand, and he is dead on board if he does not deal with these threats.
We haven't used Limit Break yet. I imagine Soiree is a great Lunafreya deck.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know, I don't see a Brynhildr. Like, Brynhildr would be what we really want to hit off of Lunafreya, I feel like. You know, kill the Zidane, draw a card.
I think we saw Lev 6 in there earlier. Lev 6 would also be really good, right? Because you get to bounce the cloud. And
pick up a Warrior Light.
Pick up a Warrior Light, or maybe, I don't know if there's a Vesvia on the break or not. But I'm thinking we're going to be seeing, sorry, I meant to say bounce today, not bounce cloud. But I'm thinking we're going to see a Lunafreya come down here.
It's either Lunafreya or like a Vajradhara Wu.
Kuja. That I did not expect.
It does answer the immediate problem. It does not keep him alive if Anthony, I think, top decks. I think Seiss wins the game.
Yeah, Seiss is game, I believe, right? Because
you pay 1 for Seiss, and then you.
Well, no. So even if you pay 1 for Seiss, even though you can haster using the 7 in the backup line. Okay, there's no way you block this and then you dole.
I guess you could block with Kuja and then dole another one. You're right. Yeah.
Why didn't we block?
Must have just missed the line there. And kind of tunneling on having the Kuja.
Yeah, this damage has been extremely unfortunate for Ashkan here, but yeah, he really if he just blocked with Kuja, would have killed the Zidane, and he just would have taken no damage there. But Anthony also messed up. He should have attacked with the Cloud first. To prevent Ashkan from being able to take that line.
It's kind of half a dozen of the one, like if Anthony attacks in the right order, Ashkan can't make that play.
Yes. So we ended up where we should have been anyway. But it's just...
Oh my god, Lunafreya reveal Leviathan. Right on time. That's where you wanted those bursts to be.
Yeah.
Well,
we're grabbing Leviathan, right?
Yeah,
like,
we don't have a choice. Like the time for Amber is past, especially with no Madame Edels left in the deck as well. So we have to go Leviathan. We can pick up the Une is probably the best return to hand here. It kind of gives us a good play for next turn. I don't know how happy we were to bounce the Cloud, but Vesvia, okay.
Vesvia. We don't really have the Soiree count I would like for her, but she still draws a card and is a body.
Oh, Zane actually has bonus text, I think. That might be correct. Yep, Zidane has text.
Right.
Yep. Thank you, chat.
I forgot. Thank you. That makes a lot more sense.
Thank you, chat.
I was playing that card in Chicago.
I was too.
I completely forgot.
There's our Cater, just a nice free 2 CP forward. And that's 5 cadets on field, by the way. These Seisses are going to go pretty crazy. That is a Jack with 5 cadets. That's a break of a forward. And that's with two left, right? So we dole the Cloud, and then we can haste in the Jack for game, right?
Yeah, or the Cater, yeah.
And that is game.
That was quick. It's crazy. This was not what I was expecting round 1 to be.
No, when I saw Soiree, I did not expect to see the immediate Neo X Death as the answer. Wow.
It looks like Ashkan did not realize that 7 had the ability to dull 2 cadets to give a forward haste.
Very, very powerful. Like, almost single-handedly, between 7 and Queen, kind of bringing this archetype that really has not seen any competitive relevance since, like, Opus 3 almost. Like, it is a very old deck. And just giving it a brand new life. Like, it's super cool seeing, like, this legacy support. Just, yeah. And, like, in Wind Lightning of all places, like, it was, like, always this, like, awkward tricolor deck as well. Cause, like, wanted to be in Wind, and wanted to be in Fire, and wanted to be in Lightning, and, like, it's so streamlined now thanks to just being in the 2 colors.
Yeah, sadly, they did print a bunch of the Fire support in the new set, and it's not really seeing as much play because there's just not as much reason to be in Fire compared to Wind and Lightning. But if you really want to, you still can just play like the Fire cards. But like I personally like going down to just 2 colors because, man, bricking on colors is just so sad.
I mean, the nice thing is that, like, the best of the Fire cards are also just generic too. Machina is just a good generic LB. And Ace is a really good Fire card, as it turns out. And
yeah, well, when he's free at least, yeah. The only sad thing is there's only 2 Fire cadet backups, and one of them is named Machina. So you're in this awkward situation if, like, you want to run the Machina LB to help boost your cadet count, but also you want the Machina backup to boost your cadet count, and it's like you just get torn.
Yeah, the names are awkward as well, because, like, Cater's another one, like, it's one of your Fire backup options, but you want to play the Cater forward. Yeah, it's...
Okay, I forgot about Cater. I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm not playing the Cater backup. I'm playing the Cater forward if I'm playing cadets.
and yeah, there's 2 Ace backups as well.
Ace, yeah. Let me rephrase this. I tried building Fire cadets, and I was like, I'm not playing any of these that are not named Machina or Deuce. The name clash is awkward. It's the same deal with other archetypes too, with the awful name clash. It's just like, wow, I really want to play this card named Mira, but you know, I have other card named Mira in my deck. And there can only be one.
Imagine if the Opus 23 Lightning was not named Lightning.
Wait, which one was Opus 20? Talk about the Earth Lightning?
No, the Ice one. Backup.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking that's Opus 24 was the Earth one. Yeah, that card would be a lot better if it was not named Lightning. It's so funny. They printed a card that's like, this card's really good if you have a bunch of Cat 13 forwards in your deck. And you're like, you know what other card would be really good if you had a bunch of Cat 13 forwards in your deck? The Light Lightning, the card the whole deck is built around. It'd be like if they printed a 3-cost Fire forward that's like, if this card is played by an ability, you win the game. And they named it Megissa. You'd be like, really? You're really doing this to me? So that was an incredible round 1. Neo X Death was not on my bingo card for the tournament.
I can see the lore though. Like, if you think about it, a lot of what you need to do if you expect a lot of Yuna is you need to find either something that is an action ability, because Yuna can't tax action abilities, or it needs to happen in the end phase. And everything Neo X Death does happens in the end phase. So if your opponent is trying to build characters and doesn't have removal for this big 10k that they can't target, they're going to kind of just fold to the card. It is really powerful in that matchup.
And as we were mentioning earlier, we were talking about the Vincent, right? And how we mentioned that, like, it's a big boy that's like, it's really annoying for the Yuna deck to get out of the way, because anytime they target it, it just kills the Yuna. X-Deck does, like, pretty much the exact same thing, where he's just a big boy sitting on the board that can block anything, and if they want to kill him, or, like, if they want to dull him out of the way with Yuna, that targets, which triggers him, which forces the opponent to sacrifice a card.
Yeah, no, I understand the idea. I think that maybe 2 was a little ambitious, especially in a deck with 3 Tyro. You can kind of take a lot of liberties with decks when you give yourself that space, but the classic downfall of Neo X Death is that when you draw Neo X Death, you have to play Neo X Death, and sometimes your opponent kills Neo X Death, like, really easily.
Yeah. Like, the games that Neo XF ones are very funny. It's like, he just takes over the game. Something that we've been like messing around with though is instead of running Neo X-Death, you can run Lightning X-Death also as an answer to Yuna. He does a lot of the same stuff, where during the end phase he gets to remove a guy each turn, and he's just a big boy. He does take a little bit longer to get going online though.
Yeah, and the problem with him as well against Yuna is you get to get the cards removed from the game, and then Yuna can cancel the auto that removes the cards from the game.
Yeah, it's very sad. It looks like we might be going over to our backup stream match between, looks like, Bo and Todd.
I see we have the deck list there. I'm not sure if we are going to jump over to it or not. They might have finished already as well.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, nope, they're still going. Alright, so we have Bo and Todd. Jumping in mid-match is always interesting. Looks like Todd is on Refia. I see a good number of backups there and 5 damage. And it looks like a Water Lightning Monsters from Bo.
So, Damage 5 Refia is very scary.
Yeah, that is...
It looks like... So we're doing Arc for Refia. You hate to see it as the monster player. Not many monsters from Bo's side. I'm assuming the Shantoto dealt with most of them. Ooh.
And no Mothflasher in deck. Like, not even an attempt to search the deck. And that's a Refia spin on the Lightning. This is kind of right where Refia wants to be. Yeah, that Shantoto looks like it really ate the Water Lightning monsters. Just completely alive here.
Yep. And we put that Lightning into damage. That's not where she's supposed to be. She wants to be in the break zone.
Kind of an awkward situation as well, because even like another Water Lightning doesn't get through Refia, Arc, Kryl, Sarah. Like it's
if you were to... Well, the nice thing about Water Lightning here, right, is that on entry, you can, like, target, like, Refia, and at that point, they have to commit right then and there if they're going to use the spin, because if not, they will no longer have the Warrior of Light count.
Yeah, it's use it or lose it, for sure. Doesn't look like we've used much of our LB deck. We can still, like, cloud the Refia. Like, you never feel good doing that. Like, it's not your favorite.
But this Water Lightning list is all the way up to 5 backups, which is pretty rare for Water Lightning. So, like, he's gonna have more resiliency in, like, having just the cards to, like, cast things later in the game. And
that's a Siren and the Water Lightning. Those are some really premium cards in the matchup, actually.
Yeah. So we're starting with the Siren.
We're discarding the Lightning. We have another play we're excited about. I'm really surprised. Like, I would have just like windmill slammed the Lightning on the Refia and said, let's just deal with one less of this card over the course of the game.
Well, there might be a Water Lightning in the... I'm just going to call it multi-Lightning from now on, by the way. There might be a multi-Lightning in the break zone. And in that case, we might just want to get the RFG Lightning in there, so that way we can start bringing her back using her action ability. Is there one in there?
I don't think so.
I don't see one.
Interesting.
No, there is not. There's... Now, we can't see the removed from game, so we don't know if he's, like, already removed a bunch.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. Looks like... Is that 2 Ferrises removed from the game? Like, is that a well-timed Gilgamesh earlier to cut both Ferrises or something, it looks like? Aaliyah, we're going to draw a card here. I really would have liked to just seen that, like, the Siren into Lightning. You know, you're still down on 4s at that point. Get rid of the Refia. Dare Bo to spin.
Hitting Odin off the top. I'm surprised we committed to the Siren first. Like,
I don't mind the Siren. I think the Siren, if you go Siren into Lightning, then you kind of also can protect the Lightning from the Refia spin, and kind of can threaten to do some damage this turn. So we've used, it looks like a Gilgamesh. This is a Leo. So we should still have, LB4 left.
So looks like there is a Tidus. The thing is, if we Tidus and he Refias in response, and the Siren whiffs.
Oh, we're gambling.
We're not.
We're going to Cloud. Okay, Cloud. Let's see if the Tidus would have worked. Bo is going to go for the spin on the Siren. We're going to use the Siren in response. It is a Witch of the Fens.
Well, that is unfortunate. Especially when our deck is already this small.
Yeah, that's going to make things a little bit harder. No LB deck, though. Bo does have to find a way to get a Refu back into play. I don't know if I saw a Cryo backup. There is no Cryo backup.
I'm surprised we didn't commit this this Malboro to the board, but maybe we were trying to threaten a Lena special. But I'm not sure what we would be bringing back.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, you could bring back the multi-lightning, dole forward, draw a card, kind of threaten lethal that way.
There's no multi-lightning in there.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know that.
So we could, if he managed to get another Refi on board, like, you could maybe try to multi-lightning to...
Well, I mean, that's a pretty good... Now we're kind of glad we didn't put the Marlboro, because we could pop it with the Cloud, potentially. I think that would feel pretty bad. So, playing a Cloud here. We're going to shoot the Cloud and probably rip, I imagine, that Water Lightning out. But again, Bo is in a bit of an awkward spot here. I don't know how many ways Bo is going to have to get back Refia into play, especially without Elena.
Yeah, because he used up his whole LB deck on that Shantato, he doesn't have access to Noctis to just pull her back at any time he wants.
So we're looking for 2 cards to rip to draw a card. So Cloud, very powerful legend from Tears of the Planet. You have 4 modes. You get to pick 2 of them. Choose a forward, you do it 8k damage. You get to choose a monster and break it, which is very exciting. Fire's never had clean monster removal before. Or good clean monster removal, I suppose. It's probably more accurate.
Yeah, this is free to slander.
You choose 2 cards, your opponent's breaks on and remove from the game, which is the second mode we're choosing here. We're going to shoot the Cloud and remove 2 cards and breaks from the game. Final mode, you can play a Cat 7 character of cost 3 or less from your hand onto the field. Very powerful. Or 4 or less, right? Yeah, you can play the Zac.
I don't think we drew into Refia, so we're still struggling a bit there. Water Lightning, we don't quite know exactly what cards he has left in deck, but presumably there's still 2 copies of the multi-lightning in his deck, and pairing that with cards like Odin and whatnot, he can potentially still crack through and get these couple last points of damage, depending on what's in Bo's hand.
Yeah, this game is not over.
Yeah.
A Shinryu. Wow, okay.
Well, that's one way to kill a Leo.
Yeah, that is, that Leo is like, yeah, sure, that...
Wait, there was a Moth Slasher? What?
Okay.
Todd. Why? What? Why didn't we Moth Slasher search earlier?
Huh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
This is not a great place for the monster player now. Those were not great draws and not great damage.
Yeah.
We can potentially use both Odins to kill 2 forwards to stay alive for 1 more turn, but like that's not ideal. Like, staying alive isn't what Water Lightning wants to be doing. It wants to be murdering you.
Notably, everything's out of Cloud range as well.
Well, does he even have any LB left? I thought he used the rest of it on Cloud.
You're great. Yeah, it's LB4, so Cloud. It's right, Gilgamesh plus Leo and Cloud.
we're playing Black Knight. Okay, so we're gonna Lena special, I guess, targeting the Witch.
So that's gonna get us the ability to draw a card. We can do 7K, but 7K doesn't kill anything.
Yeah, but sadly,
We have the Marlboro.
Ideally, he's trying to draw a water card here, so
We
that
got
he
one.
can play the Marlboro in his hand. Okay, there we go.
So we can take out 2 things here with the Witch on Bo's turn. But that's not enough either, is it? We're on damage 5.
Yeah.
We have an Odin in his last card in hand, I believe. Oh man, I might have preemptively fired the Marlboro to stop
Yeah,
this.
I know.
Are we going for deck out? Maybe that's the play now. Just let the Shinryu deck out.
I don't think that's a strategy. Okay, so we're
shooting it. Okay, so we are going to take it out.
Yeah, well, we have to use the Witch here to stay alive. And there's a Kukulin currently on the stack targeting the Witch, I believe. So before that resolves, we need to use all of our Witch effects.
What?
Now, if we have...
What? Oh, okay. Bo jumped the gun on drawing the card there, I think.
So yeah, we have to sacrifice both monsters now,
Yeah.
or else we will not be able to do it for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, I think
And
Todd
now-
is explaining the stack a little bit. So we're gonna get an attack in with the Arc. It's gonna be a Marrow Web. We have to Odin here with the last... Oh my goodness, the Mist Dragon last card in hand.
And that's gonna be game. Yeah, that was pretty rough for the monster player. We didn't get to see the earlier points in the game where he was able to like put all the damage in. But look at those bursts on the Refia side.
That's
Nonsense.
That is what Refia does.
Brynhilder, King Tycoon, Lena, first 3 damage. Just shoot me. Just oh my god, take me behind the shed. If that happened to me. Oh. Okay. Welcome back.
Oh yeah, it is. We are back on us. 2 really interesting games. It's like I said, I'm still. I don't know what it is with Dallas as well. Dallas has had, I think, the most iconic Neo X death moments in any. I think probably the funniest thing that I ever remember happening was I was doing commentary for the 2023 Materia Cup in Dallas, I want to say. And I remember we put Dragoons on stream in Top, or it was either in the first round of Top Cut or whatever, and I think it was first round of Top Cut. And I remember Travis looking at me and going, Ghoul, why is there a Neo X death on the Dragoon player side of the field now?
People love that card. The effect is honestly extremely funny. Just forcing your opponent to sacrifice a character every turn, it just feels good. And then targeting it feels so bad because it just speeds up the clock that it just eats everything that you have. Oh, it's so juicy. But it's a little bit of a sad card, as we just saw. It's like sometimes it just dies, and he needs to trigger at least twice, I feel, in order to really be worth it. And if he only gets one thing before he goes poof, it's just a card. But that was like I said, that was not on my bingo card. I was not expecting Soiree versus Cadets in the Year of Our Lord 2025. The second match, a little bit more standard. I will say a little bit more standard. It's a bit of a shame we didn't get to see the earlier parts of the match, so we could really get a good idea of how the board state got to the point it was in.
Yeah.
But definitely an interesting match there at the end still. Like, those lines to, like, try and stabilize, only to end up losing to the Mist Dragon anyway, was, like, sad, but, like, funny.
I will say, like, it's interesting because it shows the adaptation the Refia list is starting to go with. Like, it's trying to tech for the Yuna metagame. We saw the Shinryu there in a matchup that really didn't want to be in hand. We saw the Cloud, which is showing up to try to combat these Water Lightning decks that, like, historically, like, last set Water Lightning was not the deck that Refia wanted to play against. It was kind of fast, kind of evasive, difficult to deal with. Like, the burst didn't really do what you wanted to in the matchup. And like the only monster the deck could afford to run was the Shantoto LB, which still devastating if it resolves against a realm player. I'm sure you can attest to that.
Yeah. But like also, Bo's running 2 copies of the Alexander, the free cast break monster draw card. Like, this man came prepared for this matchup. And it's funny because like a year ago, no one was touching that card in Refia rather, but with the way that the meta has progressed, people have decided that no, we cannot allow these monster players to do whatever they want whenever they want it anymore. Like, we have to be able to stop it at some point.
Part of it, I think, also comes down to kind of just the shifts in the dominant decks as well. When you expect the dominant aggro deck to be Knights, Alexander actually has a lot of implications against Knights in a way that like maybe wasn't anticipated previously. It doesn't have the magical EX in the corner that you kind of want against aggro decks, but like when like a lot of the biggest aggro decks in the format right now are playing 5 costs with Gorilla, or maybe like a 7 cost with a Giga Wall, or a Tyvis, for instance. Tyvis is a card that historically has actually been a bit of a pain point for Refia, getting it off the field before turn 2, turn 3, without having to resort to like a Shantoto. I could see that card, being really solid now. It just has so many applications against the other best decks in the meta. Now, it does have its dead matchups, of course, but...
Yeah. I mean, one of the big ones last format was, of course, the Turbo Chaos deck. That was extremely popular. There was no targets in that deck for Alexander, other than, like, what, a Lunafreya LB or something?
Yeah, Lunafreya LB.
So that Chaos restriction is just doing work and helping these Refia decks now, like, prepare and for the rest of the meta, which they couldn't really do before. Like, Refia used to have such a big issue with monsters.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, Refia as a deck really doesn't have a very large engine, if you think about it. Like, a very large number of cards that like it is forced to play. Like, it's like 3 Refia, the 2 Ferris. People are shaving Arc down to 1 now. 3 Lena, 3 King Tycoon, 3 Kryl, and then like 2 or 3 Lunith, some number of Sarah FFL, and that's kind of like all you directly need, right? I guess like 3 Tyro normally. Oh, 3 Warrior Light. But like, you have like 20 tech slots to kind of play with in that. And we've seen innovations like KP's List at Worlds that was on stuff like Clive and Ifrit with like Cecil to try to protect it. You see stuff like Air's List that's like on 25 backups trying to like combat specific aggro metas. Like, the deck is really flexible in what it can do, and now we see it like kind of become this like, it's got to take out monsters. It just has to. You cannot ignore monsters in the current meta. Really interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's like what's the name of the ship?
Ship of Theseus, you're thinking?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was Theseus, but didn't want to be wrong. Like, the deck is constantly evolving and changing and like swapping around, but like it's still like at its core, you can recognize the deck for what it is, and that's one of the strengths of being a 4-color deck. By having 4 different elements of the deck, you just have all the tech cards from 4 different elements to work with, and it allows the deck to just constantly be modified and changed and really be like retrofitted for whichever player wants it to be. Like, every Refia player can have like this is my Refia list. Yep. And like it can like represent you as a player. It's really cool.
Yep.
So I believe we should be like, time definitely has been called by this point. Hopefully the round will be ending soon, and then we can get to next round.
Yeah, looks like we are a couple of stragglers. I know. Yeah. If the timer was correct on stream, it was towards the end of that last game it was called, so probably just a couple stragglers. So anybody that's not familiar, Final Fantasy has pretty simple time rules. Usually you can't go too long past them. It's the classic kind of turn 0 as soon as time is called. 3 turns to finish, so 1, 2, and 3. If the game does not end in that time frame, it is a double loss, and both players are awarded a loss. There is no draw in Final Fantasy. There is no incentive to go to time whatsoever. You want to avoid it if at all possible.
Yeah, it says draw on the sheet, but that is not how it is tabulated. It is 100% a double loss, and so we usually try to recommend people to figure out a way to not have that happen. But, sometimes it happens, and it's unfortunate.
Play your games in a timely manner.
Yeah, there's more than enough time to finish a single game in 30 minutes, usually, if both players are playing at a reasonable pace. But occasionally, sometimes you have awkward draws, no one can find a clear way to victory, and it just happens. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Someone gets in a tank in a really complicated turn. Plenty of times that's happened. Thankfully, I've pretty much been able to avoid double losses for most of my Final Fantasy career, but had a couple of very close calls, admittedly.
Yeah, I've luckily never double lost. I have conceded at the end of time, and I've had other people concede to me, which I'm always very grateful for. But it is what it is.
Yep. I see we have our promo hanging out. So again, every entrant, at least the first 100. I don't know if we had more, but Gate got the full art Leo in his bathing suit, sailor suit glory.
Yeah, I don't remember him being in that outfit when I played My Life as a King 15 years ago, or whenever it came out as a WiiWare game. But that was certainly an interesting art they chose for one of the best cards they ever printed.
Hilariously, Leo quietly might have just the best suite of cards in there. He has a lot of really powerful cards.
He's a protagonist. He deserves it. He's a main character, like Cloud and Squall, right? I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten a Squall LP yet, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, oh gosh. You just reminded me, some of the LBs that are revealed for next set are very scary. By name. Refi LB?
What are you thinking of?
And Lightning LB.
Well, the names are scary. I thought you meant we knew the effects already. I was like...
No, just the names.
On one hand, those are cards that have had, extremely powerful cards before. But on the other hand, name clash. So, the awkward thing is, how good does Refia LB need to be to see play in Refia decks?
I mean, the other thing actually that might end up happening is that the Loth Refia, the one time she was printed, did not come through as a Warrior of Light.
That's true. The WAF cards often don't have their own their normal category, and they often don't have their normal jobs.
Yeah.
So that could be interesting.
Yeah, either it could be generic or it could be WAF support, although WAF support in Water would be a weird one. There's not a lot of WAF characters in Water. Just Quattro Queen, I think, for the most part, right?
And Refia. But yes.
Oh yeah, and Refia.
When we got the Refia that could play WAF characters from the breakdown, I immediately went, okay, let's check Materia Hunter and FF decks. What WAF water characters are there? And it was just Quattro Queen. I was like, wow, this is not useful yet. But hopefully one day, because there's some pretty messed up WAF cards.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew, there's this WAF card named Princess Goblin. Pretty good. There's a bunch of them. There's some Rains that are really good. They've got some Lons that are good. There's just lots of random monster support in WAF for reasons that I don't know. I've never actually played World of Final Fantasy. I don't know. Are we playing with the monsters? Are we petting them?
It's a bit like Pokemon. You kind of capture them in a way, and they kind of fight with you. But yeah, for lore reasons, characters in WAF are not. There's simultaneously not the original character, which is why they don't have their normal categories. But also in this they come through with their normal names. Kind of an interesting like, yeah, there's some really messed up WAF cards for sure. Some missing characters as well. If we are getting WAF support next set, Princess Sarah, a name that is very relevant, that we could be getting a WAF art of at some point. I think that's one of the big WAF arts that's missing.
Do we have a WAF Warrior of Light either?
There is a WAF Warrior of Light art. There is not a WAF Warrior of Light card.
Okay, because like Princess Goblin is a WAF card that searches for 2 specifically named characters, neither of which are currently in WAF, and it's just like, what are we doing here? I don't understand. I was so confused when she came out, and it was like, I don't know what the lore targets for this are, because they clearly are not in the game. So hopefully we get those eventually. I would like to see what they do for that.
Yeah, so we'll see, I guess. Maybe as soon as next set, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if we're getting WAF Refia, you never know. I do love some of the WAF chibi arts. They're very cute.
Actually, the original art too, like the Tama that's seeing a bit of play now, and the Charlotta that goes with it, or they're not Charlotta.
There is a WAF Charlotta, but
there is a WAF Charlotta. She's the warp one.
Seraphy,
yeah. So we have pairings for our next round. Let me take a look and see if there's any matchups that immediately pop out. I think this is the same round. I just got uploaded, isn't it? Yeah, this is the same. This is the same pairings. Unless I'm opening the wrong one.
One moment.
Oh no, never mind. I opened the wrong file apparently.
No, yeah, for me it opened the. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. Some nice matchups. I see Tristan versus Jeff Curran. That'll be a nice match. See if I can find some local blood still. What if we could do Asa versus Kyle Peters? That might be a good one.
That sounds fun.
Kyle Peters, obviously no stranger to high-level Final Fantasy play. Asa, though, is some local blood. Actually, I know the deck he's on. I'm not going to say anything just in case the stream is something that can be heard in the room. But it could be a pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah. There's a lot of names I do not recognize. I'm going to have to trust you on all these DFW players on who would give us a good, nice stream game.
So I guess the it'll be interesting because we've seen some pretty specific decks from KP as well, but KP also is known to innovate a little bit, or not a little bit, quite a bit. Was kind of the first person to popularize the Water Lightning, among other decks. So we could be seeing something new. Could be seeing him adopt different decks from other places. Should be really interesting to see.
Yeah, when I spoke with him at Chicago, he was saying that he's thinking that the current version of the Univikings that he was playing is like nearing the end of its meta lifespan. I believe he thought that the meta was going to adapt, and then would need to adapt in return to continue to have relevance. And I think we've seen a bit of that with the Cat 4 deck, popping up and becoming very popular. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was on the Cat 4 unit instead of over his, traditional Viking build. But I would expect KP to be on some very nice nonsense. He likes his fast decks, let's put it that way.
He does like his nonsense, but again, he very much was one of the first people to popularize the Water Lightning Realm deck in Opus 24 format. So I wouldn't. I mean, the deck plays fast, and I imagine KP, knowing him, he's going to play it very aggressively. But like, that's not necessarily a deck that is trying to beat your face in or anything like that. So.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. I'm not at all trying to insinuate that he is only
obviously
aggressive decks. I'm just that he has a penchant for.
Okay, he has a type.
People. Yes.
he has a type for sure.
Yeah, he's gonna enjoy doing that. Okay, so
looks like we are all heading off to our tables now. So it should not be too long. We are gonna have a lunch break after round 3, by the way. We did get the news on that. Good for the players. Probably good for Tori. Not so good for your boy.
Yeah, it's because that's gonna be, even pretty late for lunch over here on the East Coast. How are you holding up, Daniel?
I got some adrenaline going right now. It's helping quite a bit. I'm having a great time. Hanging out with you, hanging out with chat. Trying to be upbeat and excited. But yeah, it is for the curious. 3:20 a.m. here on Sunday.
We're gonna need you to stick around for at least 2 more hours. You think you can do that?
Yeah, I got this.
Okay, gotcha.
So, no, like I said, I really am happy that Lisa and Steven, everyone at LSPB, really wants me to be doing commentary. They could be getting anybody, like, seriously. And they said, no, we want to make sure Daniel's still able to do this.
Oh, yeah.
So
and I'm very grateful to be invited back another year. Is there any person you want on table B, Daniel?
I didn't have a name in mind. If they want to just put somebody. Let me take another look real quick. Okay, cool. They got it. So there's some good matchups. Not a lot that I'm seeing. Like, it's like immediately like, no, we should put this on. But
yeah,
so I'll let them wanna.
Yeah, I mean, like, they have access to the deck lists, so
yeah,
like, we can only pick people based on the names. Like, we don't. But they can actually look through the deck list and go, oh wait, or they're in the room, they can see someone playing something spicy and be like, you know what, that person should be on table B.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, looks like they're all sitting down. It should be
what
starting relatively soon. This is a pretty quick timing between rounds, which is great. So that we can get through this day efficiently. Okay.
All right.
For a different element each round? That's great. So we start off with fire. This is the ice round.
Oh, we're even going in binder order. That's.
Like I said, I didn't think about that. Yeah, ice is second, huh?
Yeah. So we should be getting wind next, right?
Ew.
I'm a wind Andy. I love my wind deck still. There's nothing I like better than some retainer storm.
Yeah. I'm surprised we should have saved Asa for a round where it was Earth, but
I understood that reference.
I imagine most of chat won't.
Okay, so I can go ahead and spoil it. Asa is on a version of Bosch Turbo, but it's a Fran Bosch Turbo deck with some pretty
so
cool,
it's like a
interesting
Wind Earth
choices.
version?
Yes. Anybody that knows Asa is the FF12 person in DFW. Asa will play any deck that involves FF12 characters. So yeah, like Wind Earth, a bit of Lightning. For the Fujins and the Raijins. Interestingly, no ciphers, which is you usually would see in a deck like this. But 3 of the Legend Cloud, and just a lot of FF12 good stuff. 3 of my personal favorite backup of all time, or one of my favorite backups of all time, in Vieira.
What a great card.
Oh, it's
like
we just need bunnies printed into every element apparently, because the water bunny and the wind bunny are two of my favorite cards in the entire game.
Yeah, so when Viera was first spoiled, I thought that was going to be a cycle, and they were going to give every element a Viera style effect. Because like I didn't think that card was like wind coded or anything, right? Like the effect.
Yeah.
But they just didn't do it. I was so sad. Like it's so fun. These 3-cost backups that just let you like get a little bit of hand filtering have just like historically been just so fun and so great that I love if they could get more of them.
I think I saw an Emmett Selk and a Billy Bob on KP side. That is horrifying.
Are we playing the Mono Earth Cat 7?
No, I don't think it's. I think we might be looking to Hitflow combo. It could be. Oh, that's not what you're off to. Okay, we're not playing Hitflow. That is a Mono Earth Cat 7 from KP. You're right. This will be a really interesting match. So if you haven't played against like a Fran Bosch Turbo deck, this deck can go very fast. It can put up a board out of nowhere. We're going to see immediately this Fran come down. It's going to play a card for 4, which is interesting that I guess we didn't have a great target to get for the joke because we already had the Mirren in hand. Beautiful cards, by the way. Look at that. 4 full arts.
Man loves his Cat 12, huh?
He does love his Cat 12.
It's interesting that he chose to discard the Vossler over the Mist Dragon in his hand. You'd think that... Rip.
The KP's having none of this. He's like, no, we are not playing this game. I am going to immediately cloud away this Fran.
The one awkward thing about getting the cloud on the board, though, is that it does limit your ability to like go for the OTK lines in the late game. So how these Mono Earth Cat 7 decks work is that you use cards like Barrett to quickly ramp to a large amount of backups, and then you just do your late game Mono Earth shenanigans where you do like Leo, Wall, Mont Leonis, bring back a guy, and your goal is to get the Merc 6-cost multi-element cloud on board, which free plays another Cat 7 character off the board, and then gives your whole board haste, so you just swing in and murder your opponent in one turn. It's a very interesting list. I've had a bunch of practice against it, and it's really fun watching it combo off.
Yeah. I will say, kind of bad luck for Asa. Usually these decks are not on many copies of Billy Bob, or like any lightning cards whatsoever. To have the Billy Bob in hand to kill the Fran immediately that's just some rotten luck.
Yeah, that is not great. They're usually on 2 to 3 Billy Bob, and then like maybe a copy or 2 of Sonon sometimes. But yeah, there is not many purple cards in that deck.
So KP playing the Jesse backup. It's going to allow him to search for any Cat 7 character. In this case, we've gone with Barrett, one of the legends from Tears of the Planet. Kind of a card that I think people really slept on when it was first revealed. It was a card that I don't think people realized how powerful it ended up actually coming out. This 6-cost Brave that just plays an Avalanche Operative from deck, and there's just a lot of really good targets. Here's the Viera. It's going to allow us to look at the top 2 cards of our deck. One goes to hand, one goes to the bottom. And I see 2 Cat 12 characters. That means that we can ditch this Mist Dragon for this Bosch if we want to. We are going to do.
Yep.
And that is going to give us the ability to
start digging.
Yeah, so anybody that hasn't seen this Bosch came out in Opus 24. It allows you to start a combat. You get to reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. You put a category 12 cards from them into your hand, and then the rest go to your break zone. It looks like we milled a Regis, which I imagine is a target for Volker in the list, and a Cloud. So that is a hit. Unfortunately, I don't think we're quite big enough to get over this Cloud. Really, what we're looking to do is turbo through the deck, draw a bunch of cards off of this Bosch. Like, this Bosch was free effectively now, right? And we can kind of mill these, the Fujin and Raijin, which will then play themselves. We get a bunch of free forwards. You can push a lot of damage very quickly. And that's also a Balthier in hand. We can really start doing some damage here.
However, he is playing against Mono Earth, which is likely to have access to Mist Dragon. So relying on your break zone for all of these effects can be somewhat detrimental in this matchup. KP both has access to quite a few board wipes in cards. I guess he doesn't have access to Shantoto LB anymore, but he would have. I don't believe the Mono Earthcat 7 deck is running Shantoto backup. Or if they are, they're running like one copy. Let me see, did they send us the deck lists? No, they have not yet sent us the deck list yet.
We have the deck list.
Yeah, they do. They just put them in a different chat. So let me check KP's list right now. There is one copy of the Shantoto. So if he does have Emmet in hand, he can dig for it and grab it whenever he needs it. So if Asa tries to get too aggressive, KP has a bunch of outlets for helping, stop the aggression and to keep the game going at the pace that he wants it to be going at.
This is where that Fran answer coming out so quickly really helped KP. I mean, you think about just how much that Fran could have accelerated Asa. Like that set Asa back probably like a full turn and a half. And granted, I don't think KP was happy about having to Cloud LB there. He definitely didn't want to. But I don't think that like he's in nearly the same kind of position. That's a Kolka. Do we have a forward with 9,000 power in hand? We do, because we have the Barret. We're gonna discard the Barret to. Wow, that is a very premium card to be discarded. But again, it's just slowing him down a little bit. And we see now KP's on these 4 backups. That's a Bosch though. We have an Earth card for it. We don't. That's a Vieira. We can dig for it if we want to. Discarding the Gramus, play another Vieira. Try to find that Earth card. What we got? Yeah. That is a Mist Dragon. That'll give us access to the Bosch again.
The awkward thing about KP's setup here, though, is that he's had to play a lot of backups that are not Cat 7 characters, which is going to put him behind on being able to get like Barret on board and start shooting things.
It's a pretty solid set of cards, actually. Gets any card, the rest go to the break zone. Unfortunately, this Raijin just kind of sitting out here, not really having an impact on the board state.
Yeah, if we had managed to mill Fujin there, it would have been a lot better, right? Because then we'd get 2 attackers, both larger than the Cloud.
Yeah.
So, looking at KP's hand, it looks like we have an Epitaph in there. So yeah, I see Verdian in the chat says this is very much not a Cat 7 deck, which I can see now. The versions that I've been playing with and against are a little bit heavier on the Cat 7.
Yeah, this is more so looking like it's kind of enough of a Cat 7 package to make the Barret live, and the Barret plays so well with the Emmet Selk while kind of doing the ramp thing that you want to be doing anyway. Like, but now we are in the danger zone for Asa. There is a known Leo Warrior of Light Tidus, and I don't know what he's going to be able to do about this.
Like, the only nice thing for Asa right now is the fact that because Cloud is on board, you're not dead next turn, but you may as well be if
I was going to say, Tidus is off. Pretty scary.
Yeah.
KP probably has not read this card before, so Valthier, well known from its time when it was in Sky Pirates around Opus 16. This Pinello is printed Opus 21 on entry. Choose 2 characters and activate them if you control another job Sky Pirate, which conveniently the Valthier also is. And then when she goes from the field to the break zone, you get to add a Sky Pirate of cost 3 or more from your break zone in your hand. So kind of forms an infinite loop with this Valthier, actually. If the Valthier and the Pinello die at the same time, the Pinello can always pick up the Valthier, and the Valthier can play the Pinello straight to the field. Kind of a fun little situation going. Looks like KP is going to allow it. We're going to get back. Yeah, it's not exactly scary for KP's situation right now. I think that he is, if he has a Mist Dragon, I think he's okay just waiting and Tidusing in main phase 2.
Also, there's no cards in Asa's hand, so like reactivating the backups off the Pinello is like fine. Like I don't think he really cares.
Interesting. So we went for Bosch's second ability, which gives all of your forwards 3,000 power and brave. He's kind of realizing he's behind the 8 ball, he's got to push some damage. I feel like if we were going to do that, it would have been better to, instead of activating the backups, because I don't think we're going to have a use for those 3 backups, right? What we can do instead is we could have actually hasted the Balthier and not even lost like the blockers or anything like that. You could dole using the Balthier, you can dole the Pinello and the Balthier to get the Balthier itself haste, and the Pinello would activate them both, so he would actually be able to get an attack off. And yeah, these like we can crack the Vieira if we want to. I don't think that that's going to be where we want to be, given that we're about to get, Wall or
Leo.
Titus. Yep, like we're gonna go. We've got so many cards in hand here now. We just tap one of these Earth backups. We know that Asa is shields down.
Yeah, this is gonna be.
This is gonna be a brutal turn. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't really see the cards in his hand, so it's hard for me to speculate like how he's going to do this. But there's like, knowing that Asa has no cards in hand, Kyle is more or less just free to do pretty much whatever he wants. I see an Emmett in there. Maybe he's gonna. Wait, are we? Because he could just do like an Emmett, grab like a Montleonis out of the deck, Montleonis, grab back whatever you want out of the break zone.
The world is KP's oyster at this point. He's looking to Titus. We've got the dead backup in hand. That's, I imagine, 1 card we could easily throw away for it. We are going to keep the Emmett Selk, it looks like. Looks like with the Emperor. Yeah, that's just another backup. We can pitch both of those. We don't need those. We're going to flip 3 cards. That's going to get our Titus. We can pay our 3 here. Titus, probably one of the most powerful cards ever printed. Since KP has more than 8 forwards and backups, he gets to get all 3 modes on this after paying the 3 water, which is generously provided by the Leo. He gets to choose a backup, put it on top of the deck. We get to choose a forward, put it on the bottom. I imagine this Bosch is not long for this world. And just for good measure, let's just draw 2 cards. So we turn those 2 dead backups in hand into potentially 2 live draws. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we go Emmett Selk for Montleonis, it'll cost 2, which then can bring back the Barrett and.
Yeah, we could also do Emmett for like Ingus, and then Ingus for Mont to get it even cheaper. Not that it actually would be any cheaper, because you'd have to overpay for one of those. Is there a Genova Synthesis in this hand?
That would be pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think he's thinking about this Genova.
So I would wipe the field, would put Asa with just a single Sky Pirate in hand from the Pinello effect.
Yeah, there's... This is going to be disgusting. So... KP, he knows that this is a really important swing turn. He's taking his time, making sure he plays it correctly. But as we said, the world is his oyster. Okay, the Genova is coming down. Pitching the Emmett. Interesting.
No, that's a Hypnodeus.
Wait, that's a Hitler? I thought it was an Emmett. That'll explain why he wasn't Emmetting. He's on 1 copy of the Hitlo. Interesting.
So, ooh, that's kind of cute. So we're going to be able to use the Balthier to protect himself. And the Fran's going to pick back up the Pinello. So the Balthier is going to stick around here. I don't think it's going to make a big difference, but very, very cute play by Asa, trying to get those percentage points where he can.
But how big is it now?
It's 9k.
So Warrior Light's still just going to kill it?
Yeah, but
it's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye. And then, of course, the Banga is hit the damage that was stacked to the top of the deck with Titus earlier in the turn.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we just do 1 more Nothing can attack here, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, also, I was saying an Emmett Ingus line. I forgot Ingus was on board. It was like sitting underneath the Leo. I couldn't see him. So, this is not a great spot for Alsa to be in, but to be fair, we kind of knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, this is the inevitable point that Mono Earth in pretty much every variant gets to, which is when it gets to 5 backups, if it can assemble that Leo Warrior of Light with 5 backups, the swing turn it is absolutely devastating to deal with, and Asa's on the receiving end of it. I really think a lot of this game came down to KP having that Billy Bob in hand at the start and just how devastating that cloud was to Asa's setup.
It's really unfortunate as well that for Asa that Kyle got rid of the singular Earth backup he had, because if he did have it right now, he could play Fran to play Gabranth, to then search the Bosch, to then play the Bosch. But it looks like we're not even trying to stabilize. We're like, actually, no, you got this. There was some stuff that Asa could have done there, right? He could have played Gabranth by discarding an Earth card and doling 2 backups to then search Bosch, to then like pitch like the Fran to then play the Bosch, and then like pray that it like hits Raijin Fujin, and then maybe those bodies can keep you alive.
Yeah, Tifa now gets the Opus 15 starter Merc Cloud. This is going to give it the whole field haste, and this should be just a hop, skip, and a jump to lethal from here. Yeah,
this is about to be cold-blooded murder on stream.
Yeah. I mean, this happens. Like, you know, the Bosch deck has to be kind of aggro. Sometimes the aggro deck gets punched down immediately. So that's going to bring back Cloud. Cloud, if you have a Job Avalanche operative in play, allows you to choose 1 or 2 of 3 modes. You can play an Avalanche operative from your break zone. You can shoot it forward for 10,000 power. And okay, that is going to remove the break zone from the game. That is going to keep Asa alive for a turn.
So how many things can attack right here? 1,
5. So we're going to damage 6 here. I will say, I don't know if Asa's playing it, but if we Shantoto here, we're in a bad spot. Don't get me wrong. We're just going to pass.
There is a Shantoto LB.
We haven't used the LB deck. We don't have very many Earth cards in the deck in general, I don't think, though. Yeah, I don't see the Shantoto. I mean, we would have windmill slammed it if we had it. It would have been
not a main deck Shantoto. That would be very funny.
It's fun to dream sometimes. Would be one of the largest Shantotos I think I've ever seen. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 forwards on KP side of the field.
Yeah, that was one of the cheapest Montleonuses I've ever seen in my life.
I have seen it free 1 time. But
I mean, it was just free right there, right?
Was it? Yeah, actually, yeah. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 for a hard play in a cloud. We pop the Warrior of Light and the Montleonis probably. But it's Ingus.
I mean, do you even want to kill Warrior of Light? Because he's just gonna Noctis it back and then just recast it.
We're going for the Millwind condition now.
Okay.
Nah, I mean, I guess props to Asa for playing it out. You know,
Or just, you don't even need to Noctis it back if you just draw it for turn.
If you just draw it, you know.
So, I mean, I imagine that
Warrior of Light is just going to hit the board here. Yep. Just very half-heartedly tapping the backups.
And also using Biggs
to give some power and Brave. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, now we have Emmett. Not that it really matters. Is there even any Emmett targets left in the deck that we can cast?
Are we on 3 clouds? We've only seen 2. EOX deck. Don't do that, KP. Come on. You don't need to go that far. Okay, we have another cloud.
I have another cloud. Okay.
So we're on 3 clouds. Cloud on cloud violence here. Give the whole field haste, and this should be.
Yeah, this should be all she wrote.
Yep.
He's got choice paralysis on his attacking. Also is going to use the CX burst. He's like, he's got to get this card into his hand for next game. It's my card and I want it now. Okay, Raijin. We still haven't seen a single Fujin. These girls did not show up to work.
Well, that's another burst. Okay, I was like, yeah, you got it.
Okay, yeah. Another burst. Well, there's Fujin. We finally saw a Fujin.
I think Asa is laughing at the 3 bursts in a row followed by the Fujin. Just like, okay, fine, get me out.
She showed up one last time just to let us down.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a bit of a rough game there, especially at the end. Wasn't sure what to say. It was. No,
like I said, it happens. You know, like I said, sometimes your opponent has the out for what you're doing. I do agree. Mono Earth for a mill deck or like a self mill deck like this is probably not where it wants to be. But,
yeah. The Delve decks don't like playing versus the decks with main deck break zone removal. That's definitely for sure.
Our backup feature is done as well, so we can't swap over to that as well, unfortunately. Apologies.
But that game did take a decent amount of time, so
yeah. No, we got our money's worth out of it, which is good.
Yeah, we got a decent stream match.
So
well, hopefully Asa can turn that around a bit and continue doing well for the rest of the Switch.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like it's even a skill. Like you're gonna lose, you're gonna drop a game here and there. You're gonna have a game where your opponent you draw terribly, or you're gonna have a game where you play Realm on turn 2 and it gets modded, and you go, I don't have a follow-up play at all. What do I do? And a lot of times, what shows who is the best players in this game is their resilience, how well they bounce back, how well they are able to compartmentalize and say, what can I learn from this game? What happened in the game that caused it to go wrong for me? But where can I improve in the future? And hopefully Asa can take some of that, go into the next round, refresh, and have a good game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, fun, interesting deck. And it's cool seeing that they're, like, unique versions of it. Like, a lot of those decks are running, like, a pretty heavy water package. Getting to see Fran hit the board turn 1, it's always a delight, even if she got swiftly dispatched. I was hoping we'd get to see a couple more Fran triggers there, but Kyle was like, no, actually, I'm not feeling that. get that pirate off of my board.
Yeah. All right, I think might be good for us to go to a little bit of a break, since I imagine we've got some time between rounds here. So don't go anywhere. We certainly won't be, but we're going to get some water, probably take a little bit of a bathroom break ourselves, and we'll be back in a bit.
Okay. See you guys. Okay, so apparently we're muted.
Cool. Yeah, so we're muted until Moogle unmutes us. Cool.
Okay.
week and a half ago. It's like, oh, fun. All right, well, we're gonna make this work.
Yeah.
Like, granted, it's not. It shouldn't be too bad. I'm on my feet anyway for it, so I'll have to be up and about.
Apparently they can hear us now. Hey guys.
Ah, hey! That is good news.
However, we're having some stream issues on our end still, so...
Yeah, we are back from our break. You guys missed some fun conversations about all kinds of glorious topics. But, in the meantime, we are going into round 3. Unfortunately, we're still waiting a bit on our commentary feed, so we have to commentate off of the stream feed. It's going to be a bit delayed. We have 2 DFW locals, though, in Tin and Kevin. Very, very good players. Tin, I remember top cut the event in 2023 at minimum. Kevin, no stranger to doing well in Dallas events. I believe even qualified for Continentals last year. So we have some warriors from Tin, and Kevin is on Refia, but it's a pretty interesting style of Refia. It takes a lot of inspiration from the Japan Standard Championship, but it's still very distinctly like an American build. Like, it's running stuff like Cloud and Alexander to try to handle monsters. Just some really interesting stuff going on. Do we just go full hand up to go Larsa Tyvis?
Yeah, this is a bit of a crazy turn 1 for the Warriors. Usually you'll see them like play a turn 1 Larsa just to search the Tyvis and then go for a Tyvis on turn 2. But Tin decided that actually he's not interested in letting any searching happen on turn 1 for Kevin. And this seems like a trauma response to something. Do these players play a lot together?
But most likely they should, just from locals. Would not be surprised just to hear that they have a lot of history. And then, of course, with the Bog, Kevin just goes, okay, I will play a Kryl, and I'll pick up a summon, and then I'll play a Lena, and I'll pass, and your Mog gets to hang around.
I mean, we don't mind having Mog sit around, but, like... It's just interesting.
Pour him to damage and a Mott. Now, one thing about Kevin's build that's notable is to make room for kind of this Final Fantasy IV package and the Amats and the Clouds. He had to cut something, and a lot of what he cut ended up being bursts, which is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just how it goes with these Refia decks. Like, there is, as we mentioned earlier, there is a lot of slots in the deck for, fitting, like, whatever you want. And most people do choose to put bursts in there, but if you do want to tech in for things like the Cecils or things like the monster removal, it's got to come from somewhere, and usually you can't really cut the Refia package itself, right? That Warrior of Light engine needs to be as large as possible for consistency reasons. So usually comes at the cost of hurting your aggro matchups a bit by cutting all those bursts that let you, win games you maybe shouldn't have won otherwise, one might say.
The best way to describe it, Refia's top end is so powerful, it literally is the meme. It only has to use like 10% of its power. If it gets to there, it probably wins the game, and the bursts are the best way of guaranteeing that happens in a lot of game states. So the problem is a lot of the meta, Yuna, monsters, are things that just don't interact well with bursts. Meaning that Refi's having to diversify a bit. Actually, like I said, it's a really cool format with a lot of really interesting back and forth and things going on. A lot of innovation happening. And right now, Kevin's in a bit of an awkward situation. Looks like we're going to go for a Leo of our own, try to draw our way out of it.
Yeah, that sometimes happens often with the early turns with Refia, is that because you're on 4 different elements, like finding the right cards you need and having the right colors to pitch for all those cards can be a little awkward. Like, as we saw last turn, like, Kevin pitched 2 different 4-color Warrior of Lights to pay for his backups, and that can cause some color issues moving forward.
It's also pretty, like... I think that the play for Tin is kind of working out. Like, we're sitting here with 5 cards in hand, and this Tyvis is still hanging out. Like, he's still doing his thing. Like if we have
like a Fury would go really hard right now.
Yeah, but like even like if we just have a fire card in hand, right? You know, just zack this Leo away, which looks like we're doing.
Yeah.
So now we get in for a bit more damage, and sure, the Refia deck is, you know, going to be kind of in that damage zone where it gets to do a lot of crazy things, but this is a lot of pressure being put on by Tin.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, right now, Kevin is threatening to kill... Sorry, Tin is threatening to kill Kevin on the following turn. So Kevin has to, like, find an answer, like, here, like, as soon as possible. However,
that is...
you do...
That is as good as it gets. That is a King Tycoon. Yeah. That is going to get us a Ferris. And Ferris is often how you start these big comeback plays. It's why damage 3 on Refia is so feared, is its interaction with exactly Ferris and Arc. So I don't know if we've seen a Refia. Like, usually you have to see either Refia or Arc to really have the big pop-off, but even just Ferris for Refia could potentially be what we're needing. But we still have the Mog in play, so the search isn't going to work.
Well, there is a Brynhilder in Kevin's hand, so I imagine we're about to see that here. Yep.
Brynhilder, yeah.
Likely, Tin will crack Mog in response to deny the draw from the Brynhilder, but now that the Mog is no longer in play, the Ferris can be online for the following turn. Oh, God. I'm getting PTSD right now. Oh no.
Yeah, that blanks the Tyvis, so we don't get to like deploy something like a Furion if we had it.
Well, surely if we had the Furion, we would have deployed it.
Yeah.
Beforehand.
True.
Right? But this Tyvis has only deployed one thing, and it died for relatively cheap. So he hasn't really done that much. Yeah, I think I still would have preferred just waiting one more turn on the Tyvis, but I can understand just wanting to, like, there's a saying that the only way you can beat Mike P is by, you know, beating up Mike P, right? You gotta rough him up a bit. And that's because you do have to get in the dirt here when you're playing against these Refia decks. You do just have to accept the fact that you do gotta hit them. Like, if all you do is just sit there and never put them to damage 3, they will outscale you.
Yeah, no, it is also, it's one of those things that I think people almost like get too scared of damage 3 on Refia. Like, don't get me wrong, like when Refia's damage 3 pops off, like it could win the game. And there are times where like if you don't put them damage 3, maybe they like stall out a little bit on the right turn, but anytime you give these decks like just a little bit of a chance to set up and like try to avoid, like, how often do you really go from damage 2 to 7 against this deck, right?
And for me, I almost never do it. I usually just, I don't care. Like, if you're running a deck full of Amats and Mogs, oftentimes, like, if you just, like, Amat the Ferris, or Amat the Arc, or if you Mog the Ferris, right, it still, like, stunts their ability to recover to such an extent that you're able to still beat through and prevent them from getting access to their Refia.
Yeah, so I don't think the play for Tin has worked exactly how he wanted it to. Like you mentioned, like finding a Furion or something would have been great. But I don't hate the idea, to be quite honest. I think that, like, again, putting Kevin under... And also, when you put on this kind of pressure, sometimes your opponent just makes mistakes, right?
Tin, absolutely.
Yeah. I will say, we have to imagine with 5 cards in hand here, we've got an Amat. We're considering Amatting the Tyro, which I don't know if I love that. I feel like we probably want to wait for like an Arc if we have one, or a Ferris to come down.
Did we discard 2 Lenas to cast this Tyro? Am I seeing that correctly?
That is 2 Lenas for Tyro, yeah.
That's pretty awkward. Lena is one of the least cards you want to discard in most matchups.
Yeah.
There's no shot we Amat Tyro. Really?
You see Kevin's kind of in the same, like, really? I mean, but like...
But you know he has Ferris in hand, right?
Yeah,
so
he has the Ferris. Maybe he has maybe he's saying, you don't have a fire card. I don't think you have a fire card. Oh, he had both a fire card and a wind card, as it turns out.
Yeah, yeah. What the?
Tin does make some bold decisions.
There's no way. Oh no, oh no. So there is still one card left in Kevin's hand, and that is going to be used to cast this Refia he's about to search. So the Ferris triggers go around, 1,000 to the board, an additional 6,000 to Zach to finish him off. And Refia is about to hit this board and spin Tyvis, presumably to the top of the deck.
I will say, I almost wonder why Kevin played the Tyro there. It was bait. He knew. He had Arc, Ferris, and in hand on damage 3, and yeah, down comes the Refia. We can spin this Tyvis away. And sometimes they just have it, right?
Interesting putting Tyvis to the bottom.
Well, we're not attacking.
I guess everything did. I forgot. None of this can attack. You're right. That's correct. I'm so used to Luneth being on board and then immediately attacking and swinging. I forgot he doesn't have everything yet.
And this is kind of where Tin doesn't want to be. Oh, I love this.
So who do you think he targets? Refia or Ferris? Presumably Refia, right?
It's got to be Refia because Refia is still online if you take the Ferris, right?
Yeah, I think it's the Refia.
So
we're about to see a new LB from Opus 25, Tears of the Planet. But Tin's thinking it through, like. And there's Refia.
Yep.
And then, hello, Mr. Graf.
Yep. So Graf is LB3. When he enters, you remove a forward you control from the game. That is a mandatory effect. And that's going to allow us to steal our Kevin's Refia and then remove it from the game it's not cost per se, but it does get the job done.
It's an interesting thing here is Kevin did not use Refia's effect to remove Leo. So now there's just like a free Leo on board that he could have gotten rid of.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Because like the reason you wouldn't want to dull your forwards, right, is to make sure that no hasters could come in, but like it was pretty clear that Tim is going to be following up that Garland with a Graf line, which would use up the rest of his hand. So I'm a bit surprised there Kevin didn't go for the Refia spin on the Leo just to get rid of him.
Yeah, it's probably not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, a small little optimization for sure.
Yeah, so Graf is a 9 guy, so he is quite big, and he will survive Ferris's attack trigger here.
Notably, though, if he does block, he's only going to trade because Ferris is still going to do the 3K damage. But
Leo, yeah,
you're probably okay with if all that Kevin does is attack. Okay, so we're using this to targeting the Graf, right? No? Okay. Yeah, okay. Targeting Graf. So we want this Graf off the field. Swing.
Yep.
Do damage. That's going to do 3k more, which is going to put Graf at 10k. Tin's thinking about blocking. We're going to go ahead and just take it. There's the Fury, and we desperately wanted earlier.
Rip. And now Tin's in a really awkward spot against a damage 4 Refia player who is set up and has access to pretty much everything they want other than Refia herself.
Yeah, now if we can fade a draw from Refia here, we're going to lose this Leo no matter what. But, like, there's a world where we go, like, Tyvis, Axstar, and then, I guess, like, a ward to pop the Ferris?
That's possible, but he really needs Kevin to dead draw another turn. Because, like, if Kevin draws, like, gets access to Refia, which I've never seen Refia miss out on access to Refia for this many turns in a row, then as soon as that Tyvis hits the board, he's going to spin it.
We did lose both of the Lenas, though. That is 2 copies of Refia gone in a way. Yeah. And the Refia didn't go to the break zone either. It did go to the RFG pile, so we can't coup Sith it back. We could go for something like a Luna Freya if we needed to. Try to dig, go 5 deep into the deck, try to see if we can hit a burst as well, and like Tyro would do it.
Yeah,
so we're kind of considering that. I'm seeing like 2 cards off to the side. Yeah, seeing a Mott in hand, that's a really nice one.
Okay, so we're doing King Tycoon, but there's no Lenas left, so it has to be a Ferris he grabs. Okay.
Just in time, it's probably the last Ferris in the deck. Most of the Refia decks have shaved this card down to 2 over time.
Yeah, and now that we have King Tycoon down, we actually have all 4 elements in our backup lineup. So any Warrior of Lights we draw at this point would be live. Do remember though that he did discard 2 for crystal points on the first turn of the game. So it's unlikely that he necessarily draws one of those, considering there's only 1 left in the deck. But we have access to break zone retrieval in the form of, Kusith and Noctis, so it's not gone for good. Do you think that he's going to continue playing cards, or do you think he might just pass here?
I mean, I imagine you get a combat with, at minimum, the Arc. Like, the way Tin gets back... Oh, well, never mind. That's... Oh, you have to take this if you're Tin, right? Like, there's no world you don't take a Thornton for a draw. Yeah. Like, it hurts, but not as bad as missing out on pick the best card in your deck and put it in your hand.
Yeah. And then once Tin gets the card to hand, Kevin will draw a card off of his Lena backup. We're going to do our best to make sure none of the players miss their Lena triggers today.
Yeah.
So this is an important decision for Tin, because there's not that many turns left in this game. So whatever he grabs off the sword will be extremely valuable. And Axstar, like you said.
Yeah, but we have the Tyvis in hand. I guess that means that now, even if the Tyvis gets modded, we always have access to this Axstar now, which is, that is a very, very strong card. I think that, like, just about any way we get back into this is probably, like Axstar or Tyvis into Axstar, and then, like, a Ward or something like a... I don't think Zidane does it. If Tin is on it, I don't know if Tin is. I can check. We actually do have deck lists.
I think he was.
No Zidanes.
No, never mind. No Zidane. That's the other warrior player. Wait, did he just?
Oh no.
Okay. I was gonna say, I don't think he scooped there. Oh, we hit another burst. So we drew 2 cards off of our Lena this turn, but Tin did get to both get 2 cards back as well. So he's feeling a little pretty about that. That Cecil top deck, though, off of the second Lena trigger is really juicy. Due to the way that Kevin dulled his backups for the points in main 1, means that he does still have exactly 2 backups that can generate earth and water to cast Cecil right now very efficiently if he so chooses.
We have our commentary feed again. That's really nice.
Yay, we're no longer lagging behind the stream. Give me 1 moment to get in there.
All right. So that is just a pass.
Oh, we did play the Luna. Okay.
So a lot of cards in hand for Tin again, which is good.
It's good, but there's a lot of cards in Kevin's hand too, including that we know at least there is an Amon in there.
Yeah, but again, going for the Axstar off of the Thornton is going to make it a little bit easier for us to deal with, potentially. We have to go for Tyvis here. Like, I don't see a world where we don't.
Yeah, The question is, what do we discard for the Tyvus? So we know he has the Mog and the Axar in the hand, but he also has the 2 cards of Return. Volker. Okay.
We dodged a bullet there. We gone for Volker. We might have lost the game.
Well, I don't know if Kevin actually has the Fire in hand to cast.
We have
he has.
We have Tyro.
No, he taps. Didn't he tap Tyro for Luneth?
No, Tyro is.
Oh, he pitched he pitched the Ferris for Luneth. Interesting. I just assumed that he would dull the 2 backups.
Yeah. And now you're in an awkward spot as Kevin because you would consider eroding the Tyvus here, but not with a known Axstar in hand. So this Tyvus is going to get to search pretty much anything. I wonder if you consider just going Furion and just like saying, I'm going to do what you don't think I'm going to do.
Furion is interesting. You could either just play the Furion outright using the Tyrus effect, or you could use Axstar to try to free play the Furion.
Yuzuki, that's cute. It is going to probably force the Amat out of Kevin's hand. Now that he knows what's coming down off of the Axstar. I like the idea though, because it turns off the Ferris pings. It basically says you will find, you have to find Refia, or my stuff is pretty much uninteractable now.
Well, Kevin has a couple of outs other than just finding Refia. He has access to Kukulin.
Yeah.
And there's the Amat that we knew was coming. Pitching a Cecil.
We have a Water and Fire in hand. We can play the Yuzuki. Potentially just hard cast it. We go to 6 there. But I think we consider it if we have the ability to do it. Also, maybe thinking about like a Luna Freya in the LB deck. Again, you're not happy to do it, but
the Luna Freya doesn't feel great, especially when you're staring down Lena on the other side of the board, which is going to give Kevin even more draws. If he has the Water and Fire in hand, which I think he definitely at least has the Water. He has the Mog. Oh, he didn't go for it. But right now, if Kevin sees any Warrior of Light, this Ferris will deal enough damage on attack to just finish off the Titus.
That'll end the game too with the Luna with haste.
It would need to be specifically Refia for that, right? Because otherwise Arc can't attack this turn because of the Axstar.
Oh yes, you're right. Arc is still. I imagine that we haven't found the Refia, or it would be in play.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be really any thinking involved there. I think if Refia was in Kevin's hand, he'd just be like, Ooga Booga, Refia hit board. But he still has a lot of options here. He could go for a Luna Freya line, just like we mentioned in the previous turn, to help dig and find her. Now, Luna Freya could get Amatted potentially out of Tin's hand. Kevin might be considering that. But, like, if Tin discards the rest of his hand to cast an Amat here, I think you're kind of just happy with that.
I don't hate Kevin just pitching the whole hand for Luna Freya. Try to see Tyro or Warrior of Light or Refia are all game. Like, there's a lot of outs. If the hand doesn't have anything useful, I see like a Shantoto. We probably aren't going to commit that to the field. Like, we would need a water card, and then, like, I think I see an extra King Tycoon or something.
We could also, if we haven't used any of our LB deck, we could pitch 3 cards for a Noctis LB. No, we have used some LB deck. We have the Zac on board. But,
I don't hate this either. This is a very safe way of going about it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess Tidus is just a good card, huh?
Yeah, put the Tyvus on the bottom, probably the Larsa at the top. Cut him off of water. One other thing Tin could have considered, it would have still been painful, but Ultimate Weapon could have dealt with one of the forward on Tin's side of the field. But that still probably leaves him vulnerable to a Tidus.
And it looks like the Tidus drew into a Tyra there, so if we had Luna Freya... Oh, then again, I wasn't sure which LBs he still had left, but it looks like we actually might have had the game there. Unfortunate, but I don't see this,
Yeah, I think Kevin's still in a pretty secure position, thankfully.
You could say that.
I think it was funny that you saw a little bit of like like with his hands. So you could tell he's like, oh, I could have done it and I could have won right there. No, but that's all right.
No. Yeah, Tidus was definitely the safest line.
Yeah, puts him in a position where it's like I struggle to think of like Clive could do it with another Clive in hand, maybe. Like so you could like special and kill 2 things. Like use.
But even then, I think that's just delaying the inevitable.
Oh, absolutely. But, I mean, sometimes that works against Refia. Like, you think about all the really strong cards that Kevin's had to discard, right? 2 Warriors of Light, both Lenas. He might be in one of those weird situations on Refia where his recovery is a little bit compromised, and they might just be lower on gas. So that's a ward. That's good. That's going to take care of the Ferris. That is a big threat gone. We're still. I think we're down to 2 cards in hand.
We could use Mr. Dragon to keep the Ferris alive, but do you really want to?
I don't think Tin has that many other lines. And the Tyro's not doing anything. We actually are going to do it. The least used mode of Mist Dragon, one of the most powerful summons in the game, does also have a mode that says choose a forward, does not take damage this turn.
Notably, it can only protect your forwards. You cannot use Mist Dragon to dull your opponent's blockers out of the way.
Yeah,
I have had someone try to do that to me. They were like, I went to combat, and they're like, Mist Dragon, dull your forward, and I was just like, no.
That is.
Nice try.
Does not need the extra utility.
Yeah, absolutely not. So, yep, and Tin's just going, yeah, that's over. So we get 2 Cecils in hand.
Yeah, so next turn we can go Cecil special, kill the ward, and that will probably end the game. Oh, that definitely ends the game.
Oh, you don't even have to do that, right? You can just go to combat, attack with Ferris, kill Mog, and then, like, they have to block. You have 3 attackers. Yeah.
I think of the style points from the Cecil special, though.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think it's like, what, Tenebrous Blast?
Tenebrous Blast.
I don't know English words. Tenebrous Blast. Close enough. It's a really fun card. I've seen that special used many times.
It's cool to see that card coming back in, too. I always think of, like, the Nationals 2023 format I always think of was so cool and so much fun. It was such a big part of that format. Seeing it come back, not a fan of some of the decks it's hanging out in, but it is a very powerful card with a lot of really interesting applications. And the pretty high deck building cost as well, which is always interesting as well. You know, when you think about, like, you really need to run enough of the Dark Cecils, enough of it. I mean, it kind of feels like a prototype of the priming cards in a way.
No, absolutely. Like, you need enough of the Dark Cecils to, like, find them early, right? Because if you draw the Dark Cecils after the Paladins, like, the Darks don't do anything. But also you need to find enough Paladins that, like, you want enough Paladins that, like, you guaranteed still have one in your deck. So it's interesting. It's an interesting deck building dilemma. And it's cool seeing how different people have, like, worked with that, because there's also the issue of, like, obviously you want to pair him with the Rosa, because if you have the Rosa, then you can pitch any card from hand to cast him without needing, like, specifically an Earth and a Water backup. But then, like, there's very few cards that can search either Rosa or Cecil outside of, like, the generic searchers like Thornton. So it's, like, it's a very interesting card, and it's very fun, like, as a deck building challenge to figure out how to, like, fit him in the deck.
I think with that, unfortunately, we are going to go to our lunch break, or fortunately, if you are hungry. We will be back in short order. I believe it's about an hour. It'll be ending at 3 p.m. CST. Tori, can you give me the America time conversion chart for me?
No. Texas is 1 hour...
1 hour behind you.
Zone. 1 hour behind me. So I'm on EST. It's currently 2:48 here. So wait, when did you say?
So it'll be an hour and 10 minutes. Got it.
Okay.
So I could have pulled out my phone and done the world clock. I didn't.
Hey everyone, welcome back from the lunch break. We're back at the Lone Star Pack Breaks Texas Materia Cup. Sadly, Daniel, he's living down under right now, so it got pretty late in the morning for him, so he had to go to bed. But I am now being joined by our new guest speaker, Mr. Chris J, aka most of you probably know him as Rest. Rest, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, yes, I'm Rest. I'm a player from New Jersey, although currently in Delaware. And I used to make YouTube videos, and I swear I will again at some point.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm glad to have him with us today. He'll be helping me out because I'm really excited not to be speaking by myself. I'm not really good at carrying a whole broadcast by myself. And we've got some fun matches for you guys today after the break. So because we have been, let's just say, lacking in one of the more interesting meta decks that has been come out recently, we decided to choose a unideck for you guys for this round. So the matchup will be Cat 4 Windwater Yuna versus Bart's Refia. Brest, you are a big Bart's Refia fan, I know. Are you excited for this?
Yeah, that's pretty much all I was playing last season, and yeah, I'm excited to see how Bart's fares up against Cat 4 Yuna. Definitely, I think that the Porums that are in the Cat 4 Yuna list might be an issue for like the Refia and stuff, but for the most part, Bart's action or special ability can't really be taxed by the Yuna. But the big issue is that Seraphifel can be taxed, and that's a huge important part for the consistency of the opener. So it might come down to sort of what the openers look like for the both players.
Yeah, the unit deck is certainly a fast one, so wouldn't be surprising if like just what cards they've managed to find early would be instrumental in determining this game.
Yeah, if Cecil Rosa Yuna immediately comes down, it's going to be really uphill for Bartz.
Yeah, like if Yuna gets the God Hand opening where they open like Cecil plus Rosa plus some access to Yuna, it's often insurmountable for most decks to deal with. But Bartz does have some answers, so we'll see if we can get a good game here. Mm-hmm. So we have Ryan G on the left and Sergio B on the right. Sergio is actually both of these players go to quite a few tournaments. I've seen them around a lot, and I trust that they're going to give us a great game here.
Mm-hmm.
So
both players shuffling up.
Yep. I'm assuming they did some shuffling already. And swapping decks. Have we rolled dice? Okay, we're rolling now. Sergio with a 7.
So it looks like Sergio's going first.
Yep.
Ryan rolled a 5. Yep.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. So we're just waiting for this to start up. They can ignore the OBS on the screen. So it's pretty good for Sergio that he was able to win the die roll here, because getting down your backups and getting your early searches off, like you mentioned with the Seraph FL, before Yuna has a chance to hit the board and start taxing is a pretty big deal for him. And there's the fist bump, and we're starting for turn. Okay, so neither player mulliganed, I believe, so I should expect some pretty explosive starts from these players.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a Bartz Seraph FL start.
So for those of you who don't know, Bartz is a 2-cost... We've seen the Rephi stream already, but we haven't seen the Bartz variant. So what Bartz does is he's a 2-cost Wind Warrior of Light with a special called Time Magic that you can pay X and discard a Bartz to play any job Warrior of Light from your deck to the field. So
and it looks like we're getting getting Kryl instead of Seraph FL here. So
yeah, so we only paid the 4 instead of the 6 we needed for the Sarah. But I'm guessing that Sergio just wants to keep Bartz specialing, and he doesn't want to discard the last card that's in his hand. I think it looked like it might have been another copy of Bartz. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it was another Bartz, then that makes sense.
But the interesting thing here, though, is Sergio might not know he's up against the Refia deck. Not the Ref deck, the Uni deck.
Oh,
and if he was,
right, yeah.
Right, this is still Swiss. And if he did know he was against the Uni deck, he might have decided to go for a more Turpid outline where he decides to get Warrior of Light down as soon as possible, because Warrior of Light, its ability to deal 5,000 damage is an action ability that can get through the unit taxes and protection.
Mm-hmm. And it's also just generally pretty good blocker when it's not getting, dull frozen by the Yuna, but being able to kill the Yuna on site is really, really helpful. All right, so we see an Thornton. Oh, Thornton turn 1. That's not usually a good sign, I think, with the Yuna deck. You usually want to be playing more on curve, but getting the Cecil onto your hand is going to be good for setting up. Hopefully he has a Rosa already in hand.
Yeah, luckily he was able to get that blue Opus 11 Theodore into the break zone. It's a really cool and interesting card that just hasn't seen that much play until now. It lets you dull to a Rosa and a Cecil in order to bring it out onto the field for free, which is really cool. Looks like we're going straight in.
All right, so I take back what I said about the rough start with Thornton. It's a pretty good start.
Yeah, it is a bit expensive, but quite good. So a bit rough hit into the damage there. That was the Opus 2 Legend Cecil hitting damage. That's a pretty important target for Ryan if he wants to prevent Warrior of Light from just shooting all of his guys off the board. I know he's only on the 1 copy, so he's not going to have access to that for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty rough. The green Cecil will at least help deal with it, but the blue Cecil is really what you want here in this matchup, both for Ferris if you can tax it to death, and then the Warrior Light especially.
Yeah. So Ryan only has 1 card in hand because he discarded basically everything in order to go for this line last turn, which means that if Sergio were to do something to potentially remove this Cecil, Ryan would only have one more draw to potentially find something off the top of his deck to play for free off of the Wind Cecil, which can be a little awkward. I might not have been upset if he waited just one more turn. And here we are. Here's an answer to the Wind Cecil. The Earth Cecil. Interestingly, though, we see the Amaterasu going into the Breakstone. I would expect to hold that for Wind Cecil, especially without Yuna on the board already. I don't think he has enough cards in hand to cast the Amat, even if he were to tag out here. So I think Sergio has just decided that it's not that important. The question is Sergio going for the reveal? Oh.
Yeah, he went for the reveal and...
Oh, sorry, it cut out for me. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, you're good. Wind whiffs.
Unfortunate.
I'm actually curious how much wind cards he's running in his list. Do you see the... He does look a little bit low, but I might also be not counting that fully.
Yeah.
And we see the Cecil come out.
Yeah. It's interesting that we didn't see a door on the previous turn and we waited one more turn to bring the Theodore out, but unless we already have the unit in hand, the fact that we dulled the Rosa isn't that big of a deal here.
Mm-hmm.
So Ryan is going to get one draw off of the Rosa, and then he can free play a card onto the field. Presumably he will use the draw before he does the free play if he stacks it correctly. Yep.
Sid Paladino. What do you think Ryan's going to get here? I'm thinking Hooded Man or Porum.
I think I would go for Hooded Man here.
Same,
just to
yeah.
Keep your resources up and to start the activations, especially because he already has a Porum in the break zone. So if he wants a Porum, he can just grab the Porum, but he's grabbing back Palom instead.
Palom.
Interesting. It's possible that there is a Porum already in his hand, and he wants to get Palom Porum online right now because Cecil free played.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah. Yeah, Cecil did free play a Cat 4 character, so he does have the ability to activate 2 backups here. So he can immediately reactivate that Sid Paladina that hit the board, and then use that to cast Palom and Porum.
Yep, there we go.
It's not something that's not a synergy that we used to see that much back in the day, because often you weren't pairing him with too many Cat 4 characters, but this deck is just chock full of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but before it used to be either the starter Rosa or sometimes Porum as well. And so we do see Hooded Man come out. So I'm expecting maybe both twins are in hand.
Yeah, well, now we know he has both twins in hand, right? Because he's just searched the Palom and he added the Porum back. Right. That'll also explain why he didn't grab the Hooded Man off of the search. He already had it.
Yep.
So
this is a terrifying board to be facing if you're Bartz right now.
Yes. Especially with only 3 cards in hand. If he had one more, he could potentially go for a Shantoto LB line and just say, actually, I'm done with this. But that is not an option right now.
It looks like Seraphel's coming out, probably searching, I'm guessing, another Bartz, and yep. Either Refia or some fodder, like Ferris.
Yeah. I mean, you're the Bartz player, not I. But I imagine once you have Bartz, once you have Bartz, you want to thin all the Bartzes out of the deck. Yep. And you want to...
just going straight for Warrior Light colors. So I think Sergio's praying that next turn he's able to draw the Warrior Light, and Ryan can play twins, but also just hoping that he doesn't top deck a Yuna or something.
Yeah. If Ryan doesn't top deck a Yuna here, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go, take the Luna Freya Roulette and see if he can dig for one. Because there is, quite a few outs in his deck for that Yuna. He's got multiple copies of Pain, he's got Shinra, he's got Thornton. The chance of there being no cards in the top 5 actually more like top 7 right now, that don't get him a unit to hand is quite slim. So if I were Sergio, I wouldn't bet on Yuna not hitting the board here.
I was gonna say, yeah, because if Yuna hits the board, and Sergio isn't able to draw, let's see. Yeah, Sergio would be able to draw into Refia and another card potentially, or Bartz for the Refia. If I'm not sure how many Bartz he's already used, but there is. I think even if Refia comes onto the board, if Ryan's dull freezed his backups, I think Sergio might be in a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like even a Warrior of Light top deck probably won't feel that great here, assuming Ryan is able to get the unit onto the board, because then you can just dull all the backups out of the way. Freeze all the backups, and then you won't have the colors needed to cast the Warrior of Light. So it looks like we're going for the Lunafreya here.
Come out?
Yep. Okay, let's see what we get on the flips. Choosing the 2.
First card. Oh my
Every
goodness.
time. I don't think that was a very hard decision.
So now the question is, we're probably dull freezing at least Lunith for the Amon. I'm expecting maybe Seraphithel as well. And
I imagine we just we free. I would freeze three different backups here if I were Ryan.
Yeah, I guess he didn't want to freeze keep the Yuna and Lunafreya dulled. I know, at least when I've played the Yuna deck, I try to be pretty conservative with what I'm tapping down. But obviously the Cat 4 backups, because they're untapping with Hooded Man, they are effectively free usages for the Yuna.
Yeah. And yeah, I just think dulling one more would have been really nice to prevent him from being able to use a Bart's action ability in the break zone.
Yeah.
Without being able to use backups to do it, right? Force him to discard a card if he wants to dig deeper.
Mm-hmm.
And
so if you're Sergio, what are you looking for here in order to get out of this?
Probably Refia? I don't know. This unit is
enough
extremely
cards
hard to kill.
Yeah, because the unit can tax the Refia 3 times currently, and presumably twins are coming onto the board too. And with Porum on the board, I'm not even sure if a Refia will save Ryan, because those 2 backups are going to stay frozen more than likely.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely freezing the backups every turn. But also the Porum is also just going to blank the Refia pre-combat, so you don't even have to worry about any kind of activation shenanigans. You don't need to save any taxes for that at all.
Yep, exactly.
I imagine that Sergio's in a rough spot because he probably wants to use the backups to pay for a Bart's action ability to dig deeper and find that Refia. But if he dulls his 2 backups to do it, that then frees up Ryan to freeze them.
Yeah. Would you, if you were Sergio here and you had a Bart's in hand, I'm wondering if you just go for the Warrior of Light onto the board, well, I guess without the cards in hand and backups for the Warrior Light's just getting dulled no matter what, anyways.
Yeah, you just dull freeze the Warrior of Light if he goes for the Bart's into Warrior of Light right now, and then it won't be able to do anything next turn.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, this is looking pretty rough for Bart's.
Yeah,
opening Rosa Cecil, turn 1's, like we were saying, is pretty rough opener for the Bart's player.
Okay, well, Sergio's doing his own cosplay of Lunafreya, though. He's digging. Okay. So yeah, I imagine he's looking for Refia here, but it's hard to say. Well, there's the girl.
So we have 2 cards in hand, Refia, but everything's dulled down.
Question is, does he freeze another backup?
Doesn't look like it.
Yep. Okay.
So we got 5 cards in hand now. One of them's for sure Refia. I'm not sure what else Sergio has in hand.
Yeah, he's been like leaning really far back, so it's hard to tell. So this is a really obnoxious board to deal with. And
he does have the Toto. Can he pay for the taxes on it? I don't think so. Because if he pays 3 cards, he has 1 card in hand after.
Yeah, there's no way he can Toto here.
No. Even if, I was going to say, if he holds for next turn, if Ryan decides to play like really passively, potentially, does he have enough cards in hand after next turn? Potentially with the X bursts.
Yeah, like Ryan isn't really threatening to kill Sergio here. I don't believe there's any haste in Ryan's deck, and he only has 7 forwards on board. So as long as Bartz doesn't die, the thing is though, Bartz is dull, right? So there is 7 forwards on board. Ryan can just swing for game, actually. Yeah.
The Lunafray is still tapped, or never mind. It's still Sergio's turn. Yeah,
exactly. So when it passes back to Ryan, he can just swing and kill him.
So Ryan doesn't know Sergio's list though, and he does know he's on Bartz, so it's like less likely that he's on Bryn. But I've definitely seen some people running Bryn in these lists. But more than likely, I think Ryan's just gonna send it.
Yeah, well, we got sent their lists. One moment. There's no Bryn Hilders in here. In fact, there is no defensive EX burst whatsoever.
Except for Kuchelane, but that doesn't matter here. Yeah.
No, that does not prevent Yuna from beating your face in. Yeah. So he has to do something here.
Cecil of the Zone. Pitching 2 cards for it. So keeping that wants to wait, did he pitch Toto for it? Interesting.
He did.
So I guess Sergio knows that Toto's never resolving. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one in the deck too. He is officially given up on the Toto game plan. I think Sergio's asking, would you like to tax my self-damage? I think the answer
Ryan might also have a Miwa in hand, and in that case, yeah, that Shantoto's never ever resolving.
I definitely think I saw one in there earlier, and I doubt he discarded it. So I think this is probably a wrap, but it's hard to say. Like Sergio still has some game in him still.
Yeah.
This is an interesting position. Sergio is running the Cecil package presumably specifically for this matchup. The 16L Cecil, the wind one, is extremely powerful into the Yuna decks because his ability to tax any targeting effects is really good when Yuna's trying to dull your whole board and freeze all your backups.
Yeah, though if Ryan taxes the Cecil auto, he can make Sergio go to 0 cards in hand, right? And then he wouldn't be able to play anything off the Cecil?
Yep, he can just tax it twice.
Or 3 times, because he has a wall backup.
Sorry, yeah. You're right, sorry. But he doesn't... Yeah, he'll probably just tax it all 3 times.
Yep, that's what's happening. And then I think Ryan next turn can just play... Can he play 2 LBs, tap down both, and pay the mana? I'm not sure how many cards Ryan has in hand.
Ryan has quite a few cards in hand, so he should be able to...
Oh, and if he has the Miwa in hand still, which I'm pretty sure he does, like you said. Yeah, I think this is lethal for Ryan.
Yeah, Sergio... Looks like he's just passing. Oh, okay. Oh, we're finally resolving the Cecil damage. That's funny. I don't think the Luna draw does anything for us, though.
It did let us play Refia to the board, but is that...
Yeah,
Ryan
Refia
has
doesn't...
Forum, and
Yeah, so
has
you can just
a
pour
card
him
in
the...
hand.
Yeah, no, you don't. He doesn't have to use the card in hand, right? He can just pour him, target the Refia, and then cancel the Refia.
Oh, right.
Sorry, the Cecil effect
The
with
Cecil
Yuna.
tax.
Which is
Yeah, I think
presumably
this
what's
is-
happening here.
Yep.
Up, and there's Miwa. And then everyone's gonna reactivate. Oh no. Oh no. So then now we can just dole both of them? Wait, what? You can't discard... He tried to discard Yuna for mana to pay the Cecil tax on the dole, but he can just tax the dole. I mean, so tax the Cecil. Wait. What do we... Ryan? Why? Okay. Why didn't we just...
I'm a little confused.
Tax...
Yeah.
Why didn't we just tax the Cecil effect? But like he could have just taxed the tax, right? Why didn't we do that?
I'm not sure.
I think that was just a slight misplay and some confusion. That is really interesting. If you already had the unit hand, why did we Luna Freya to find Yuna? Because that was last turn, right? Or was that the turn before?
I think that was... believe that was
That must have been
2
the turn
turns ago,
before.
but it's also been a while.
Yeah, these have been long turns. There's been a lot of thinking involved.
Mm-hmm.
But right now we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 attackers. We only need to do 6 damage, which means that we can just dole 2 attackers to remove the 2 blockers and then just attack.
If we just play LB Leo here, yeah, and I think that's what Ryan's about to do. Maybe? But I think, yeah, if he plays LB Leo, then he'll have the 2 on board, the 9 forwards on board. So he can duel the Refia Cecil, and then, yeah, swing for game with the other 7. Yep, and that looks like what's happening.
Yep, so, we've already looked at Sergio's list. We know he has no outs in his deck for this, sadly. So this is just going to be game.
Does Ryan know that? That's the question. But assuming that's what's happening right now.
Yeah. So it looks like we're blanking the Cecil before we dole the 2 guys out of the way. Just to...
Should be tapping with Leo, right? Because he can't swing with Leo.
Please. Ryan, please.
Oh no.
I mean, it doesn't matter. He still has the damage either way.
Okay, yeah. Ryan's playing safe here. Ryan's tapping down, freezing, and playing around potentially X-Burst in Sergio's deck. I feel like in Swiss that's kind of fair. You're already in a winning position, and if you don't know Sergio's not on Brynhilder, I mean, I feel like it's pretty rough for Bartz to play Brynhilder, but like just in the deck slots, right? But
yeah, I mean, if I knew I was playing against specifically the Bartz version, I wouldn't be nearly as afraid.
Yeah.
To the person in chat, he used Porm to blank the Cecil before he froze all the backups. That's why he didn't have to pay a tax on each freeze.
Yeah, I think Ryan made the right call here, not knowing Sergio's deck, and he's already ahead. I don't know what Sergio can still do if he wants to get out of this. And
the awkward thing is, though, is that how many taxes do we have right now? Like 1, 2, 3, we have 4 taxes. So if Sergi does just try to go to combat to get a Refia trigger, Ryan can just tax him out of the game. So that's not a line for Sergio.
yeah.
So what's he doing? Because I'm struggling to think of a card he can play right now that still gets him out of this.
Porum blanking, Refia paying the tax, it looks like.
Interesting.
I think both of those
Yeah,
lines, like either fully taxing or Porum blanking Refia, they're both winning lines. I don't think they...
Yeah. The thing is, I don't think there is any way he could reasonably Refia spin here regardless. So I think just blanking the Refia doesn't do anything other than just discard a card out of your own hand. Right, because there's no way for him to get to 4 characters.
Yeah.
Looks like we're just going for a Leo? Yeah, you just tax this, right?
Yeah.
I can't see a reason not to.
Yeah, it just wants the body, but also Yuna's doling 2 things regardless. So having 3 versus 4 forwards doesn't really make much of a difference, I don't think.
Yeah, well, Ryan only has 1 card in hand right now, so he can't actually dull any forwards that Sergio has because he can't pay the Cecil tax. Because we know the final card in his hand is the
right,
Yuna.
it's the final card is the light Yuna, yeah.
His hand has been poisoned. The thing is, this board for Ryan, realistically, is not getting any wider, right? So if we want to go for our big bursts of like damage and swing in, like each turn, as long as Sergio keeps like getting like little guys onto the board slowly by surely, like it's just going to get harder and harder for Ryan to win.
Yeah, and if Ryan doesn't have Porum on the board, there's no on-board removal.
Okay, so we got
Sergio's board is
on board.
Ooh.
Okay. So looks like we're freezing all the backups again. Did we blank Cecil again?
Does Ryan have...
I don't think we paid for it.
Oh, I think he taxed... No, wait. I'm
very confused about what's going on.
Because if you Porum blanked Cecil and then taxed the auto, Sergio had...
Sergio has 1 card in hand.
Yeah. So I guess Sergio wouldn't have paid that auto. So I think he taxed the Cecil auto. Or wait.
What?
Wait. Did
he just... What happened?
Okay, I'm a little confused. I think Ryan is like, does he not know about like taxing the Cecil auto maybe?
I don't know. I've lost control of my understanding of what's going on. Like he definitely did. He tax the Cecil auto like a few turns ago.
I'm not sure. Well, I guess this is the reason Sergio still keeps playing the game because, like you said, Ryan's board can't get any bigger at this point, and
yeah. And now that we've dealt with the Yuna, she's off the board for now. That means that the Refia player can just go to combat and try to use Refia's auto to draw a card, reactivate all the characters. However, I imagine we might just crack the Y'shtola to say no to that. Yep. This has been one of the strangest games. Do you know what you would do here, Chris? Considering you actually play Refia?
I'm trying to think. It's tough to say without knowing Sergio's hand. Oh, we see the Ferris come down, and that's... Has Porum been used this turn? Because, wait, now...
He doesn't need to Porum anything, right? Ferris can't kill anything because he can't pay for the Cecil taxes.
Right, good point.
There's with all these Cecils on the board, no one can do anything.
So Sergio's game, like Sergio's win con here is playing wall to the board, right? So I'm not sure how many Bartzes we've gone through with. We still know Ryan has that Yuna in hand, right? So Yuna's coming down this turn.
Yep, yeah, Yuna's coming down. So the question is, what do we do now?
So
it looks like... Okay, we're blanking Cecil and we're paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 forwards on board.
Oh,
right?
Wait, 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, it is 9. And it's about to be 10, it looks like.
So now we can...
Oh, right, he only has one in hand.
We only have one card in hand, but now we can dole 2 forwards. We can use Yuna's effect, dole 2 forwards, and swing for game. Please, Ryan. Ryan, please. End my misery. Dole.
Should be able to just swing through now, right?
Why didn't we dole the big forward?
It was blanked. So
no.
Yeah.
I forgot. Porum shrunk him to a 1K. That's right.
Yep. Yeah, and now this should be game, assuming Ryan swings out.
Yes. Okay. Yes, we have exactly enough attackers. It looks like.
Yep, and I think Ryan realizes that. Either realizes Sergio doesn't have Bryn, or just.
I think he realized he needs to
recognizes.
just go for it. Oh gosh, he could have done this a couple turns earlier to save me from some heartache. Okay, there's a Kryl. I can add back a summon, but there is no summons in there that can save us here. He's not running like Azura or anything to reactivate his own forwards. Which
I do think is a decent idea for Bartz to be playing Azura in this meta right now. I've been tinkering around with like a Bartz list of my own, and just leaning a lot more into Windwater. To
also, someone in chat did recognize, though, Sergio does still have Sarah FFL up, so he can just activate a forward and keep himself alive for one more turn.
Oh, right. I'll be honest, I kind of forgot that Sarah FFL was active.
Yeah.
I was expecting that to just be frozen the entire game.
Yeah, I assumed it would be too. So, I think we're exactly one attacker short of being able to go for lethal. So we got back a Bartz. Okay. So we can do one more point of damage. And then force him to sacrifice something. Ryan's thinking. They are in time at this point.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes over. Actually, I'm not sure when time started.
Yeah, I don't know which turn this is.
So I don't know how many turns this is. Yeah.
I think this is the second turn, but it could be the first turn of time, like turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nope, we're just passing there. We're just leaving those guys up. So we have 6 forwards up. However, there's no more Cecil aboard, so the Porum has just free reign to blank the Refia now, so there's more or less no opportunity for Sergio to get the reactivation this turn. What are we going for here? LB Wall? I mean, LB Wall is one way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could use LB Wall to protect from the Porum, and then we can Refia spin the Yuna before we have a chance to go to combat.
So he has 3 cards in hand. Yeah, I think that does it, because Yuna can, if Sergio goes for Refia spin here, leaves 2 backups open, goes to untap. Sergio or Ryan can blank, Ryan can tax 1, 2, 3 times, and Sergio can pretty easily pay for that.
Well, there's no taxes, right? Other than the Cecil. Right, because if we just get rid of the Yuna here, he'll have no way to tax the Refia trigger.
Oh, right.
I'm surprised for dulling like this.
Yeah, I would expect to keep the backups.
But it looks like he has an Amon in hand. Yeah, right. Yeah, like there's no reason not to keep the backups up, right? Like, what
I mean, regardless, cards getting discarded here, right? Because Cecil tax is happening.
Yeah, exactly. So but we could have paid the tax with the backups instead of with the forwards, right? I mean, instead of discarding.
Yeah, and then, yeah, that's a good point.
So I'm assuming we're targeting Yuna here. There's not really much we can do with our Yuna effects in response. Like we can dull Refia, but she's just gonna reactivate herself. It doesn't really do anything,
yeah.
Right?
Looks like he's just trying to dull the Leo then. And then yeah, it looks like Refia or Yuna's
going bye-bye again. So the question is Yuna going to the top or the bottom? Oh, there she goes. I'm sorry. My stream is a little bit behind, so like everything, like I'll ask a question and then we skip ahead to me knowing the answer. Okay. This has been certainly one of the games.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here, though? Like, we could attack with Ferris, but, like, we don't want to individually pay for each Ferris trigger here, right?
I mean, at this point, with the wall on board, with Unigon, we can just start poking stuff out with Refia and Ferris, right?
The problem is we don't want to pay for our Ferris with the backups, because then we won't have the backups up for Refia, right?
Yeah.
So this is the fact that Ferris has 4 individual triggers that all trigger Cecil at one time is the Warrior of Light got shrunk and died.
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, wait.
Yeah, he could have used enough to pump the Warrior of Light out of range, but I guess he forgot, or if he didn't want to. So, how are we paying for this? We have 4 Ferris triggers. I'm assuming we want to kill Porum, or do we want to kill Cecil?
I was expecting Cecil first, but we're modding the Cecil.
We're modding the Cecil.
That does make sense. So then we'd be killing the Porum.
But that only cancels one of the
trigger,
triggers.
right?
Yeah, so we still have to pay for the other triggers. Porm is currently
and Porm's currently
8K.
8K? Yeah.
So he needs to pay 3 times in order for Porm to die. Still, which he does not have the resources to do.
Yeah.
So he can't kill Porm. He can kill Hooded Man or Luna Freya, but that does not keep him alive. He dies if he does that. So, yeah, Cecil's dead, but nothing else really is going to die here, right?
It's Ryan's turn. He's able to Porm blank the Refia to prevent more stuff from getting bottomed if he gets a Yuna in hand, right? So he can blank.
Yeah, you can just start your turn.
The Refia before
immediately blank the Refia. Yep.
Yeah.
And that way, if she wants to spin something, she also has to like dull a forward, which then gets another blocker out of the way, which you really don't want to do. Do we have another wall, LB?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess that's why we don't.
We don't mind that he died.
Necessarily, yeah, exactly. Because we needed the Lunith to haste the Ferris, right? So that's why we couldn't bump it with the Lunith.
Wait, did Ferris come in that turn? Wasn't Ferris?
Oh no, Ferris was already on board. Never mind.
Yeah. So this is Ryan's last turn. I don't know if that was Sergio's last turn or not. But just looking at this board, Ryan only needs to deal 2 points of damage. He had to dull his Seraphifel, so we no longer have that as a way to reactivate a forward. Warrior of Light is a 10k, but we just blanked that with Porn, presumably. So then now nothing on Ryan's board is larger than Refia, who is a 7k. Looks like we're going for Vajrahar Wu and saying, actually get Refia off the board, please. And while he can spin in response, doing so would kill himself.
Yeah. And we have now we're just left with 2 5Ks. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Ryan just has lethal now.
Yeah, a 5k and a 1k, right?
Oh right, Porn blank.
Porn blank. So I think we can just swing out here and end this game, please. Okay, there's damage 6.
Yep.
And then
alright, there we go.
Block, and then okay, thank God.
I don't know what to say about that.
I
went on a bit too long. I think definitely some Swiss nerves of trying to play around Bren, but
also I'm sorry if I keep commenting things that have already happened for you. I keep forgetting that I like my stream's behind and like oh gosh. So yeah, that was definitely some I think stream nerves. But I'm glad that Ryan didn't have to like walk away from that, like thinking about what could have been.
Yeah.
And what was
and do we know the standings for those 2 players after the game?
They were both undefeated going into this round. So Ryan is almost certainly going into Top Cut, and Sergio still has a very good chance of making it there. What I'm guessing happened is that when he tried to pay for the Cecil tax, you can't attempt to pay until resolution. So once you attempt to pay, it's too late to go back and like attempt to tax it.
Oh yeah, probably realized that.
So some people, like someone might have like been like, okay, no, that's fine, you can go back and tax it, but it is what it is. I imagine we're not gonna have much of a break between the next round, and I imagine our table B is already over.
Yeah, looks like they just cleaned up apparently. Okay,
perfect. So that was certainly a game. I'm sure that Ryan's gonna want to have to go back and watch the stream and review his play later. But yeah, that was I know some people don't really like the Una deck because it creates gummy game states, and I think we saw that to its full extent there in that last match. It was extremely nerve-wracking.
I will say I personally really enjoy. Some people have made comparisons between like the Chaos deck and the Una deck, and I personally much prefer the play patterns with the Una deck. It seems like a really it can be really obnoxious when it high rolls that Rosa Cecil, but I feel like I get a lot more really interesting board states.
Yeah. And like you got to see that there was a lot of opportunities for like interaction and counterplay and like decision making in that game, and it just goes to show you that there's. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and it also shows just how important that Cecil was. The Sergio was playing, I think, 1 Earth Cecil, 2 Green Cecil, and that Earth Cecil coming down earlier on. Cheating in that Green Cecil, wasn't even able to like get a forward cheated in with it, but was still that Cecil put in a lot of work that game against Una.
Yeah, like you can only imagine if Sergio had gotten that Cecil down like on like turns 1 or 2 instead of like turn 5 I think it was when he finally found it. It would have been so much more helpful in helping him stabilize in those early turns and not have his backups permanently more or less frozen out, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is. Sometimes that's how it is. If you're only running like 1 copy, you're not necessarily going to find it that early. So anyway, good luck to Sergio going forward into the later rounds. I'm sure we'll see more of him tomorrow. Okay. Just a little tired there after that one. That was a little much.
Yeah. The still waiting on the next round's pairings, but I am hoping that we get some games. I know we've had Refia on the stream a lot, right?
Yeah, we have had a lot of Refia, so we'll probably try and get us a match that isn't Refia, because we had Refia on almost every round. When I saw the pairings for this round, I don't necessarily know what everyone on the room is on. I have notes from people that I have that are there, and I saw the Cat 4 Unit deck that was still undefeated, and I was like, we should probably get that in, because it's a fun deck, and we hadn't seen it on stream yet. Okay, so we just got round 5 pairings up. Let's see what we can get us. Okay. Yeah, there's not very many undefeateds left, so we might start dipping down into the X1s. We could do Hunter. This is his last tournament before he leaves for Japan. He's an X1, and I know he's on something we haven't seen yet today, but I don't know if we want to see more Yuna. Let's see. There's how far down do the X1s go? Because I don't want to go down to X2s. We could do Corey versus Thomas. I don't believe either of those are on Refia. Let me check. Nope, Thomas is on Refia. Never mind.
Not knowing where the cutoff is.
Yeah, and Sydney's, I believe, probably on Refia. We don't want that. We could just do table 5 with Hunter.
I'd be down for that. We would see Yuna again, but you said we haven't seen too much Yuna this.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much Yuna, and Magissa versus Yuna, I think, will be a much more palatable matchup for the stream.
Yeah, and it's also Brian's deck is much more Cat 4 focused than Yuna focused. If it's the list, then
I believe he's still on the tricolor. Yeah, I believe it's still on the tricolor variant. So yeah, let's try and get table 5 on stream. For the backup table, whatever they decide. Yeah, just seeing the Rosa Cecil turn 1, it always makes me feel a certain way.
Yeah, it actually, speaking of Brian showing up on screen, I have a bit of a rivalry. I don't know if he sees it the same way, but I've got a bone to pick with Brian, because every single time I face him in bracket, he opens Rosa Cecil turn 1, and I just groan.
You should play against him at locals every week, okay? It's not any better. It's not. This man knows how to, like, I swear he stacks his deck. It's not fair. Like, he has Rosa Cecil in his hand turn 1 every game. First damage is always Thornton, searches Yuna. Ugh.
What's the word, like cognitive bias? It's like it always happens because you always see it happen, you know?
Yeah, confirmation bias. Yes.
Confirmation bias, yeah.
Yeah, you don't notice the games where he bricks, which also does happen. And then, because those games end quickly, because you just beat his face in. But I swear, like, every time I play Lena, no bursts. Every time I don't play Lena, it's like 6 bursts. It's so annoying. He knows. His deck can, like, sense the presence of Lena, and, like, the EX bursts just hide. Like a turtle, like, retreating into their shell.
Yeah, I think if we're able to get this game on stream, it'll be a really fun watch.
Yeah, it's always amazing watching Hunter pilot Megissa. It's always great watching a person who knows what they're doing on the deck play the deck.
It's something really humbling, is always seeing Megissa played well on stream, like by Hunter, and then just being like, yeah, I could totally play this deck. Like, I know what search targets are I should be getting in most spots, and then just playing the deck and being like, how on earth does Hunter play this? Like almost every tournament.
Yeah, it's like you look at Megissa and you're like, yeah, this is a really cool, fun, interesting deck. And then you sleeve up Megissa, you draw your opening hand, and you're like, wow, that certainly is a pile of cards, huh? But when it works, it feels so good. Yeah, it feels so good. Okay. So we're pulling up the list now. And here's Brian's list. And that is certainly a Brian list. Yep, I've seen those cards before.
Hunter's name is NetDeck. I like that.
And let's see. Trying to see if there's anything spicy in Hunter's list. And this is possibly the most standard Megissa list I've seen in my life.
This is the most Hunter list I've ever seen.
This might be card for card the list I was playing at locals the other week. It's not. Okay, his LP deck's slightly different, but yeah, this is a fairly standard Megissa list. Standard as in it is Hunter's list, and he defines what is standard for Megissa, I guess. So yeah, versus
anything Hunter
Brian
is stock.
Yeah, it's by definition, right?
Yeah.
So we should be starting shortly. Looks like they're still getting to their tables. Okay, and our backup table is Cat 10 versus Knights. Ooh. Maybe I didn't know that was an option. Oh no. Well, presumably the Yuna Gissa matchup should be relatively quick, so hopefully we can get a little bit of that Cat 10 deck in at the end. I thought our last match would be relatively quick, and that way we'd be able to get some of our table B in, but they both went to time.
And yeah, it looks like Brian's list is I don't see any changes from last time he brought last time he went to a tournament, so looks pretty standard for Brian.
Yep. He likes those Earth cards. So, if we have any newcomers in the chat who aren't used to the Final Fantasy trading card game, Megissa is an archetype of fire forwards that are you play straight from the deck using the Opus 12 hero Megissa, who has the effect of when she's taken 4,000 or more damage for the rest of that turn, once per turn, you can play a 3-cost fire forward straight from your deck. She doesn't care if it's a multi-element fire card. She doesn't care if it has like specific cast requirements. No, she just plops it right on the board on either player's turn at instant speed. It's an incredibly powerful card and lets you do all these cool, fun, toolboxy stuff. It's a deck that Hunter here is...
Oh, I was going to say, it just lets you play a lot of forwards that are also not normally mono fire cards. So you get the consistency of a mono... Well, if you're Hunter, you get the consistency of a mono fire deck. And then, but you get all of the really, really strong multi-element cards, like the Ishtola Axstar especially is huge. Bosch. So...
Yeah. And notably, a lot of the 3-cost fire cards you want to be playing anyway are Job Warriors, so then you also get a nice cute Tyvis package, which we saw earlier when we had Firewater Warriors on stream. It's a really strong, comprehensive deck that has just a lot of different ways and avenues that you can play the game. It's very skill-intensive, and Hunter is very well known for being excellent at this deck.
Yeah,
got
very,
second
very
place
high...
in the World Championship with it.
Very high skill floor and very high skill ceiling.
Yeah. So it looks like the players are getting settled at their tables. We can see that in the background. I saw Hunter move off to the side. I'm assuming he's walking to the stream table, which is just off screen. And hopefully we'll have a great match for us shortly. Though I'm going to grab a drink of water.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I'm really hoping that opening is not super skewed for either player, that we get like a good solid match here.
Yeah, both of these decks can have the capacity to just run away from the game extremely quickly. But also they both have the potential to like play a longer game and like grind it out a bit.
Yeah,
Megissa is a little bit known for playing aggressively and like winning quickly, but that doesn't mean it can't like take a slow grind to your game and just win through attrition.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say it's both decks also definitely have the capacity to not open super well, like more than some other decks, but like we were just talking about before, not gonna happen for either of these players.
Yeah. Megissa really only has like 2 cards in the entire deck that do anything. The titular Megissa as well as Tyvis. So if Hunter isn't able to find either of those cards, he can be in a pretty rough spot. Meanwhile, Brian, on the other hand, really wants to find his Rosa's Cecil combo as soon and as quickly as possible. But unlike the other Cat 4 deck that we just all saw on stream, he doesn't run nearly as many searchers for Rosa and Cecil, right? There's no Sid Palandinas in here. He's more or less just trying to either find like a Tyro or Luna Freya into them, or just do the Brian special and hard draw them.
Yeah, and also Brian just runs like a higher density of cards that don't necessarily need, let's say, Yuna, Cecil, Rosa on the board right away. It's not all in on that strategy.
Exactly, yeah. This is much more just like a Cat 4 deck than it is exactly like a Yuna Turbo deck.
Exactly.
Yep, so we can see the players looking at their opening hands and making their mulligan decisions.
Trying to see what's in Hunter's hand here.
Yeah, the glare is a little rough. For important cards in this matchup, Brian is on, of course, the action ability Porum that can blank forwards for the turn, which is pretty good against the Megissa deck if you can get her on the board and just start blanking Megissa every turn in response to Hunter's attempts to hurt his own Megissa. But all of those effects that Hunter has that can damage his own Megissa can also just target the Porum instead. So it's not too difficult for Hunter to find ways to get the Porum off the board and get his Megissa damaged and started.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting parts of piloting Megissa, I found, is knowing when to switch between using your damage as removal and using your damage to ramp your board up. It's one of the things that makes this deck so difficult to pilot, is knowing which mode you're in, basically.
Another interesting thing in this matchup is that, unlike the other Cat 4 decks, like the one we just saw, is that Brian has a very heavy amount of Earth cards. So what that means is he has access to Materia LB, not Materia LB, just Materia in general, which is a board wipe that most unit decks don't have access to. But also, because he has Earth, he can reasonably actually Cecil special to pop Megissa in response to any effects that would shoot her. And importantly, not only does he have the Earth to do it, Brian is on a staggering 10 copies of Cecil. This man is built to just Cecil special more or less every turn, which is going to mean that as long as Brian is sitting on the Dark Knight Cecil on board, it's going to be extremely difficult for Hunter to go for any of his Megissa lines.
And so if you're Brian here, actually, I don't have much experience with against Megissa. Do you want to play the Wind Cecil here, the blue Cecil here? Because if you want to protect that Porum, having those crystals to protect Porum, blue Cecil has ability to spend one crystal and protect a category 4 forward.
So I know
but the Wind Cecil
Brian
has the tax.
Yeah, Brian is a really big fan of the Opus 20 Hero Blue Cecil. He's on 3 copies of it today.
Right.
So I do know that he's a sucker for that card, and he goes for it even when he obviously on board should not be going for it. But that card is also extremely good into Megissa, because if Hunter again tries to shoot his Megissa, he can, instead of paying for the one and the special, the one and the Cecil for the special, he can tag into that blue Cecil and then just spend only the one Cecil in hand for the special to then shrink Megissa by 5,000 to then prevent her from getting her ability off. Okay, but Hunter, seemingly realizing that Megissa can be risky in this matchup, has instead decided to go for a Tyvis start.
Yep, Tyvis Mog. Mog 6 says that Brian won't be able to search if Hunter decides to sack it, which is... you have a lot more experience against Brian than I do.
Mog is really important in this matchup, and Brian hates that freaking card. So the important thing, Brian has sat in front of that Mog so many times. So
I was going to say, it seems pretty good for Hunter's opener here.
Yeah, this is really important in the matchup because Brian wants to get the Earth Cecil into the Dark Knight and the Paladin combo. That is an effect that searches. So as long as Mog is sitting on the board, Brian can't really access his Cecil reserves. Now, luckily, he does have ways to, get the Mog off the board. Notably, like we mentioned, he's running all of these Cecil specials. He can special kill the Mog. And I'm actually surprised here that Hunter decided to go for the Furion. It might have actually been best for him to go for Yuzuki here to play off the Tyvis next turn, so that way he can protect his Mog from any potential Cecil special shenanigans.
Yeah, although if Brian does opt to just hardcast the blue Cecil, he can use that special to kill the Mog, right? That does power reduction.
Yes, it does. But you don't really want to do that, because if you go for that line instead of going into the Earth Cecil, you don't get it double dip on your Rosa and get the double draws.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, here's the Brian special. Rosa Cecil. He's going to draw a card, then take a point of damage. The question is, does he have
my goodness.
the Cecil in hand? Well, he's definitely using that.
Now that's the Brian special.
I mean, we told you guys. I know how this works.
That's really rough for Hunter, and Yeah, if I was Hunter, I'd be a little tilted right now.
Yeah. Yeah, this is oh no. Oh no. Yuna?
If you're Brian here, would you go straight into Cecil to prevent Hunter from playing Mog straight back to the board?
You have to do it in response to the Typhus trigger.
Yeah. Never mind.
So
yeah.
in response to the Typhus trigger is when you would crack your Cecil if you want to do it here. I'm a bit surprised that Brian didn't freeze the backup before he passed turn.
Yeah, because now Hunter has a mod access, but
yeah. Hunter does have a pretty large hand here. Like the Mog was played and then like drew a card and then returned a hand for like quote unquote free.
Mm-hmm. And so if you're a Megissa player and you're watching this game, this is a pretty important turn, I feel like, for to learn from. The how Hunter gets out of this position is going to be really, really interesting to see.
Okay. Yeah. So we're paying the tax. So what Hunter's trying to do is he's trying to bait the Cecil effect before he commits Smog to the board, right? But Brian has recognized that if he...
I was going to say, would you have taxed a second time and forced Hunter to pitch a card? Would he be holding the tax up still for?
I'm not sure. I think I might have taxed another time. Like, because now that we lost the Rosa, that loses us a draw. But also, I think Brian knows that as long as Cecil is on board, Hunter cannot use Typhus effect.
Yeah.
So I think he's just saying, yeah, it's fine if you kill Rosa. I just want to force you to play in such a way that you can't kill Cecil, right?
Mm-hmm. And is this Iron Giant? So this is going to probably deal with this can kill Yuna, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it does 5,000 damage to a character, a forward of cost 2 or less. I'm assuming he's going to tax this, because if you don't tax this, when are you taxing?
Exactly.
So at this point, are we Typhus affecting or are we paying? We're paying.
So if you're Brian here, assuming you don't have the Rosa in hand, do you just go for Cecil on your turn anyways, just to get through that Mog 6 coming down?
Probably. You definitely want to do it now because you know that Hunter can't cancel in response now. And it was really smart of Hunter to just pass there and not use the Typhus effect, even though he had the Mog in hand. But I guess the thing is, though, something to consider is that by waiting, he's just letting Brian do it on his turn instead, which just gives him more options of what to free play off of the green Cecil.
Exactly.
So there's it's hard to say whether it was just correct to get the free play off the Typhus there and just accept that Brian would be able to tag out in response before Mog hits the board.
But then you still have Mog 6 on board for later.
See any future searches? Yeah, exactly. It's a push and a pull. Okay, so Tyro
getting Yuna. All right. I was actually curious if it was going to be Rosa, but
yeah, the Rosa feels less good if you're only getting one draw off of her. For sure, and especially when he wouldn't be tapping a backup to cast her either here. So he'd be paying like full price for her, the whole 2, and only getting one draw instead of the usual 2. So I understand him going for the unit instead.
I'm just assuming Cecil probably, choosing to sack it, and let's see which Cecil Brian decides to pull out. The win Cecil, probably to play that unit to the board.
Yep, almost certainly. Lynn Cecil is fairly good at keeping Brian's board safe from Magissa.
Oh, right. If he has the Hooded Man, so that's gonna let him play Yuna anyways. That's pretty good.
Yep, especially because it activates the backup too. That's so efficient.
Yep. And you got Porum in hand too for the Magissa later. Yeah, this is the push and pull of this matchup, it looks like.
Yeah, this is not Brian's first rodeo in this matchup. Brian, please bring it back up. Oh my god, he's learning.
So Brian, I think, has just the Porum in hand, right? One in hand, it looks like.
I think it's just the one in hand. Yeah, the Porum.
Yep. So I see Mog come down. And if you're Brian, what is like the most important tax here?
In general, I just like to tax as soon as I can.
Yeah, because he did let the draw go through, so that's why I was wondering. But choosing instead to dull the field. So is Brian gonna try and out aggro Hunter, looks like?
He might. The awkward thing about here. Should have left one tax up, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why he did that. Yes. Luckily for Brian, Hunter is one fire character short of being able to use Minwu to cast Eject from the break zone.
Mm-hmm. Would Hunter have been able to... Oh no, if it's a 7k, not 8k ping. I was gonna say free cast the Ifrit twice, but...
Yeah, no. Well, he couldn't cast it twice.
Because Minwu was on the board, is what I was saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, like if he was able to kill Cecil with the first one and then free cast again, yeah.
It's a 7k, not an 8k.
Hunter wouldn't be running it if it did 8k.
Oh, right.
I'm just gonna put it out there. Magissa sadly does not have 9,000 power. So,
might be
Brian, Brian's getting the fruits of his labor. He might have lost Yuna, but at least he can get some damage cashed in. The question is, does he want to go in with the Lunafreya? I guess not.
So without Yuna on the board, I guess he's holding them up for blockers, right? 8k and a 7k blocker. Because he definitely doesn't want to lose the Cecil or Hooded Man, but also Brian's, I feel like, comfortable taking damage in this matchup if it's not lethal.
Okay, he definitely should be, which is why I'm even more confused from last turn why he chose to dull all of the blockers, all the attackers. Because his deck is just chock full of EX bursts that he loves to hit the damage. So Brian is 2 Yunas down, and he no longer has the LB to cast a Noctis back to get Yuna back.
He is on a third Yuna. He has a Lena in hand, though.
Oh, does he?
I thought I saw it. And he also has Porum in hand as well. I can't say what the third card is, but...
Well, if he has Lena in hand, he could potentially Lena special back the Yuna. It's not ideal because she would come in dull, but it's better than not having one.
Let's see, because he could also get back... I'm not sure if he has Ishtola in the break zone or Zeromus.
Yeah. It's really hard to see what's in Brian's hand, but he has quite a few options depending on what he has. Okay, so there's Cecil pitches for there's the Porum we were talking about. It looks like he's keeping the backups up, and because, as you mentioned, the Lena special.
Mm-hmm.
Also because, it must be because of the Lena special. Which is interesting though, because by not using Yuna on his own turn, he lost access to like the free quote-unquote Hooded Man activation triggers.
Yeah, the Yeah, that's on Hunter's turn, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Or is it on?
There she's. Yep, I'm assuming Hunter went to combat, and Brian decided to bring in the Yuna. And Hunter might want to do something before Yuna hits the board. They're reading cards.
Yeah, this is a very, very complicated board state.
Yeah, so dealing with the Cecil and the unit that's about to come in. So I see Hunter has a 1-cost Ifrit in hand, which he can use to deal 5,000 damage to 2 different forwards. But it only counts as 1 trigger for Cecil.
Mm-hmm. And it does kill the Porum at the moment. Depending on what else Hunter has in hand, because he really needs to find a way. Well, if you are Hunter, like, do you want to kill Cecil before having Ahmad in hand? Because you want to. I guess you have the Mog 6 on board, so that's preventing Cecil from searching.
I don't know. This is really hard. Wind Cecil is just really annoying for Hunter to deal with because basically none of his removal is non-targeting other than like an Axstar Dull Freeze. Mm-hmm. But A, Hunter doesn't have Axstar in hand, and B, even if he does Dull Freeze Brian's whole board, next turn Hoodman is just going to reactivate it all anyway, so it's just going to come back. It's really frustrating to deal with. Okay.
Right, so we do see the effort come down. It looked like... did he pay with Bosch?
So he used Bosch to pay the Cecil tax. And Brian looks like he's not even...
Wait, would he not tax the...
He's not taxing. Brian's like, actually, I don't care. I'm just going to kill you next turn.
Oh.
Looks like his axe going to come down. Just because otherwise Hunter is dead on board. But if Brian has Vajrahar Wu in his... No, he doesn't have enough CP for that. But if Brian still has Surges left in his LB deck, he can just use Surges, dull the Zac out of the way, and go for game. I don't know
if he also has the ice in hand, right? Like the only ice in the deck is...
Tyro.
Oh, right. Never mind.
I've played against this deck many times. I know how Brian goes for game. Okay. Looks like he did not leave Surges left in the deck. Okay. Yep, because the last two were Leo and Mr. Wu. So Brian is trying to find a way to get this one Zac out of the way. Oh, or you could just get haste.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, if he has haste with either... Actually, Zeromus wouldn't have haste now, so I think Edge is the only haste he has on the board, right?
Yep, Zeromus and haste are his only... Sorry, yeah, Zeromus and Edge are his only haste outs, and he drew the Edge. You love to see it if you're Brian, you hate to see it if you're Hunter.
It's a Brian special right there.
Yeah. So it looks like he gave the extra power to Hooded Man, and he gave the haste to Edge. Now, every forward that Brian has on the board is 7,000 or more power that can attack this turn. So no matter what he attacks with, he should be able to make it there, other than unless he hits an extremely unlucky ward EX. So Hunter is praying for a ward off the top. That is not ward. Hunter actually decided he doesn't care. Hunter didn't even check to see if ward was on top. Unless, did he cut the wards?
He has one ward. I'm not sure if it was in Breakzone. I don't remember seeing it, but it might have been in there.
He might have discarded it for cost earlier. Yeah. I didn't see. Well, I've seen that happen before.
Really though interesting game, I will say, with like especially that middle state board state. This is kind of what I was talking about before of how Yuna, I feel like, really adds a lot of it really leads to really complex board states, and sometimes it can be kind of a drudge to get through like all the math behind it, but it's even we were having trouble figuring out what the players are going to do.
Exactly, like especially when we can't see their hands, it's a lot harder to figure it out. But, yeah, exactly. Hunter has a lot of options in the Gissa deck. Brian has a ton of options in his Cat 4 deck, and also we saw like his deck is much more of a Cat 4 deck than a Yuna deck, right? Like Yuna hit the board like twice, or actually 3 times, but she did not live like any of the time. She just immediately died. Hunter is like, actually, I'm not interested in dealing with these shenanigans. I want to play a game that is Yuna free. I would like my auto abilities not to be taxed. However, Cecil was still on board, so everything was still being taxed.
The 1CP Ifrit being able to kill both Porum and Yuna, I was expecting that to be like a really good line for Hunter to get back into the game, but yeah, the being able to just dole down everything and swing for I think it was like 4 damage and then 3 damage back to back, like it really shows how like we were saying like, oh, why doesn't he tax here? And it can see that like being able to dole those forwards.
Yeah, Brian wasn't interested in taxing. He wanted blood. He was like, actually, I was like, I don't care what you do. I'm just going to murder you. He turned into a complete murder hobo there. It was like he was playing some D&D. But
yeah, usually before Yuna, he'd have to rely on like Zeromus, cheating in Zeromus in some way to like dole down your board. But now Yuna just lets you do it too.
Yeah, he's like, I don't care. I'm just gonna ignore everything you do. I'm just gonna make a nice whiteboard and then just turn all my forward sideways to turn all your forward sideways. Then they reactivate, and then I just swing with everyone, turning them sideways again. It's very funny to watch.
Well,
yeah,
I will say that was a pretty fun game to watch.
Yeah, I'm glad we got a unique match like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully Hunter can pull it around and still make top cut. I would like to see him. This is his last event in North America, or at least his last Materia Cup. So we want to have him see a good showing before we ship him off to Japan. Especially considering, this is the event he won last year. This is the Materia Cup he won. So hopefully we can get him into top cut.
Yeah, I'm really just want to see more games in Megissa, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to predict that Megissa was going to win because Daniel asked me that at the start of the stream. And I was like, in my heart, it's Megissa's going to win, but I don't know. So it looks like our backup table is Yuna versus Scions. I don't know if they're still going though. Let me check.
I think.
Nope, they're done as well.
Already done. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate. So there's 11 minutes left in the round. I don't know if I can keep talking for another 11 minutes to keep you guys entertained. It's 8 minutes now, but we might be going on a short break. We'll be back soon with you guys in like 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes. I don't know how long it'll be between rounds, but we'll see you guys soon.
Yep. See you soon.
Thank you.
月が揺れる鏡に震えた心星が流れこぼれた柔らかい涙透け
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think either the Scions are going to win quickly or lose quickly.
Oh, looks like we're up.
Everyone, welcome back to the stream. We're starting round 6 right now, and we've got KP on the left and Sam Prime on the right. This is going to be a very interesting match. I know we already had KP on, but we really wanted to get Sam on because he's on a pretty interesting deck, and also these are 2 titans of the game in North America, so getting a chance to see two masters of their craft going at it in Swiss is not something you always get to see. Sam here is playing a monster deck, but as you've seen, there's some interesting colors going on. Of course, there's water, as you usually do for Realm, but he's also running an Earth package to give his deck a more control-y slant. And if I am checking their list correctly, I believe Sam also has a decently large wind package in this deck, so he's running a tricolor Earth, Wind, Water monster deck. So hopefully we'll get to see him combo off and go in with all of his stormy payoff cards and just ramp out of the game. KP, as we saw earlier, is on his Cat 4 Earth deck. Not Cat 4, Cat 7 Earth deck. We just saw Cat 4 the last 2 rounds. My brain's getting scrambled. And he's going to look to, ramp out and go for his Leo Wall shenanigans. Earth is known for having pretty strong outs to monster removal. But Sam does have answers himself for those kinds of things. So it'll be a very interesting, presumably back and forth match as both players try to ramp backups and just throw haymakers at each other for the whole game.
Yeah, and apologies, I had to restart the Discord call real quick. My stream started cutting out, as soon as the stream switched.
Unfortunate, but yeah, welcome back, Rest. Thing is, KP is looking at his hand, and he sees an Ammon in there. So I know he really wants to Ammon this realm in Sam's hand, but there is no red cards. So looks like Ammon's just getting discarded for mana there. And Sam's probably very happy to see that gone. Because I can tell you, as someone who has played monsters into Mono Earth before, getting jump scared by Ammon, it does not feel good. like when they discard their Warrior of Light and another card to Ammon you on turn 2, you're like, really? Why is that in your deck?
So I think we're gonna see Realm come down here, get a Tomos, and probably I don't know. I missed the start of the game, so I don't know if you mentioned what kind of list Sam is on right now. But we're gonna see an interesting pickup here.
I think we're gonna see some interesting cards coming out. Obviously, we grab the Atomos, as you do in almost every monster deck. But no, interesting. Sam must already have the backups in his hand that he wants. So Evray and Atomos, 2 really great monsters. Great for generating resources in the long game. Loperid, of course, just one of my favorite backups.
Yeah, this, especially in a, have we seen some of the spicy cards? Yeah, we've seen Larkikis. In a list like this, where not all your cards are castable, it's usually pretty helpful to be able to shuffle away a lot of those dead cards. We're not playing Fire Water, so we're not shuffling away that light card that we'd normally be searching, but even still, it's...
Yeah,
pretty good.
So there is a light card in Sam's hand. I think he drew a light Shinryu, unless my eyes are deceiving me.
Oh.
But I mean, looking at this board, I wouldn't be surprised if you thought this was Mono Water monsters. Sam has found some backups, but maybe not exactly the ones he wants right now.
Did see this Toto in Break Zone.
No, I'm just joking that he has 3. So Sam's getting in there. He's not really afraid of bursts, considering he has Len on board. Just lets him draw more cards. Montleonis into damage is a little sad for KP. This is his second game on stream, and both games, first damage was Montleonis for him. He seems glued to that. But Sam's probably hoping to be able to dig and find some Earth and Wind backups to get set up. Assuming he is playing the deck I heard he was playing. there should be some green cards that are not monsters. It looks like we're going for a Luso, I think. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be searching a Vieira, I guess.
Wait, can we search Vieira with... Because we only have the water backups. He's probably searching Loppy, right?
I guess another Lop. We're really going all in on the Mono Water then. That's not exactly what you want to do in your multi-element deck. Getting that bricked up on backups of the same element isn't ideal, but sometimes that's just how the cards go. So, triggering a Tomos, drawing 2, putting back 1. So, Sam is nice and ramped out here, even if it's not exactly how he would like to be, and just passes. I know this list is on not that many summons, so leaving those backups up is realistically not particularly ideal.
Yeah, or on Sam's list or on KP's list?
No, on Sam's list.
Yeah. He might be holding up the... Do you know if he has Lena in hand? I might have missed that on the stream.
I couldn't tell. So I'm taking a look at Sam's list again, and I was wrong. He actually cut, when I wasn't looking, he cut all the green backups. So it's just an Earth Water list with just a lot of wind cards in it. He's just using... Wait, one moment. What is he... Yeah, he's just using... Wait, is there no Tyros?
I also see there's Hippocampus in here.
Yeah, he's just using Shantotos. He has found 3 copies of the Shantoto backup, and he's using those to generate his off-color colors.
And then also Lena Special is pulling a lot of weight here, it looks like, too.
Yeah. Yeah, Lena Special is letting him cheat in elements, and like the off-color monsters can all be brought in off of either Mira or Larkakis or Realm herself. So he has lots of ways to ignore the costs that are printed on his cards. Now, okay, so KP is doing the fun Barrett stuff.
I've played against this type of deck, although with more of a Cat 7 focus than I think KP is running far too many times.
Yeah, if you go up north, they're big enjoyers of their Cat 7 up there, you could say. So KP's turn was nice, short, sweet, and to the point. And Sam's about to probably do some nonsense, as monster decks tend to do. So we might be in here for a while. So Opka, drawing a card. He's probably a little upset.
In hand too?
Are we finally seeing an Earth backup?
Oh,
we're finally seeing an Earth backup. Triggering a Tomos. And that also
triggers Luso.
He's now I believe he is a 9K, right? And isn't Barrett a 9K?
Oh yeah, Luso can swing over, right?
Yeah, so they can. Sam is willing to offer this trade. And Kyle does not want to take it. So Kyle is taking the trade with the Realm, but I don't think Sam necessarily minds that. He could just have another Realm in hand. He also might just have a Witch to finish off the Bear. He has a lot of options here. Or he might have a Hippocampus to finish off the Barrett. No, just a Witch. It is interesting that Sam decided to play it in this order. And not just Witch pre-combat, because then he could have kept his Realm alive. But I guess he wanted the Realm dead.
And this looks. Actually, how many cards does KP have in hand? I was gonna say this looks pretty rough for KP. This board state, I think, like, which being on board. Oh, and the Malboro too, which cuts off Titus LB access.
Yeah, but the thing is, KP can just Shantoto LB and just say, actually, I don't want to deal with this. And just wipe Sam's whole board, and there's not really anything Sam can do about it. Even if Sam did have a Cancel Leviathan in hand, which he doesn't, he could just Mistdragon to cancel it. KP's hand is full of Mistdragons. And even if Sam had a Y'shtola in the break zone to raise in, KP could also just Mistdragon the break zone to cancel that as well. Not that Sam even has a Y'shtola there, so that isn't a line regardless.
So Sam has 2 cards on board. I feel like, honestly, I'm looking at KP's hand right now. I feel like KP's ahead here, even though it doesn't necessarily look it.
Yeah, no, KP has a lot of options he can take there, but almost certainly all of them involve a Shantoto hitting the board here, just to reset the board state. Luckily for Sam, he does have enough monsters that he can just kill his own witch in response to the Shantoto effect, just to make sure she ends up in the break zone, so that way he can potentially land a special her out at a later date. And Sam's like, yep, okay, I know what's going on here. So presumably all the monsters are hitting the break zone. Shantoto and Witch are also, just everything's hitting the break zone other than the LBs. So even though Shantoto has that line of text that removes all the forwards and monsters, Witch's effect to sacrifice allows the monster deck to, somewhat, cheat around it and still get their guys to go into the break zone. And this card always whiffs. Oh my god. Oh, for sure.
That was a little spooky.
It's a little spooky. That card has never let me down. Definitely not. No siree. Never. Sam has a couple options here. He could go for like a Leo into Titus line. That might be something he's thinking about.
How far back does that set KP though? Because KP, I can see the wall in his hand. He's got. I don't see another backup, but I do see the Ingus. I feel like I don't know, if I'm KP and I see Titus come out, I'm almost happy it's like on this turn,
Yeah, well the thing is, he has Ingus and Wall in hand, right? So KP can immediately go for like an Ingus into Leo into Wall play right now. And so just as Sam, you might not know he has all those specific cards in hand, but he's down at least one. So trying to deny KP just one draw step by stacking it back up on top of his deck is like pretty nice. But yeah, I expect we're going to see Leo Wall coming down shortly, potentially followed by a Titus or some other shenanigans, and KP is about to just explode onto this board. Interesting. So we have Cloud in hand and a Mont Leonis. So Mont Leonis is currently discounted by 8, which means it costs 3, which means we could dole 1 backup. Discard the Cloud? No, we want to. Okay, we're gonna Tifa first. Interesting.
And so this is playing the multi-element Cloud, which
so
I think, are we pressuring here?
I know Kyle likes to do that.
I think so. The multi-element Cloud can give haste to the whole board, and he'd be able to hit him to damage 5, but not any more than that. And that might be an overcommitment.
Well, it would be more than 5, right? Is there any forward he can bring back off of the...
Oh, right.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage.
Oh, okay, never mind.
No.
I missed that line.
Yeah, no, this is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
The question is, does he have enough cards in hand to cast the Cloud? He might be one shy. I'm not sure how many cards he has left. Yeah, this game might.
Way more
Oh, he has way more than enough. Okay, yeah. Cloud's gonna come down here.
Yes.
This is going to be.
This
is gonna hurt.
Probably a wrap.
This is likely game. This is unfortunate for Sam. But yeah, so Cloud's gonna come down here. He's gonna, now that we have Avalanche Operatives on board, he's going to give his entire board haste, and I believe he has the other effect is he can deal damage to a forward. So he's going to probably shoot either the Mira or the Leo off the board, and then he will go to combat, attack with Wall, and then before blocks, use Wall effect to kill the one that he leaves alive, and then at that point, Sam's going to be in trouble.
Does Sam have any EX bursts to protect him? I don't think so. Monsters usually doesn't run many besides like the Lenas, so I think this is...
So if Sam has a Lena in hand right now, he could potentially do a Lena special in response to this effect. He could do Lena special, target Larcacus. Larcacus bring back a monster that can protect him maybe, and then Mira make that monster unbreakable this turn. But if he tries to do that, KP can just use Warrior of Light to target Mira.
I was about to say, yeah, before the monster comes onto board.
But that at least gets 1 point of damage off the board. Oh, he killed the Leo first. Okay, this is Sam's chance. If he has, he must not have a monster that he can animate, or he doesn't have the Lena. Yeah, I don't think I saw him discard like any blue worms or anything last turn. So
yeah,
this
feels pretty.
Yeah, I don't think Sam realized he was about to die. Shantoto. You can't play her at instant speed, sadly. Okay, Bot Leonis. Yep. And Sam scoops it up.
Yep.
Unfortunate, but that is why we have a B table for you guys. So that way when a game like that happens, we have an opportunity to watch something else occur.
And so one of the really scary things about the Barrett version is that access to the 6-drop Cloud that gives everything haste. Because one of the problems that Mono Earth, I feel like, has kind of traditionally had before is that it would set up all of its cards and kind of just twiddle its thumbs a little bit. And then any other like control deck can kind of just like out control the Mono Earth deck after like a certain point. But having access to Cloud lets you push those like mono Earth like going wide boards the turn immediately after dumping everything onto the board, whereas before you had to like wait a turn, give your opponent a chance to respond, like start wiping your stuff, and that Cloud just makes the deck feel so much scarier.
Yeah, it's so much more lethal because like as you mentioned, like before, the Mono Earth deck would like combo off. Maybe they'd get like a Tidus on the board to like ruin your plays for the next turn by like removing backup. But like otherwise, like there was nothing stopping you from just like slamming at Shantoto and then just like wiping their whole board and then just like resetting the game state. And then like, yeah, they played a bajillion forwards, but like it didn't do anything. They're all gone now.
Yeah.
So yeah, having the capability of just deciding, actually, no, I want to end the game right here, right now, has really been powerful, as we just saw in that match. So let me see.
Definitely makes the deck feel a lot more different than Refia, because before it kind of just felt like basically a different version of like a 4-color wall deck that, in my opinion, was kind of just felt weaker than Refia, but now it feels like it has like a noticeable difference in playstyle.
It's got its own niche that it didn't really have before. So it looks like our second match is still going on. And it's a match between Scions and Refia. Now, I know people don't want to see Refia, but like, there's only so many people in the room not playing Refia, so if you want to find some interesting matchups, it's going to happen eventually. So, now this is an interesting board state.
I think the dice represent one case from Ferris, I'm assuming.
Maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it's Refia player's turn.
Yeah, but they're not doling the Ferris to, sorry, but Lunet's active, so maybe they gave Lunet Ferris haste pre-combat.
Or played Ferris.
But there wouldn't be 1Ks.
Oh, true. Wait.
Well, killing Alize first is definitely interesting, but I guess we might still have a Refia spend.
Also, the being able to prevent Ishtola from coming down onto the board again, the board wipe Ishtola is, I feel like, probably pretty important.
Yeah. Also, Ishtola's effect is mandatory, which gives us more Ferris triggers.
Oh, jeez. Oh, it's someone in chat's saying the Kryl plus 1K is what the dice are, probably.
But you don't need dice to represent that. Like, you just
It's
know.
just a reminder.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I think the decision was also between Killing Cloud versus Alize there, but probably doesn't want Cloud being replayed to the board either.
Yeah, I think
Kevin,
like when you have Refia
might have
board,
a
you
miss
don't really
in
want to
hand?
give your opponent an opportunity. So how many? We have enough Scion backups that we can just start our turn with a Tataru draw. Which, when in doubt, drawing off Tataru is usually a good idea. So I expect that's what we're going to see, yeah. This is definitely a difficult board state for the Scion player.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Only damage 4 is a little awkward.
In my experience of this matchup, like as soon as Warrior Light comes onto the board, it feels pretty difficult for Science to come back unless like if Refia and Wall's on the board, but hard to tell like what happened previously, but potentially like presumably Kevin can top deck Wall, play it to the board, and then it's really difficult for Science to come back. I'm not sure what Corey can go for here to deal with this Refia and Ferris.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised last turn Kevin didn't play a Wall LB with 2 of his backups. It would have left him with still 4 active Warriors of Lights, but also would have given him just a little bit more protection on his Refia to make sure that she like survives the turn. But maybe he needs those backups to cast summons in his hand. It's hard to say.
Yeah, without having without knowing what's in Kevin's hand.
Yeah, it's really hard to make that determination. Yeah, cool. This is definitely a thinker for Corey.
Odining the Refia, I'm assuming?
I assume so. He's not sure.
Never mind.
he's thinking. It's you never really want to cast that Odin. You really want to just hit it to damage. But yeah, you have to run it because you just need so many for the multi-lightning. Is he doing it? Are we doing it?
Looks like Thancred's coming to the board instead. So this also can kill Refia, I believe. So
yeah. And even if he spins in response, there still will be enough Scions on the board just purely from his backups. He has 4 different Scion backups. So there's no real way of stopping the Thancred outside of like an Amat here.
But usually, like, as the Refia player, I don't know. I'm always happy to just like, assuming my hand is, good. Like I mean, I'm making assumptions about what's in Kevin's hand, but like with Refia, you kind of, unless you're just like drawing a bunch of backups, your hand is usually pretty high quality. And your top deck quality is really good too. Usually, I'm fine just letting my opponent pay a bunch of mana to kill like my Refia, my Warrior Light especially, because you just make so much mana back. Even killing Ferris when you're at damage 3 is really good. You just like positively mana trade really well. So pretty much the only worry is about preventing lethal. And so yep, we get rid of that Ishtola.
Question is, so are we going to Amat? No, we did not. Okay. Interesting. He kept the Mist Dragon in hand. Or rather, he didn't use it. I'm assuming he kept the Earth backup up because he wants to threaten the Mist Dragon in case, I don't know, Thancred dies.
Or for Lightning LB, I'm not sure what, or not Lightning LB, Lightning from Breakzone, but I'm not sure
what Corey has in there.
Yeah.
See, they're not using the dice on the Thancred now, so like I don't know what they're doing with the dice. Yeah, Mr. Dragon's also nice if there's like a Lena special that's about to happen. So.
Oh,
Well, it looks like we're following it up with the Odin.
But Corey's left with nothing in hand, and Kevin draws up to 4 cards, has 4 backups on board. Even if Kevin doesn't have anything besides the 2 summons, he still has Lunafreya access to try and hit another Refia wall. I feel pretty good as if I was in Kevin's position right now.
Wait, is he Odining his own Thancred in order to get a Thancred trigger? There's no shot, right?
Wait, hold on.
He's gonna get Mist Dragon for his life savings. Brother,
oh, no.
What are you doing?
Oh no.
What? What? What are we...
Wait,
okay, so he's cracking Alize instead to bring back Y'shtola. Okay, does he have the cards in Breakzone to do a multi lightning effect? Because in response to the Thancred targeting the lightning, if he has the ability to use lightning's auto ability, he can still bring the lightning out before she gets removed.
It looks like not.
I guess he does not.
Odin was still in the stack, I believe, so it wasn't in the.
No, the Odin would have been. No, the Odin would have been in the Breakzone, right? Because it resolved because Thancred was dead.
Oh, true. Wait, so it needed a lightning in Breakzone then, yeah.
Yeah, he needed. Yeah. I mean, Drew. That was
like Cooch and.
I was not prepared for this, Corey.
I was not prepared for that at all.
Like, don't get me wrong. I have used Witch to like kill my own lightnings to then like bring them back mid combat, but wow. Okay, so I imagine because Kevin's hand is one could charitably call interesting. I imagine we're about to see Lunafreya come down.
What does he have in there?
I believe it's Kukulin, Mist Dragon, Amat. So nothing that does anything?
So if you're Kevin, do you pitch all 3 here for the Lunafreya to try and hit a wall? Or do you hold on to potentially the Amat here?
That's a really hard decision. It depends how many walls are left in the deck. Looks like he is. I think he just wants Refia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many arcs is he playing? Because Viet's... Let me see. Just the two of this one, I think.
Yeah, so he's trying to figure out how he wants to pay for... You might just, as you said, just discard all 3 cards from your hand. Because no matter what you do, you're probably going to end up discarding all of them anyway, and that just gives you the most options on whatever you hit.
But it looks like we're going to see Lunaferia pitching Mist. Oh, and Noctis. Oh.
Okay, so he doesn't feel like gambling on it. He's like, actually, I just want Refia. The awkward thing is that even if you grip Refia here, she doesn't get the draw, which isn't ideal.
And you'd have to pitch Refia anyways. Is he stalling for a turn maybe then? But that seems really risky. If I guess we don't know how many like if Lightning LB, I keep saying Lightning multi-element got misdragoned earlier or something. If he has another one in deck still, Corey.
Yeah.
Yeah, just gets the Refia back, pitches both for Refia.
So we have one spin online, and he can still block with Arc while spinning, which is something. The question is, does he go for the wall LP this time just to have an extra blocker? If you do that, in order to spin, you would need to use all of your guys, but you could like block with Arc and then spin afterwards to still get 2 blocks out of them.
Yeah, opts not to play wall LB here.
The danger though is that without wall LB, you're extremely vulnerable to a Y'shtola top deck, right?
No, wall LB isn't live, right? Because we don't have the Ferris.
Oh, never mind. Ferris. That was last turn. He doesn't have the Ferris this turn.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. So what are we thinking here? So all 3 of these are lightning forwards. So if he has only done the Cloud as his first LB, Corey would still have access to a potential edge, which would be really good into this board state. These guys are pretty small, but it looks like we either don't have access to it or we don't want to do it. Are we drawing 2 cards? One for Tataru, one for Leo? And also triggering an LSA effect to double forward. Did I miss him drawing off of Tataru?
He drawed off Tataru at the beginning of the turn, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. The stream skips around for me. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
So, how do we break through here as Corey? We only need to do 2 points of damage.
So Cloud and Y'shtola can swing. Kevin's probably not. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you could say that.
Does he have the? Oh, I was actually never mind. I was gonna say I thought he had the Warrior Light in the break zone.
But you can just use Ferris to find it.
Yep. Does get Corey the draw, but it's absolutely worth it for Kevin.
Yeah, you need any way you can to stabilize. Like you're at damage 6.
Mm-hmm. Y'shtola can swing and Alize can give it first strike, but you just block.
The Arc is a
with
DK,
Arc.
so yeah, you can block with Arc, and then even if he party attacks, you can.
No, he doesn't.
Block.
It's Y'shtola's buffed by Kyle, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, no. So yeah, you definitely.
But do you
definitely attack with Y'shtola then, right? Unless you have this, unless you have a special and a purple card in hand.
I think you have to threaten that because getting rid of the Arc doesn't really do much. I mean, this Ish is going to get bottomed anyways, though.
Yeah, there's no way you'll just let her live. I guess there really wasn't any point in attacking with the Yashola, right? Because then he just bottoms the Yashola in response, leaves the arc active, and then like Alize still can't get through.
Yeah. Yeah, because Alize wouldn't be able to gain haste from the Y'shtola, or he doesn't have a way to...
He Y'shtola specialed.
Oh.
And that's a reason why you want to pass like that, because when they try to do it at the end turn, targeting Y'shtola, you can do it then. If he had preemptively just Y'shtola specialed, then he just would have spun Alize in response, right? Or no.
Yeah.
No.
Or wait,
No, would he? Yeah, he would. No. Yeah, he would have. He would have had to spin the Y'shtola, I mean the Alize in response, because otherwise he dies. But then you get to keep the Y'shtola on board. I'd rather have the Y'shtola on board than the Alize, right?
Then... Yeah, I'm not sure. Alright, and it looks like Ferris is coming down, getting Refia. I'm not sure what the other card in Kevin's hand would be to... I guess you have to...
It's definitely not a fire card. Because if it was a fire card, you probably would have, like...
Pitch 2, played Ferris,
pitched
get
differently.
wall.
Yeah.
Yep, and we see these come down, and this is what makes this matchup so rough for Scions, is you spend all that effort trying to get rid of their board, and you saw how important that Kusith was for getting Ferris back. Just lets Kevin get right back into the game.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And he gets the draw because he got to activate 5 Warriors of Light. But this is still a little awkward for Kevin. He is at damage 6, and like we are in time, right? Like this might be his last turn. So looks like we're just playing a Leo, trying to get as many bodies on board as possible.
In Corey's case, his out has to be like both. What, like Fire Lightning? I mean, he's not gonna have enough cards in hand. I was gonna say Fire Lightning, Y'shtola, plus like a way to bait out Refia, spin plus. Actually, does Fire Lightning Y'shtola just
like Fire Lightning Y'shtola is? Oh, that's juicy. That's juicy.
Oh.
Actually, you can't use Refia for defense. Thank you very much. I would like her.
That's pretty good.
We were just talking about Refia during the break and about how much I love this card. And it's always great seeing her. Sorry, Melazine. And it's always great seeing her like enter the board and just steal an important piece. Oh, interesting. So we can kill the Leo. But yeah, I'm surprised we didn't lead with the Tataru draw. Usually you want to see what you get so you have more options.
Famfrit sack, Refia.
Famfrit! Oh! That's so nasty. He's like,
so
please put all your boards into the break zone.
It doesn't have lethal, because no way to get haste on the board, but that is nasty. Melazine, Famfrit.
I think this is the last turn. And so Corey's like, look, you have nothing on board and you're at damage 6.
But I'm going to be completely honest, if this wasn't turns, I'm still in Refia's court right now. But I'm also biased because I was a Refia player,
I know you're
right?
biased. But yeah, as what we've seen from these last few turns though is that Tataru is a crazy card. Just getting one extra card every single turn is just an insane effect, and having that effect online. Oh, he couldn't do that right away. It looks like one of them conceded. He needed the Y'shtola for the extra name. Yeah, so I forgot that he sacrificed the Alphino backup, and he didn't have enough backups to do Tataru by itself.
Oh, so he drew off Tataru without being able to?
Yeah. Yeah, he had 4 backups before, but he sacked 1. So before he gets started each turn with the Tataru.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Corey conceded them.
Wait, do we know?
Should we double check with the judge?
Kevin conceded, so Refia conceded. I mean, he did have nothing. The one card in his hand was a Tyro, so he could have played the Tyro next turn and gotten like a Refia on board. But that wasn't really. No, he didn't draw with Tataru up with C3 signs on board. He waited till he played Y'shtola to do it. I was saying that's why he didn't do it.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. He
Okay,
we weren't accusing him of cheating. We were just. I was wondering why he didn't lead with the Tataru draw, and that is why.
Yeah, and it's because he didn't have. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Definitely, it's one of those things that if it wasn't turns, you could definitely like consider playing it out. But at that point, like, I feel like it's a pretty reasonable concede.
Yeah, I like when you have no forwards, you're at damage 6, and the one card in your hand is also not a forward. It's like, like, especially like the Scion players can be looking at you like, look, one of us is clearly about to kill you, probably. But you obviously you can't ask your opponent to concede. And so it's up to your opponent to decide if they would like to. Of course, it's nice if someone concedes because otherwise you get a double loss, and that's good for no one.
Mm-hmm.
But I can also understand going, well, you know what? I could have won this game. I don't want to concede. So
yeah, I think, like I said, if it wasn't down to turns, yeah, I think definitely Kevin could play that out. But I think it's pretty likely, like, Kevin has to top deck in that situation, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. Like playing the Tyro there, like you could Tyro for like Refia and then play Refia, but then you don't even get the draw. You just get exactly enough to like spin once. So then you could like attack with one of them, and then like Refia has to like if you just attack with Y'shtola, you just win, right?
Yeah.
Because he has to block the Refia.
If he top decks Warrior Light, right? That's like his out.
No, exactly. He has to top deck exactly Warrior of Light.
But I don't think we saw one because Noctis didn't. When he was looking through his break zone, I don't think I saw one. They might have been in there. So
yeah, we didn't get to see the beginning of the game. I have no idea how many Warrior
Lights
I have no idea. Or may not have been in his break zone. But yeah, there probably was a decent chance that he could have top decked a Warrior of Light. Maybe. It's like you never know. It's all speculation at that point.
Yeah, but I do think going back to like Scions as like a deck, I think that obviously like paying 3 mana for Kryl feels a little bad, but the plus 1k is pretty relevant for bringing like I mean, we saw that happen with Ferris triggers and stuff, right? But then also like I don't know, I just feel like Tataru is almost this. I might be crazy, but it almost feels like it's Alice, like in Dragoons, but you're playing a better deck. Because you're drawing an extra card every turn, right? You do have to tap Tataru in order to do it, and Tataru can't come down on like turn 1 like Alice can, but like the upside is that you actually, get to play relevant cards.
Yeah, there's like, I don't know if people have noticed, none of the Scions that they're running are water cards in the forwards. The whole reason they're running water is entirely to get the backups to turn Tataru online. That card is so crazily good that we're running an entire second element, making our deck less consistent just to get these extra draws. And it's worth it. The deck is performing. It's topped, I think, every Materia Cup this year so far. Maybe
and you do get
one of them or not.
Like, you don't just get that Tataru, you also do get Water Lightning, which is really good with the deck. You get access to Lena, who's the best backup in the game, right? So it's not like it's not only for Tataru, but yeah, it is mostly for Tataru. Like, that's the reason you don't go Mono Lightning.
Yeah. because it's not like they don't have other options that they couldn't run. And the funny thing is, there are water Scion forwards, but for some reason they just have the same names as like the backups. Like they would consider running Urion J, the forward, if they could, but they need water backups, so they just run the EX Urion J backup. Which is funny. Although the Urion J backup isn't nearly as good when you're not running the old Warpistinian that came out in the same set, because he requires one of your cards to be removed from game to get his search effect. And the easiest way to do that is just to warp a card. Because otherwise you're like relying on your opponent to do it for you, and it's never great if you have to rely on your opponent.
Yeah.
I don't know how much time we have before a next round.
Yeah, I think because that was turns, but I don't know if anybody else is gonna.
Yeah. That definitely went a little bit long. We have one more round today, but I think we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll come back to you guys shortly with the final round.
All right, see you soon.
Okay, anyway, we're starting the final round. Welcome to the last round of the Swiss of Lone Star Pack Breaks Materia Cup in Texas. We've got Kaysen B on the right and Cody S on the left. And Cody started off a nice turn 1, playing Claris, getting Mist Dragoon, pitching Mist Dragon and Refia, surely searching at King Tycoon. And Kaysen, however, is on the right, playing something fun, I hear.
Very excited to see what Kaysen's bringing.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, no. They sent us the wrong list. This isn't Kaysen's deck. Wait. Did they... Oh no, it is. Okay, no, yeah, they did. Okay, this is
It is nice.
Well, we haven't had this on stream yet, so I guess it's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, we haven't had Knights on stream, but it might actually be it. So let me look at the Refia list real quick.
Just want to say this is a search off the Larsa, by the way.
Wait.
We just grabbed Clive. Clive. We didn't grab Corilla. We didn't grab Ranza. We're like, no, actually, we want to beat your face in.
I was gonna say the Refia deck has 2 Brynhilder instead of 3. So only has 1 Cuchulainn, I think, as well. So this might be a little rough for Refia, but if they can hit those Brynhilders into EX bursts, we could get a game here.
Yeah. Notably, Kaysen is on 3 copies of the Ovelia backup that pumps all of your job knights. So he does have a little bit of potential Brynhilder insurance. He also has 1 copy of the Lena backup, so he won't be able to do any Lena specialing to bring his guys back. But against these heavy EX decks like Refia tends to be, he might be able to like draw a couple cards off of some bursts if he's lucky and he's able to draw the Lena in time before he starts swinging. Although I imagine that Kaysen is going to start swinging very soon. As soon as Laswell hits the board, you kind of want to just start turning your backups sideways. I mean, not your backups, your forward sideways. Start ripping cards out of your opponent's hand. Based on the fact that Kaysen didn't search Corilla last turn off the Larsa, I think it's a pretty easy assumption that there is a Corilla in this hand. So let's see if she comes down here for him.
Looks like just Gawain for it then.
Gawain, interesting.
I kind of like this. I like because he still has that Clive in hand, right? This gets the Laswell trigger now too. I like this as the Larsa for actually.
I don't know. This is reducing the amount of hits you have off of the Krilla, though.
Yeah.
And now, in order to cast the Krilla, so he had how many cards in hand? He should have started his turn with 3 cards in hand. He went up to 5. Now he's down to 4. In order to Corilla here, he has to pitch all of his cards except for 1, which means that either he can only keep the Ramza or the Clive. And I don't really want to pitch the Clive. It looks like he's decided either. And oof. Laswell's going to rip a card out of Cody's hand at the end of the turn, but Cody drew a free card from the attack, so it kind of went card neutral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't blame Kaysen not for slamming the Krilla there. Even though he already has Laswell on board, there was only 1 more target to freeze, which isn't that great. Especially when Krilla has the opportunity to freeze a ton more cards on the following turn. Also, it would have opened him up to like a massive like Shantoto line. And you, in Swiss at least, you never know if your opponent is on just the hard cast main deck Shantoto. Mm-hmm. So keeping the cards in hand is nice for that, especially because he's threatening Amat right now as well.
Yeah, I definitely think common like misplay with knights into this matchup is overcommitting. I really like Kaysen holding cards in hand here, because knights with like Laswell, Gawain on board and 4 cards in hand is really, really threatening compared to like having 5 cards on board, 0 cards in hand, and then just getting wiped by Toto, you know?
Yeah, that never feels great. So with the Tyro coming down here, Cody has like the pick of his deck. He can grab whatever he wants. And he's thinking, what does he have that can save him from this onslaught? The awkward thing about the Knights matchup is that while Warrior of Light is an amazing blocker against most aggro decks, the fact that Laswell can freeze all your backups to prevent him from hitting the board, or come down after he hits the board and then dull freeze him out of the way so he can't block, is extremely awkward, one might say. Looks like we're going with the Bosch. Bosch is an incredibly potent and powerful card, and what this does is it puts Kaysen in a little bit of a bind, because on one hand, you don't really want to put the Refia player to damage 3. We've seen a lot of games on stream today where the Refia player got put to 3 and then, popped off a bit. But Kaysen wants to attack with the Laswell here or the Gwaine in order to rip a card out of Cody's hand. But if he just deals 1 more damage to Cody, that puts into damage 2, which then lets Bosch turn himself online to damage 3. So he's in a bit of a bind.
That said, I think knowing Krilla's in hand, I think we don't even need to attack with Laswell to rip the card. I think we just start dull freezing all the backups, and playing Charlotte and Vassals to the board is... Yeah, this is...
Wait.
Why? Be one
all
more,
3 backup... Right? Yeah, all 3 backups should be dull frozen. Did we miss a Laswell trigger?
Krilla's
entrance should have also triggered Laswell.
Yeah,
Did we forget the last? Yeah. Okay, we're good.
Is opting to swing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. It's so juicy. And then he hits the second burst.
Yeah, I don't know actually how much I agree with the swing here. I think I'd rather wait like 1 more turn.
Well, the thing is with this hand right now is that even if he only swings once, forcing Cody to like commit the Bosch to get the self-damage to turn on like the Ferris is really awkward. You basically have to pitch your whole hand, right, to do it. So like I don't know if he can actually has enough resources to combo off, especially if Cody hadn't hit the burst, which I'm assuming Kaysen was hoping for. He might not have had the resources to actually combo off.
So I think if you're Cody, you really want, like, I don't know how much you want to gamble. You might go pitch 2, play Bosch, try to hit like Tyro potentially. And then does that let you combo off? If you go trying to see how many cards he has in hand, if he's able to Arc Ferris. Oh, just opts to Bryn, get Charlotte off the board.
Yeah, because until Charlotte gets off the board, Ferris loses a lot of her potency as like a board clear.
Yeah.
Because everything has to target her, and nothing does any damage to her. Oof.
And we see Toto LB.
Yeah, it looks like we were just shy on enough Earth cards, and that's why we had to commit the Bryn first. So Cody was able to clear the board, but it cost him his life savings. He has no LB deck and no cards in hand, whereas Kaysen has a full grip.
Yep, and this is why Knights with cards in hand is so much scarier than Knights with a wider board but no cards in hand, because Kaysen's going to play Ramza, get Kurilla back, Kurilla's going to get 2 more forwards, and Kaysen's exactly where he was last turn.
We hit Deleta, so we could even just add the... We could just add the Laswell back to hand. And wait, can Agrius bounce the Shantota?
I'm trying to remember. No, it's 3 or less.
3 or less, okay.
Toto is
she's 4 cost.
Yeah.
So we're probably just gonna grab the Lilith. She's a slightly larger body than the Agrius. Let me look at his list real quick. Does he have any crystal spenders? He does not have the Shantotto, so no, he has no crystal spender. She's just a cute girl with a special. Kaysen technically has a crystal.
Are some Knights decks on like Toto, Ice Toto? I haven't seen that.
You occasionally see a singular Ice Toto. It's decent because you have it's just a good card in general when you're forcing your opponent down to low hand size, which Laswell does. And against like unit decks, right? You can just dull their whole board using an action ability.
That is pretty good, actually.
Do anything with their unit, right?
Wait, that's sick.
It's also it's just decent in general. Just getting your opponent's entire board out of the way using an action ability is just extremely hard to interact with for most decks.
So see, Yep, gets the crystal. So Cody's 2 in hand, 3 backups up, but only one of them's a Warrior Light. Has the Toto on board. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what the line is for Cody here. Doesn't have access to LB anymore, so can't try and dig.
Yeah, that's one of the big weaknesses of this Shantoto LB, especially compared to like the backup Toto. If this was a backup Shantoto, not only would he still have all of his, LB left, he would also just have an extra backup on board to like color fix him and cast all the fun, juicy 4-color cards you want to play.
So we see Ramza destroying Toto, deals a point of damage, and
it's always an EX. Why wouldn't it be an EX? Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't know. It's just yeah, of course. Why not? Why not?
I mean, when your deck's half EX burst, come on.
I didn't realize half was 100%. Why? They can't keep getting away with it. So based on what's in Cody's hand, I don't think there's anything he can still do here. So like the problem is he's still just dead, right? Like now we can just attack 4 times and just kill him.
The only out here is Cody hits Bryn, kills like, wait, yeah, Bryn can kill because there's no Velia on board. Bryn can kill one of the attackers, or like Belita or Lilith, but
so a Charlotte top deck would be like premium.
Bonkers,
if we can find one. Charlotte top deck, a Beatrice top deck to pump all of our guys, an Ovelia top deck. There's a lot of top decks that Kaysen can play here to insulate himself from bursts. Yeah. And let's see if he found one of them.
Kaysen doesn't know this, but Cody only has one more Bryn in the deck. So that's also lethal, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Untaps Lena, but I still don't think that.
Yep, and then we draw 2.
Yeah, pretty sure this is game.
So at this point, we're going to want to attack with our 5Ks so before they get Brenned off the board.
Oh yeah, Kaysen's had this Clive in like since the beginning of the game.
Right? That's right. Yeah, he never.
Yeah.
Never discarded. And this is 7th point of damage?
Yeah,
GG.
So that was guaranteed lethal pretty much.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he prepared. Well played by Kaysen. He held back until he needed to go in.
That was clean Knight's play.
I mean, he just ran right through 3 experts and was like, yeah, I don't care. Laswell's ripping all those cards out. Like, yeah, you're getting cards, but like, are you?
Oh, and we have another Knights game versus Wall 7. Ooh, we haven't had Wall 7 on stream.
No, we have not. That is a deck that is not as popular as it used to be.
And
it's still extremely powerful.
To be honest, it's kind of underrepresented in my opinion.
I mean, it hasn't been nerfed. It's still just as strong as it was when it came out. Like, none of the cards in it have been hit. People just have stopped playing as much. I will say that the current monster meta has not necessarily been kind to Wall 7. The interaction between Malboro and Ultimate Shield is extremely sad.
Yeah, but the Wall 7 has a decent unit matchup, right? Or am I making that up?
It's... I have never played it. I tell you.
I know my friend Emmanuel's high on this deck. So, in this meta.
Speaking of Ultimate Shield, that was a pretty powerful one. Protecting George's whole board from the Ramza action ability.
Yeah, and that cancels the damage, I believe, too, right?
Yeah, it cancels the damage, cancels the break. The thing is, Jacob, normally you try to use Ramza effect on your opponent's turn, like to hold it up as removal, but because George was able to get the Zeromus down, Jacob had to either spend it there or lose it.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is looking pretty dangerous for Jacob. This is 3 points of damage. Jacob's already at 3. So if he can just get 1 more point of damage down, which it doesn't look like George can do, he'd be threatening lethal, but...
George should also get a freeze trigger here, right? Or am I...
Well, when he attacks with his Zeromus, yes, he gets to freeze a character.
Oh! I was thinking on play. I'm thinking about Sid. Never mind.
Yeah, you're thinking Alcid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The difference is that
yeah.
Zeromus
This is looking pretty rough.
Yeah. He can LB a Beatrice, but the problem is this Zeromus is just gonna remove all of Jacob's blockers.
Yeah.
So he needs to find a way to.
How do you deal with the Zeromus here? I guess I can't see what's in Jacob's hand, but
Yeah. The awkward thing is because he doesn't have a fire backup, he can't like use a Vincent to kill it.
Hmm.
We
guess
are
this
casting Steiner to bounce Zeromus.
Oh. And yeah, I think having the second wall special is pretty rough. I guess that makes sense actually. Killing wall instead of. I guess it doesn't matter. Never mind. Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter. This is just being petty. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and it was a Garland into damage too.
Ugh.
Unfortunate. Well, that was a second quick match. After all these rounds where everyone's been going to time and we've been watching Yuna and Refia just turning cards forward and activate and dulling and putting on top of the deck, putting on the bottom of the deck, just like how I'm just spinning around going everywhere.
Oh, I realized that stream was set up for just your camera.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah. Hey guys, there's a lot of me on stream, but that was very interesting games, I guess. I think they kind of blurred in my head into one game because the second one just happened so quick. We just popped in, saw the knights die, and we're like, okay, guess we're out. But that's our last round of the day today. I think we will be back when they announce who makes Top Cut. I'm not sure if we're doing any of that on stream or talking about that. Let me see. But we won't be having any more games today. Daniel and I will be back on tomorrow, as well as Rest will be joining us later in the day in the same situation what we're doing today, where Ghoul, living in Australia, cannot stay up to cast the whole event. So he's going to be going home, going to sleep partway through the tournament, and Rest will come in and finish it off for him. This is a great day of games. I think we saw a lot of different stuff, and I was happy that we were able to see just so many different decks performing on stream. There was a bit of Refia, sure. But
definitely.
When the room brings Refia, like
I was going to say when it is kind of the curse of the deck being like one of the best in the format and also pretty reliable to bring to a tournament because you can always EX burst out of like any situation with that deck, right?
Yeah. And like people have been playing it for so long, they just have so much practice on it. Like it's just all reliable.
And if we're being honest, it is kind of one of the easier decks to play, especially if you're playing all day. It doesn't use that much stamina to pilot that for like an entire day.
You probably triggered some people. That statement.
I am saying this as somebody who played Refia all last season. Just FYI.
I'll make sure I'll talk to Ghoul about this tomorrow, and we'll see what his opinion is on that. We'll see if he agrees with you. I'll make sure I'll DM Mike Powell after the stream. Let him know. By the way, Rest was talking mad.
Oh my god.
about you. He said you're no good player that doesn't deserve the Materia Cup.
Oh my goodness. I also play Refia, okay? I can say this. But yeah, it's definitely. I was really happy that we got like some of the especially Megissa on stream. Hunter's Megissa versus was it against Brian that we had him?
Yeah, it was against
right?
Brian.
Yeah.
Those two always give us really great matches.
Yeah. And just in general, seeing spread between like Yuna, Refia. I remember before I got on Warriors, and then we got to see Mono Earth doing some new tech this set.
Yeah, we got to see KP just murder some people, it's always fun. I know he enjoys doing it. But I think let me ask the stream people what we're doing if we're going to be talking about the top 32. Okay, so we will be announcing top 32 when that time comes around, but I think there's still quite a bit of time left in the round because, as it turns out, Knights either wins or loses extremely quickly. So we might take a short break while we wait for everyone to finish up their matches, and while they tabulate everyone's position. So we'll be back in a bit.
All right.
Okay, we'll see you guys soon.
Into the sand and the dust in the sky. Go now. There's no better plan than to do or to die. Breathe in the pain in the face of the light. Deep in it, go into sin and get ready to fight.
Hey guys, welcome back. We've got the rounds are almost over. Well, let me rephrase that. The round is over, but some people are lagging a little bit behind. There's one table left still playing. It's probably a Refia mirror, as they do. But we thought we'd start talking about just random stuff about the event so far and how the day has been. So it's been a bit of a long day for us. I got onto this Discord call at 10 a.m. Eastern time, which was approximately 9.5 hours ago. So I've been around here all day. And I think we've seen quite a few really interesting matches. Going back through the day, round one, where we saw the Scions versus, not Scions, Cadets versus Soiree. That was really fun to watch. It's really sad that we didn't see more of that kind of stuff going later in the day, but you expect that the more rogue and tier 2 decks, fall down and aren't quite managed to keep up at the top tables.
Though we did see, I was gonna say, like, we did still see. I don't know if you would call at this point Brian and obviously the Cat 4 deck at this point is, I feel like, pretty established, but only Brian is the one playing it, and then same with I don't know who else is in the room with Megissa. Megissa's obviously not a rogue deck, but I don't know who else is at top tables besides Hunter with that,
Yeah. I haven't brought it to a Materia Cup this year. Let's just put it that way. It's really fun seeing that, and I was glad that Hunter was able to bring it back for his last event in North America. So I'm glad we were able to get him on stream. I wanted to make sure we got him on stream at least one last time, in case he didn't make Top Cut. I don't know how well he ended up doing for the rest of the day.
He's 5-2, he said. So I don't know if that's a bubble up or not.
5-2 should be in Top Cut, assuming we are cutting to top 32, which I believe we are. So some of the X3s should make it, and all the X2s, X1s, and undefeateds should make it. So congrats to Hunter, I guess, for making top 32. We don't know his exact position yet, but that's really good for him.
I definitely think I was going to talk about some fun plays that we saw before. Tuning into that Scions game and seeing what was it Alphino for Alize, Odin the own Thancred, was that the same turn?
Yeah, I believe that was all in the same turn. Yeah, I believe Corey was cooking, I think is the term we use for that. I think I saw more creative use out of card effects in that 3 turns of the Scions game that we caught than almost everything for the rest of the day. I do think that seeing the Mono Earth deck just go from having played 0 forwards all game outside of a Shantoto LB into, on the following turn, dealing 20 points of damage to Sam was also extremely funny.
Yeah, and seeing and I don't remember if we were talking about this during the break or on stream, but even just discussing if Mono Earth could have potentially been playing that Cloud before, splashing a couple more Avalanche operatives before the Barret came out, but definitely Barret makes it a lot easier to play that Cloud, and turning it from voting your forwards to the board and then having to wait before swinging to being able to just attack your opponent before they get a chance to respond. Really, really cool new tech for the deck. I definitely not too fun to be on the receiving end of that, but really cool that deck kind of has its own niche now.
Yeah, there was one other. There was another play I was really excited for, and I just forgot it while we were talking about all that. Shoot, I had it on my mind. But yeah, no, the cool thing with the Barret and the Cloud as well, right, is that they're both already 6 costs for the Emmet Selk, which is low-key one of the most messed up cards they've ever printed. Every time you read Emmet Selk, that card has just more text on it. And so anytime you're able to like use that card to its fullest extent, and like just having 2 more cards that you want to run to just help kill your opponent, is just it's just a really cool use of just all the tools that Mono Earth already had, and it just slots right in beautifully.
Yeah, it's the Barret works so well with that deck. Yeah. Trying to remember, there was the cat for Unideck matchup against Cecil was kind of, there was a lot of really interesting board interactions there, but it's like also kind of a blur because of how much stuff was happening.
There's so many triggers. Like every time you try to use anything, everyone has a response. Like I trigger Cecil, and then you trigger Yuna, and then I trigger Cecil, and then you trigger Porm, targeting my Yuna, targeting the Refia, who then targets someone else, which then triggers the other Cecil, and you're like, there's 20 abilities on this deck, and nobody knows how this is going to resolve.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see too much because I think the Sam's deck, the Earth Water deck, was against Cat 7 Fire or Cat 7 Mono Earth, right? And that got Toto LB'd right away. So we didn't get to see too much of what that was doing, but that is also not many people are running Earth Water monsters. And during one of the breaks, we're actually chatting before that game about like sort of what monster decks are potentially viable, and definitely I think like even as much as Realm and monster decks are played, it still seems like they're pretty underexplored.
Okay, so it looks like we have gotten our top 32 results.
Oh,
and there's some interesting names in here. So, I guess we'll start reading them. Do we want to start from number 1 and work our way down, or do we want to start at the bottom and work our way up? I find that starting at the top is fun, because then we get to talk about the bubble at the end, but it's also fun to start at the bottom and work up.
Is that a question to me or to the...
Yeah, I'm asking you.
I prefer starting from bottom to top.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay, so starting from number 32, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy that barely made it in, bubbling in, Joey M. Next, 31 is Jacob P. 30 is Jeffrey C. 29 is Ray C. 28 is Kevin F. 27 is Kyle D. 26 is Alexander K. Number 25 is Tin T. And 24 is the final X3 that bubbled in, Daniel A.
So that's all the X3s? And then
that's all the X3s.
After
that, we have the X2s.
Yep.
Okay. So our first X2 is Andrew K. Next is Kason B. We just saw that on stream last round. Then Blaine M. Hunter N. Matthew H. Stephen K. Dylan C. Anthony M. Sam P. George M. Garrett J. Brian C. Kyle P. Christian A. Corey G. Ryan G. And Sergio B. in number 7th place is the final X2, which is a lot of people. It turns out when you're top 32, there's a lot of people that make it in at X2. Not very many X1s and undefeateds. Do you want to do the rest?
Yeah. So for number 6, we have Sydney N. Number 5, we have Jason R. Number 4, we have Mike P. Number 3, we have Corey K. And number 2, we have Thomas S. Those are all the X1s. And then undefeated, we have Tristan F.
Congratulations to Tristan. He's been doing really well this year. He hasn't managed to win a Materia Cup, but he's been topping every event and doing really well. He's made the semifinals, I think, twice maybe. So congratulations to Tristan. We'll try to get him on stream tomorrow. possibly the first round, just because like it's always so sad. Like if someone goes undefeated in Swiss and then loses the first round of Top Cut, and then we're never on stream.
Yeah.
So, we might try to get him early on, just in case. You never know. And as for our bubble, coming in a very sad 33rd place, I'm sorry to announce, it was Mr. Cody S.
Oof.
The man, the myth, the legend. Poor Cody. This is that's pretty rough. He was my first round opponent in Kansas. This man cannot catch a break. I'm sorry, Cody, but that is one less Reffi on Top Cut. So what can we say? Okay, guys.
I think that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today. We're gonna be off. We're both gonna be back here tomorrow for some great Final Fantasy trading card game action. Thank you, Lone Star Pack Breaks, for hosting us today, and thank you, Square Enix, for running all the Materia Cups and all this. It's been a great day, and we'll be excited to be back for tomorrow.
Yeah, and thank you for having me to fill in for Ghoul.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
All
Okay.
right.
Anyway,
See ya.
See you guys tomorrow, guys. Oh.
「